Welcome, everyone, to Sportsman's Park here in Hobbs, New Mexico. Time for Hobbs Eagle Baseball. Live on the internet, HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and the Cool 95.7 Facebook page. Ty Friend here today as your Hobbs Eagles have a doubleheader, and they'll be at home against Rose of Sharon, a private school out of El Paso, a team that they did play back at the Carlsbad tournament back in March and lost a close one 4-3. So it should be a pretty exciting couple of games. Should find out who's going to be the series winner after the two today. Hopefully the rain's going to hold off. It is a little bit overcast. Most of the percentage chances of the rain will be later, about 4 o'clock. We do have a doubleheader, though, so that kind of extends the time into that period, but who knows when the rain might come dropping down. But right now looks like pretty nice baseball weather. Say the wind's about 10 to 15 miles per hour at this point, and we will try to keep an eye on the weather. We did mention these two teams did play earlier this season. By the way, Rose of Sharon, one of the best teams in private baseball in Texas, 21-2-1 record. Now, they don't have an actual district that they play in, but they play a lot of teams from New Mexico and also play a lot of tournaments. So they like to go around both states and get a lot of games under their belts, including Arizona, actually, too. So they do like to play teams of all different areas. So 21-2-1 record. They did have one tie earlier this season. Hobbs Eagles, of course, 8-10 coming off their series with Artesia. And both these teams have been off for quite a while, too, almost 2 weeks in both cases. So that'll be another issue that they're going to have to try to move off some of the rust out here and try to see what they can do to get back in baseball shape. This is the final series for the Hobbs Eagles in terms of their non-district schedule. So they will get ready for district next week. They'll be on the road Tuesday, as they will head to Roswell for the first game and then come back into the week for the home game matchup. So we're excited about those games, but that previous game they played back in March, Hobbs lost a close one 4-3. Rose went up 1-0 in the first inning. Hobbs tied it up in the third 1-1. Hobbs took the lead in the fifth with a run to make it 2-1. Rose outscored them 2-1 in the sixth, so they were tied 3-3 at the end of six, and then a final run for Rose in the seventh inning to get the 4-3 win in that one. Even hitting in that game, 8-8 on the hit counts for both teams. Hobbs struck out 4 times. Rose of Sharon struck out 3. Hobbs was walked only once, but Rose got base runners. They had 5 walks in that ball game. A little bit of advantage there. Hobbs gave up 4 runs in the game. All those were earned by Rose of Sharon. And the Hobbs Eagles hits 3 of their runs. 2 of those were earned. The pitcher was Yadier Riaz. He was the winner for Rose of Sharon. By the way, their mascot is the Eagles. Unfortunately for us, that'll be fun to try to call today. And the pitchers for the Hobbs Eagles in that game, Alan Utahara went 5 innings, gave up 6 hits, 2 strikeouts, and had 2 runs scored against him. Jaden Taylor in relief with 2 innings pitched. He had a total of 2 hits given up, 1 strikeout, and gave up 2 runs. So 2 pitchers for Hobbs in that one, just 1 for Rose of Sharon. There was a couple of guys getting double hits in that game. Hernandez for the Eagles, he was 2 for 3 at the plate, both getting singles. And Cole Kestner went 2 for 3 as well. He did score a run. He had a home run for the Eagles. He was the only multi-base hitter for Hobbs in that one, although they did have 6 different hitters. Jason Fuentes, Luke Parrish, Carson Phillips, and Jackson Suter all getting 1 single apiece at 3 at-bats for the team. On the other side of the coin, Rose of Sharon, from El Paso. They did have a couple of guys with multiple hits. Barack Sanchez went 2 for 3, and also it was Hernandez went 2 for 3 as well. They did get a couple of doubles in the game. Jose Arm got 1. He was 1 of 3 at the plate, and Gutierrez was 1 for 4 with a double as well. So a couple multi-base hits for Rose of Sharon, 1 for the Hobbs Eagles. But really like to see that big bat of Cole Kester with that home run to keep the Eagles in that contest. So that was a first game of the Carlsbad Invitational, and Rose of Sharon went on for a couple more games after that. In this season so far, Rose has played in a major tournament up there in Roswell. They did win the Southwest Classic back on March 14th, beat Goddard to the championship game 5-3, out-hit them 11-6 in that game. Barack Sanchez and Omar Gonzalez both getting 3 hits apiece in that contest. The winning pitcher, Juan Martinez. They also beat Roswell 14-2, got 13 hits in that game, and beat Clovis in the opening round 5-3 in a close one. In fact, Rose was up 5-0 up through 5 innings against Clovis. Clovis scored their 3 runs in the last 3 innings of that ball game. So that kind of gives you a taste of what you're to expect today in terms of their opponent. Of course, the Hobbs Eagles had their matchup against Artesia, where they split the doubleheader last week. It's been about 10 days ago that the Eagles played in that game. And in terms of actual hitting in the 2 games, they had 15 hits in game 1, and 7 hits in game 2. So it was kind of a switch-up. Hobbs winning the first game pretty big, losing the second game to Artesia. So 15 hits in game 1, 7 hits in game 2. The multiple hitters for the doubleheader in that series, John Curtis went 4 for 6, got a double, a home run, 2 runs scored, and 6 RBIs. Carson Phillips went 3 for 5 against Artesia in the doubleheader. He had a triple and 4 runs scored. And Jason Fuentes went 3 for 8 at the plate, 3 singles, 1 run scored, and 1 RBI. A couple other guys that got hits in the series. Tristan Montez went 2 for 5, 2 singles and an RBI. Cole Kestner hit 2 home runs against Artesia. Unfortunately, he was just in the first game. Didn't get a chance to put it over the fence in the second game. Did score 2 runs and 4 RBIs for the Eagles as well. So Eagles had 4 players with multi-base hits in that first game. Unfortunately, the bats kind of went silent in game 2. Hobbs on the season hitting .313 as a team. They have 29 doubles, 6 triples, and 9 home runs. And we're going to have to take a break here. The national anthem starting here at Sportsman's Park. Hobbs versus Rose of Sharon coming up next. Welcome back to Sportsman's Park. Game 1 of the doubleheader. Hobbs Eagles taking on Rose of Sharon out of El Paso. Once again, Hobbs comes in 8-10 with 2 wins today. They'll go to 500 before district starts next week. Rose of Sharon, private school out of El Paso, 21-2-1. They don't have an actual district. Starting for the Eagles, first of all, at first base will be Kestner, Taylor at second, Granillo at third. Phillips is the catcher, and Duncan at shortstop. Greben at left, Curtis at center field, Utahara in right. The pitcher is Chase Brister. So getting opportunity to get on the mound for the Hobbs Eagles in this one. Brister with a 5.64 ERA, a 1-3 record so far. This will be his 6th appearance of the season. Eagles in the defense first. The black uniforms, white pants, black and gold hats. They are taking on the other Eagles team from Rose of Sharon. They've got a black uniform, white pants, and a little bit of turquoise on that front of the jersey. Again, one game between the two so far. 4-3 win for Rose of Sharon back in March at the Carlsbad Invitational. That was the opening game of the tournament. Rose of Sharon did win the Southwest Classic in Roswell. Taking a look at the starters in terms of the offense, David Yanoa will lead off, the right fielder for Rose of Sharon. Solomon Garcia at the second slot. Armando Garcia third, and the cleanup man, Jose Arm. Again, not a lot of big-time hitting in that last series, or the last game between these two teams. Again, the home run for Cole Kestner for Hobbs, and a double apiece for Arm and Gutierrez. But both teams getting 8 hits apiece, pretty consistent in that game in Carlsbad. Leading off for the Rose of Sharon squad, Yanoa, the right fielder. He is a righty as he steps into the box. Gets a few practice swings. Take a little bit of time here. Brister spies him down. The windup and the throw. Fastball low and outside for ball one. Rose of Sharon comes in with a .366 batting average. Pretty big numbers. 37 doubles, 15 triples, and 6 home runs. Leading home run man is Cornell with 3. Fastball down the middle, and holding on it was Yanoa for the strike. Evens up the count at 1-1. We are slated for 2 here at Sportsman's Park. Chase Brister returns back with the third pitch. Fastball at the middle of the bat and goes to the backstop for the foul. So staying alive is Yanoa. This Rose of Sharon team, again, plays a lot of teams out of Las Cruces. Does take on Roswell's, Clovis's, Hobbs, of course. We mentioned that already. So they get a lot of travel time. Curveball high for the ball. Count evens up at 2-2. Two balls and 2 strikes now as Brister continues to face Yanoa, the leadoff man. Curveball inside, check swing. That'll be strike 3. Did come around on it. So he'll sit down his first man of the ball game for the pitching for Chase Brister. Going to mention his 6th appearance this season for Brister. That was his 30th K of the season. Next up, Salomon Garcia, the left fielder. The windup of the throw from Brister. Fastball down the middle and holding on it for the strike was Garcia. 0-1 count now. Curveball comes inside, clips the inside corner for the strike. Count goes to 0-2. So getting it down in the count is Garcia. He's batting .436 this season with 18 RBIs and 3 triples. Brister with the low one, jacked out towards left field, going to go towards the wall, and it goes just barely foul. Just a slight sliver inside the left field pole there. So getting a good yank on it was Garcia to stay alive. And chasing out there just in case it might have stayed foul or fair was Greben, and he had to put some wheels on to get out there. Barely bouncing out past that left pole. Still an 0-2 count now to Salomon Garcia. And they batted .366 up to this point, so very good bat swingers here. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Fastball messes outside for ball one. Count to 1-2. Armando Garcia and Jose Arm, 3 and 4 in the lineup. Due up next. Here comes a 1-2 pitch. Fastball low for ball 2. Of course, Carson Phillips behind the plate for the Eagles in this one. Mentioned Kestner at first, Taylor second, and Granillo at third. The shortstop is Duncan. Of course, he had some basketball time as well. Here comes a 2-2 pitch. Curveball. This is going towards left, a little bit more inside, and going toward the fence, and it is over. So he had one foul just before that, but a home run now for Salomon Garcia. And already a score on the board for the visiting Eagles from Rose of Sharon, El Paso. As he gets a little hand slap there from his coach at third base, seeing his pearly whites as he runs down the third baseline and scores. So 1-0 here in the first. One down, though. The Eagles did strike out Yanoa, did Brister, and now third in the order, Armando Garcia. He's batting .436 this season. Takes the fastball, clips the outside corner from Brister for the strike. Justice Hat gets back into the box. He does have 4 doubles and 3 triples. 1 home run to his name. Curve inside, hit hard to short. Saved by Duncan and throws a bouncer to first. 1 bounce into the glove of Kestner for the out. And that will be out number 2 for the Hobbs Eagles defense. So 2 down now for El Paso Rose of Sharon on the ground to short. And that'll bring up fourth in the order the cleanup man, Jose Arm, the DH. Arm batting .419 with 18 RBIs, just like Garcia. Curveball inside. This is going to get through the short gap. Rolls out to left field. Going to be scooped up by Greben. Trying to chase it that time for the Eagles was the shortstop, Duncan. He went from right to left, but unfortunately got out closer to the third base than he wanted it to, and now they'll have one runner at first after the single for Arm. So 2 hits now for Rose of Sharon. That brings up number 5 in the order, Abram Ramirez. They must have moved some guys up into their roster for this game because they don't appear on their original statistics here. Fastball down the middle for the strike to Ramirez. Rose of Sharon has 11 seniors and 4 juniors. That's all the classmen they've got, 15 players on the squad. Eagles with 9 seniors, 3 juniors, a sophomore, and 2 freshmen. 0-1 count now to Ramirez. 5th batter faced by Chase Brister. Lead off at first now for Arm. A little bit more of a delay now as Brister gets a call he wants from behind the plate. A little bit of adjustment here. Throws a fastball low. Bounces off the shin protector there. Chased down by the Hobbs Eagle catcher Phillips to keep it from going wild. And kind of playing a little gamesmanship there. Seeing if the first base runner is going to leave the base too quickly there. Arm, but he does get back in time. Evens up the count at 1-1 now. Quick check for Brister back at first. Turns and fires a fastball outside. Good save backhand there for Phillips to keep it in play. 2-1 count now off the ball. Dominguez, Rodriguez, Morales, and Hippolito. The last 4 in the order for Rose of Sharon. Here comes a 2-1 pitch from Brister. Fastball, check swing. They'll get the strike on that one. Ramirez did advance a little bit on that one for the count to 2-2. 1-0 here in the top of the first. We have 2 games of the doubleheader. And then we'll have Roswell with a single game on the road on Tuesday. District playing singles home and away. 2-2 pitch. Curveball high. Kicks the top of the base for the out. Boy, Ramirez kind of slamming the bat after that one. So 2 Ks distributed by Chase Brister. Does give up 1 run on 2 hits. 1-0, the top of the first. Go to the bottom as your Hobbs Eagles come to the plate live on the HobbsAmerica.com YouTube and the Cool 95.7 Facebook page. We're back live at Sportsman's Park. Your Hobbs Eagles hosting Rose of Sharon at El Paso. Second time they played the squad this season. Have a third in the second game of the doubleheader. In case you just joined us, Solomon Garcia hit a home run for Rose of Sharon and a single by Jose Arm. They did leave 1 on base. 2 strikeouts off the pitching of Chase Brister. And the pitcher for Rose of Sharon is John Martinez. 4-0 record so far, no blemishes yet. 3.16 ERA, his 5th appearance of the season. And taking a look at the defense for Rose of Sharon, Ramirez at first, Hippolito second, Rodriguez at third. At the shortstop will be Morales. Garcia, Dominguez, and Yanoa left through right in the outfield. Garcia is the catcher. If you're looking on YouTube right now, which most everybody is, we're not on the radio, of course. The black uniforms, white numbers for the team on the mound right now, El Paso. Hobbs Eagles will have a little bit more gold you'll see here in just a minute. At the plate, starting off for the Eagles, will be Jaden Taylor, the second baseman. Hobbs comes in batting .313 this season, 8-10 record, of course. Taylor steps into the box. Taylor batting .367 this season. 18 hits on non-RBIs, 4 doubles, 2 triples. Takes the first fastball on the strike in the glove of Garcia. Curtis, Souter, and Kestner, 2 through 4 in the order for the Eagles. Curveball inside, swing and a miss for Taylor. Count goes to 0-2. Of course, the Eagles got the bats working hard against Artesia, the first game of their doubleheader about 10 days ago, winning big in that one. Double-digit hits in the game. 0-2 pitch, curve outside, about ankle high for a ball. Good eye there for Taylor. Taylor had 3 for 5 hitting against Artesia, tripled, 2 RBIs and 2 runs scored in that 2-game set. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball bounces off the plate into the knees of the catcher Garcia for the ball. Count now to 2-2 for Taylor. Wind up at the throw. Fastball outside, swing and a miss. And that'll be strikeout for Taylor. So 1 down now. Next in the order for the Eagles, John Curtis, the center fielder. Curtis comes in batting .214. Got 9 hits this season, 11 RBIs, 2 doubles, and a home run. One of 9 home runs the Eagles have had this season. Here's the windup in the throw. The show and bunt look here. Ball just barely outside for the ball. So coach looking here for a chance to get some base runners for this first inning. Down 1-0 with 1 down. Here's the windup in the throw. Fastball bounces off the plate, trampolines into the backstop for the ball. 2-0 count now, good eye for Curtis. Curtis 4 for 6 against Artesia. The best numbers for the squad offensively. A double, home run, 2 runs, and 6 RBIs. Curveball inside. Slaps it hard to towards second to Hippolito. Fires a low one to first. Scooped up by Ramirez for out number 2. So that one off a 4-3 off the grounder. And that's 2 down for the Eagles. Trying to get some base runners here. Jackson Souders up now, the DH. He's batting .152, has 5 hits this season, 6 RBIs, and 2 doubles. Has hit a homer as well. One of the 9 seniors for the Hobbs squad this year, and a batting a lefty as well. Curveball inside, swing and a miss for Souter. Again, Martinez 4-0 this season for Rose of Sharon. A lot of miles that they put traveling around New Mexico and Arizona. Curveball hits down low. Almost hit the ankle of Souter, able to get away from it to the ball call. They played in the Carlsbad tournament, played in the Southwest Classic in Roswell too, so they spent a lot of time in the Zia State. Here's a 1-1 pitch, slowing up a little bit, curve outside for ball 2. Count to 2-1. Cole Kester, the cleanup man, due in next. I'd like to see him put one over the field fence there, just like we saw from Rose of Sharon at the top of the first inning. 2 balls and a strike. Fastball low for ball 3. So Suter getting ahead of the count now against the pitching of Martinez. Winds about 10-15 miles per hour here, overcast skies. Chance of rain later today, hopefully after the games are completed. Here comes a 3-1. Curveball comes inside. Ooh, they just said barely clipped the inside corner of the plate for ball 2. Full count now to Souter, trying to get himself on base. And wait for that big bat from Kestner. Martinez takes a little bit of time now to get the call he wants from Garcia. Curveball inside, yanked out towards right field. Should take a bounce and a couple and rolls out to right field. Scooped up by Yanoa, but a single for Souter to get a base runner for the Eagles. Tying run at first is Souter, and now it's time for Cole Kester to step up. Cole Kestner batting .365, leads the team with RBIs with 19. Definitely like to get one here. 4 doubles, a single, and leads the team with homers with 4 out of 9. Of course, Cole had 2 HRs against Artesia in game 1 of the doubleheader 10 days ago. Martinez goes on outside pitch and drops to the turf. Catcher looking back, looking at both umpires to see if the ball was in play there, and they're both going to say, nope, we're going to have a repitch here. 1 ball, no strike now to Kestner. 4th in the order, the cleanup man. Cope Greben due in next. Hopefully with the 2 outs can still get to the plate. Martinez says yes to the call, throws another one low, gets through the legs of Garcia. That's going to roll to the backstop and be an extra base for Souter. He'll be at second now, knocking at the door for the Eagles. Still down 1-0 here in the bottom of the first. Getting off the base now at second is Souter. Big lead off there. Take a quick peek as Martinez turns and fires a high one, but saved, getting his arm up in the air to keep it down as Garcia for the ball. 3-0 count. Kestner getting himself a chance to get that freebie if he decides to take a pitch here. But he definitely's got the power to get this thing in play to move the runner around Souter to tie it up. Martinez peeks back at second a couple of times. Turns and fires. Fastball. Gets a good crack at it. Does Kestner. Is going to take a curve out towards the dugout near the coach's box and coming out to make the catch over the shoulder. And that'll be out number 3 as Ramirez is a nice acrobatic move to make the play. Unfortunately, that'll be a fly out for Kestner. So the Hobbs Eagles do manage one hit, leave one on base, no runs scored. We'll come to the top of the second. It's still Rose of Sharon 1, your Hobbs Eagles nothing. We'll be back in 60 seconds on the Hobbs Eagle Network. We're back at Sportsman's Park here in Hobbs. Your Hobbs Eagles hosting a doubleheader with Rose of Sharon from El Paso. Last time they played, 4-3 win for Rose of Sharon in Carlsbad's tournament. Hobbs in that game batted 8 for 28, 286, and Rose of Sharon was 8 of 25 for 320. So kind of beat Hobbs in the numbers there and a one-run win, but Hobbs hanging with them through much of the game. In fact, it was tied 3-3 at the end of 6. Rose of Sharon got a score in the 7th to get the victory. Both teams with 8 hits in that contest. So they were swinging the bats. Both teams are the Eagles, by the way, just to remind you that, in case I bobble it up here a few times. 5th in the order for Rose of Sharon, Jesus Dominguez, the center fielder. Chase Brister, the pitcher for the Eagles. Get Hobbs 8-10 on the season. Could be 500 by the time this afternoon is done. And Rose of Sharon working on that 21-2-1 record. They are a private school out of El Paso. Play a lot of El Paso squads and around the region as well. No real district for them, though. So Dominguez at the plate. Brister will fire the fastball, a little inside for a ball. Dominguez batting .227 this season with 5 hits, 5 RBIs. No multi-base hits, though, all singles. Brister comes back hard with a fastball high and outside for ball 2. So Dominguez up 2-0 on the count. He is 6th in the order. Rodriguez, Morales, and Hippolito, 7 through 9. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Fastball right down the pike for the strike. Holding on it was Dominguez. Count goes to 2-1. Rose of Sharon been a baseball club for about 3 years. Curving inside for strike action there. Count to 2-2 now, even up against Dominguez. Two balls and 2 strikes to Jesus Dominguez. Brister not taking a lot of time on the next pitch. Curving inside, swinging a miss, and getting off step was Dominguez. Spun around about 180 as he came across in front of the plate. No contact, and that'll be the 3rd K issued to Rose of Sharon here, 1st and 2nd inning combined. Kevin Rodriguez now the 3rd baseman, 7th in the order for Rose of Sharon. Rodriguez went 0 for 2 last time they played in Carlsbad. Batting .263. Fastball, middle of the bat. It's a slow one, takes a bounce. It'll be picked up by Utahara out at right for the Eagles, but it'll be a single for Rodriguez. Third hit of the game for Rose of Sharon. They've had a homer and 2 singles now. That'll bring up their 8th man in the order, Derek Morales, the shortstop. So runner at first. 2 teams wearing black in this one, too. I'm kind of surprised they allowed that, but maybe there was a uniform issue on the road. Throw to first. It goes off the back of the leg of the runner, and he was going to take off to second, but having to chase it down the first baseline into the outfield for Hobbs was Kessner, and he's able to track it down in time. Runner thought about continuing. His coach pulls him back there. That was a smart move. I think Kessner would have been able to throw him out. He would have been off balance, though, as kind of juggling up down that first base line. Brister throws the fastball outside for ball 1. Still 1-0 here in the top of the first. Slated for 2 games here at Sportsman's Park. Temperature in the low 70s today here. Hopefully avoiding the rain. Brister taking a lot more time before unloading. A steal on the way. It's the throw in time, but it took a little bit of a whip as it hit in front of the base there. Good snag for Taylor to bring it down, but not in time. That will be a steal for Rodriguez. He's at second now for Rose of Sharon. The count 0-1 to Derek Morales, the shortstop. Brister with the windup and the throw. Fastball clips the outside corner for strike 2, 1-2 count. Don't have any numbers on Morales. Wasn't in their season stats at this point. I'm not sure if he's new to the squad or hasn't been to the plate before, but he's up now and trying to get some more base runners with a 1-0 lead. 1 down, runner at second. Coming off the rubber and potentially throwing it to second, but holding on to it was Brister. Decided not to throw it. His baseman not quite there in time to make the throw to Taylor. Curveball inside. This is going to be whacked out towards foul territory, towards the Hobbs Eagle dugout, and slides down the wall. Count goes to 1-2 now to Morales. Hippolito will be last in the order for Rose of Sharon. Brister turns and fires. Curveball off the end of the bat and sails over the top of the press box here out of play towards the softball field. Staying alive is Morales. 1-2 count. Eagles left fielder Greben moving in a little bit now, adjusting to that first contact he made towards the Hobbs Eagle dugout. Brister takes a peek at second to check the runner. Rodriguez taking a lot of time. Curve it inside, golf swing, another foul. One on the ground towards that side fence again, towards the Hobbs Eagle dugout. Coach Bowman, the pitching coach, going to chase that one down. Count stays at 1-2. So Morales making contact, a little low on the swings though, and that's kind of the junk that I think Brister is trying to throw him there to keep that at least in play if he does make contact. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Hippolito, as I mentioned, up next. Fastball inside. This will be hit out towards left with a hard bounce. Good hop in the air for Greben to pull it down. Runner's going to be sent home. The throw to home. It might be a tag in time, and yes, it is. The out. Great throw from Greben coming in from left field off a hard bounce. Almost went over his glove in the air. And the tag is made at home. Great job to step up. Phillips the man to make the swat at the runner. And that will send Rodriguez to the dugout. That'll go down as a double, though, for Morales. And the 4th hit of the game for Rose of Sharon, but keeps a runner from coming across. 2 down now. Still a runner at second. That is Morales. And Hippolito, the second baseman, up. He did not get to the plate against Hobbs in that game in Carlsbad. Curveball inside. Ooh, barely clips the outside corner. Kind of a low pitch, but it dropped down as it came across. Hippolito with no stats that we've gotten so far on the Max Prep posting. 0-1 count now to Hippolito. Bottom of the order for Rose of Sharon, who leads 1-0. 2 down. Brister goes with the fastball, low and outside for ball one. Count to 1-1. They'll go to the top of the order after this. Yanoa, Garcia, and the other Garcia, Salomon and Armando. Of course, Solomon hit the home run. He was the second at bat in the first inning. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Brister. Fastball hits the plate and rolls to the backstop. That'll be sending the runner to third on a wild pitch. Trying to chase it down there, Phillips. Not much he could have done about that one. And now the runner knocking at the door is Morales. Try to extend the lead here. Hobbs just needs one out, though, to get out of that. Morales clapping his hands, trying to get his teammate Hippolito to make some contact here. 2 balls and a strike now to the second baseman. Brister comes with a fastball, gets a piece of it, goes high up in the air, is going to sail out towards left center, and come over to make the catch one-handed is Curtis, the center fielder, as he gets out number 3. Good wheels to get over there as he was heading towards left. Of course, a little bit of wind out there today, too. You have to adjust a little bit, but the out catch is made. 2 hits, no runs come across, 1 left on base for Rose of Sharon. We go to the bottom of the second. Hobbs still trailing 1-0, but the bats are coming to the plate next. Welcome back to Sportsman Park. Ty Friend here with you. Hobbs Eagle Baseball on a Saturday doubleheader. Taking on Rose of Sharon, El Paso, private school. And doing pretty well, I mean, throughout the couple states that they play in. They don't have a district, so they're just randomly taking on teams in New Mexico, Arizona, Texas, tournaments. Definitely got a top-heavy senior squad as well for this ball club. We are in the bottom of the second. Hobbs Eagles at the plate. Cope Greben getting his first chance to swing the bat. Left fielder, of course, for Hobbs. So we get his first chance to get some stats here. He's batting .333 this season. Takes a fastball on pitch number 2. Evens up the count at 1-1. 8 hits, 5 RBIs, 2 doubles, and a home run for Greben, the sophomore. One of the few youngsters on this team this year. 1 ball and 1 strike off the pitch coming from Martinez. Curveball floats across the plate for the strike as Greben held on that one. Count goes to 1-2. Hobbs trailing 1-0 here in the bottom of the second. Martinez gets the pitch call that he wants. Big spread for the catcher behind the plate. Garcia got his legs sprawled out there. Ball goes low for ball 2. Count to 2-2. Greben takes a look over at his coach Boyle there on the third base coach's box, backed up way behind it, more closer to the dugout. Maybe he's going to do a yanker down that third base line. We'll see here. 2-2 pitch, high one, and it'll be ball 3. Full count now to Greben. He is 5th in the order for the Eagles. Duncan and Granillo up next for Hobbs. Three balls and 2 strikes to Greben as he gets a few practice swings in before the pitch from Martinez. Fastball, kind of fly swats at it, ricochets and hits the turf, and then I think it also hit the left ankle there of Garcia, the catcher, as he is trying to shake it off right now. Not a fun feeling there. Even though you got those pads, that's sometimes that flap on that ankle flips up and the ball gets right underneath there, and nice bone blow. Full count still to Greben. Shrugs his shoulders a little bit and gets himself worked up for the next pitch coming from Martinez. Hobbs trailing 1-0. They did leave one on base with a single from Sauter in the last at-bat. Curveball inside and swats it hard towards the Hobbs Eagle dugout. And, well, that could have taken off a few heads there. Good contact for Greben. Just needs to straighten it out just a bit. Like to head out towards his position on defense out there in left field if he can straighten that out. Curveball, and he lunges out towards it, gets some air underneath it, going towards short by the back pedal as Morales makes the catch, and he had to really get those legs spread back quickly there to make the catch over the shoulder as he backpedaled towards left field. Kind of a blooper for Griebman. Got it off the end of the bat that time, but out number one for the Eagles. Braden Duncan now the shortstop. He is sixth in the order for the Eagles. Excuse me. Sorry out there, Dunlap. My bad. I'm hearing the mothers out here. I knew I was going to screw it up. I'm looking at buttons that they're wearing, and I'm jacking up the names anyway. Curveball inside. High fly ball towards second, a little bit right of the second base. A one-hand catch pulled down by Hippolito for the out number two. I should know Dunlap from basketball. Boy, I'm screwing that up bad. Of course, 6'2", 160, freshman. Third one in the order for this inning, at least, Ryan Granillo up, the third baseman. As he waggles the bat here, waiting for the pitch from Martinez. Curveball, swing and a miss as he comes across the plate, trying to get his footing reestablished there and stepped across for the strike. Martinez, a little hesitation before throwing the next one. Slows it up as it comes across. A little check swing off the handle there for Granillo. It goes over the top of the backstop, out of play. Staying alive, though, with an 0-2 count. Udahara and Phillips, 8th and 9th in the order for the Eagles to follow, with two down, though. Two flyouts so far for Hobbs in this second inning, shortstop and second base. Hobbs trying to get a base runner here with a 1-0 deficit here in the bottom of the second. Here comes the pitch, high one, and over the head of the catcher. Luckily, no base runners for Rose of Sharon. And Garcia did not have a ladder to jump up on there as it sailed to the backstop, out of play. Wild pitch coming from Martinez, count to 1-2. Long delay from the pitch from Martinez. Still waiting to get the call he wants. Turns and fires a curve inside, takes a bounce, and that will be a ball. Count goes full to 3-2. Granillo with no stats in the books so far for Hobbs that I've got it hold of here. Here comes a 2-2 pitch now from Martinez. Fastball outside and low. Well, that's the full count now. That was ball three. Good eye there for Granillo now. Trying to get a base runner here for the Eagles. Martinez quickly now with the delivery. Fastball high for ball four. So the walk issue to Granillo. That'll be the first walk for Hobbs in this one. Runner at first now. Hobbs been on base twice, a single from Souter, and Granillo now with the walk. But Alan Udahara now, the right fielder, wants to extend that bat for the Eagles. He's batting 100 this season on 1 hit, 2 RBIs. The senior. Martinez takes a few peeks down to his catcher, gets the call he wants. Fastball down the middle and holding on to Udahara for the strike. Carson Phillips will be the last man up for the Eagles. Hopefully if we can extend this bottom of the second with 2 down. Turns and fires a fastball low and outside for the ball. Almost got away from Garcia behind the plate there. And he really dig down into that field turf. Count goes to 1-1. Little lead off at first there for Granillo after the walk. Pitch fastball down the middle. Strike on that one. Udahara was thinking about it. Flinched a little bit across the plate and pulled the bat back. So had to wait for the ump call on that one. 1 ball and 2 strikes with 2 down. Alan Udahara for the Eagles. Trying to extend the runner. Granillo to second. Throw to first. Not in time. Getting back quickly. Granillo there to keep himself at the base. Lays the bat down on his right shoulder here. Now bringing it back up here for the pitch. A little late swing comes off the handle and rolls the right backstop out of play for the foul. Catcher really wasn't sure where the ball was as he continued to look around and They had to track it down from the dugout. So Udahara still staying alive at the plate. Home run here would be a 2-1 lead for the Eagles, but he just wants to get on base at this point. Curveball, swing and a miss, and that'll be out number 3 on the strikeouts. So that's the second K issued by Martinez. Hobbs getting no hits, 2 flyouts, a walk, and a strikeout. Leave 1 on base. We go to the top of the third. Still 1-0. Rose of Sharon out of El Paso here at Sportsman's Park. We'll be back in 60 seconds on the Hobbs Eagle Network. We head to the top of the third inning here at Sportsman's Park as the Hobbs Eagles trail Rose of Sharon, a team out of El Paso, 1-0. Eagles so far have had 1 hit. That was a single by Souter, 1 walk for Granillo. They've left 2 on base so far. On the other side of the coin, it was Rose of Sharon with 4 hits, have not been walked yet. They have been struck out 3 times and been left on base 2 runners. 1-0 again, coming in the first inning, no scoring in the second. Starting off for Rose of Sharon, they'll be at the bottom of the order, or correction, top of the order. Yanao will be up, the right fielder. He struck out in the first inning, 1 of 2 Ks issued by Hobbs pitcher Chase Brister. Of course, Salomon Garcia, who comes up next, second in the order, he hit a home run to get the only run of the game for Rose of Sharon. So here we go for inning number 3. We're slated for 7 in game 1. Doubleheader today. Brister with the windup and the throw. Fastball clips the outside corner for the strike. Count to 0-1. Home run for Garcia, a single for Arm, single for Rodriguez, and a double for Morales so far for the Rose of Sharon Eagles. They do share the Hobbs logo. A little different coloring though. 0-1 pitch inside. And getting a piece of it, as you know, but also bounces it off his own hip. Not hit by the pitch, hit by his own ricochet there. Count goes to 0-2 off the foul. You can hear that ball on skin that time. No pad on that side hip, like in football. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Curve it inside, swing, and looks like a miss. Thought he might have got a piece of it. Went right in the glove, though, of Phillips for out number 1. So 2 strikeouts on Yanoa so far from Brister. And that'll be K number 4 for Chase. Second in the order, Salomon Garcia. Got to watch that left field. That's where he likes to yank it for the homer that he got back in the first. Hit a foul ball on just outside the left field post before. Fastball up high, a little flinch by Garcia. They get a strike call on that one. But the second time he hit it out there, went over the fence towards the light pole, about halfway between left and center field. Nothing that Greben could have done about that one. Fastball down the middle, barely hits the bottom of the strike zone there for strike 2. So digging out of a hole will have to be Salomon Garcia. But he has been hitting on late pitches here. Brister taking a little bit more time to make sure he gets what he wants here. Fastball high for ball 1. Good eye for Garcia. That earlier hit, I believe, was his first home run of the season. They have 6 as a team. Here comes the windup from Brister. Curveball inside, a little junk. It does hit the bat, rolls behind the plate. Trying to save it as Phillips, but not in time. The umpire says it is a playable ball, and I think it might have twisted up the ankle there of Phillips. Like he's limping on that left leg at this, or left foot at this point. So a dropped strike there will make a runner at first. So Garcia's the one at first now. He's been on twice so far in this game. One down, and brings up Armando Garcia, third in the order. He's 0 for 1, ground to short to Dunlap back in the first inning. Not Duncan, Dunlap. Curveball comes down the middle, and the steal anyway, though, by Garcia to get to second. And he puts both of his arms up in the air for time here as he slid in. No dirt out on that area, but I think he landed on his left elbow. He looks like he's kind of flinching a little bit and also shaking his right hand. Curveball inside, ricocheting off the pads of Phillips, and that's going to roll out to the left backstop for wild pitch, and that will get the runner to third now. So Garcia advancing on a steal, then a pitch that went off the low pads there of Phillips. So he's knocking on the door with a 1-0 lead, 1 out, and Garcia still at the plate. Brister fires a fastball. This is going to be hit out towards left. It's going to take a shallow hop down the third field line, and that will be an RBI single, and jumping high in the air and down on the home plate is Garcia. A little bit overdoing it that time, but an RBI single for Garcia. So the two Garcias back-to-back in the order. Solomon, who just scored, and Armando Garcia, the RBI single. That'll make it 2-0 for Rose of Sharon here in the top of the third with 1 out. Runner at first after the single by Garcia, Jose Arm. He hit a single back in the first. One of 2 hits for Rose of Sharon in that inning. Brister fires a throw over to first, snagged by Kestner, but not in time for the tag. Or Garcia gets back in time. Last time these two teams played, Rose was up 1-0 in the first. Hobbs scored in the third to tie it up. Curveball inside. Got the batter swinging around there. Arm. Count now 1-0. Not sure if he got hit by the ball or what he was doing, but he was trying to shake off something there. Waggling the bat behind his right ear now is waiting for the next pitch from Brister. Big lead off at first by Garcia. Turns and throws a fastball. It's going to be a bouncer to short. Dunlap gets it, fires it to first, and gets it there well in time to Kestner. What a nice throw right in the glove. No movement off the bag there for Kestner. Just stretched and got the catch he needed to get the out. Put out there by Dunlap. So ground to short will be out number 2. Runner did advance to second. It was a decision by Dunlap to get the throw instead of taking a risk at throwing it to second on a bobble there. So good idea for out number 2. That brings up Ramirez. Abram Ramirez struck out for the last out of the first. Brister fires a fastball, clips the outside corner for the strike. And boy, real fast run down that line there for Garcia. He wanted to get to third, but he had to get back quick off the strike call. No balls and a strike to Ramirez. He's 1 of 4 Ks so far in this game. A low one. Submarine pitch there coming from Brister. He does swing on over the top for the strike. He wanted to have that one back as he looks over to the coach's box. Coach Gonzalez there at the third base side of the field. No balls and 2 strikes. Brister comes back. Inside curve is going to be a slap towards short. Dunlap turns and fires again to first. And this time a little lower, but he gets it right where he needs it in the glove of Kestner on the 6-3 for out number 3. The ground out to short twice in a row. Arm and Ramirez going to Dunlap. Although Rose does get a RBI single from Garcia to score a run. 1 runner left on, and now 2-0. Rose leads going to the bottom of the third. Your Hobbs Eagle Bats coming up next on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Time for some Hobbs Eagle baseball and offense at the plate now for the Eagles, trailing 2-0 here in the bottom of the third. We are slated for 7 at Sportsman's Park. Hobbs taking on Rose of Sharon, private school out of El Paso. They won the first game back against at Carlsbad's Invitational in March, 4-3 over the Eagles. So payback time for Hobbs. Bottom of the order, Carson Phillips, the catcher. Curveball hits him right in the temple on the helmet, and the catcher going down too. Wow. I thought Phillips was going to get the worst of it there, but it must have been maybe it was it the catcher that got hit instead? It looked like it hit Phillips first. It had to have hit Phillips because he's getting the freebie to first, but it must have ricocheted off the catcher as well, Garcia. 1-2 punch on that pitch, and he's holding his left ear right now, or face at least. Boy, ugly one there. So hit by a pitch for Phillips. Looks like the team coming out to make sure he's okay. Hobbs staff as well to check him out. Just going to get ready to mention, didn't even get a chance to say Phillips' numbers. He's 282 on the season with 11 hits, 3 RBIs, and a triple. The junior for the Eagles. So they're taking some time to make sure their catcher's okay. I believe he's going to stay in the ball game. Yeah, wicked hit. It hit the helmet, it looked like, of Phillips first, and the catcher jumped up right into space there. I guess it must have hit him, but I thought the velocity would have got most of Phillips that time. But regardless, catcher's the one that went down to the ground. So Phillips will get the freebie there to first, hit by pitch. And we go to the top of the order for the Eagles. Jaden Taylor struck out back in the first inning. They've had 2 Ks so far in this ball game. Hobbs' single hit has become from Jackson Souter. The DH had a single. He's coming up in the 3rd slot. But Taylor and Curtis before him. Hobbs down 2-0 here. Bottom of the 3rd. Get close to halfway done of the first game. Sliding right is the catcher, Garcia. Martinez throws it out to him on the fastball and does get where he wants it on that corner for the strike. The hold by Taylor on that one as he looks back to Coach Boyle, who's giving him some wavy signals on that third base coach's box. Time called, shoe tying time there, as Martinez will go behind the rubber and take care of his duties on that right foot. Back to live action now as Taylor steps back in the box. Runner at first. Phillips after being hit by a pitch. Martinez turns and fires, fastball. Just barely outside. You can see the little movement of the glove there by Garcia to try to get that ump to bite on that one, but he did not. Ball 1, 1-1 count. Nice cool day for baseball. A little bit of wind here at Sportsman's Park. Not affecting the game too much, though. The 1-1 pitch coming from Martinez. Fires a fastball, hit hard towards short. Morales will scoop it and throw to first, and that will be a connect for the out off the 6-3. Good stretch there by the first baseman, Ramirez. So the ground is short for Taylor. That'll be out number 1. That did extend the runner Phillips to second. So Hobbs definitely wants to try to get back some runs, down 2-0. The lefty John Curtis up now. He ground to first back in the first inning. One down here in the bottom of the 3rd. Martinez comes curve inside off the end of the bat. Going to take a roll towards the Hobbs Eagle dugout side. And Jackson Souter, the one to scoop it up, to give it back to the umpire. He's in the batting circle coming up next. Martinez takes a peek back at the runner at second, Phillips. Decides not to throw it there. Curveball off the end of the bat again. This is going to roll towards short. Morales scoops, takes a few steps and throws a big stretch at first as Ramirez comes up with a catch. And just kind of waiting to see if Phillips was going to continue to run down that third baseline, but he holds up. So the ground is short on that one as well, and now 2 down for the Eagles. Trying to punch in Phillips if they can to get their first run of the ball game are the Eagles. And a timeout here is the oh, no, actually, they did get him in the box. Souter is at the box now, another lefty for the Eagles. I saw a bunch of players kind of converging there in the circle area, but not sure what they were talking about. But here comes Souter. Just needs a single to score. His teammate Phillips at third. Martinez with a curveball outside, swing and a miss for Souter. He is the DH in this game. Does have 6 RBIs this season. Would like to make it 7 here. Little delay now for Martinez. Did see some lightning in the background here. Curveball off the end of the bat. Takes a bounce towards first. A scoop, and they're going to throw it back to the second baseman who bobbles it at the first. He was covering the bag. As trying to get over there, Hippolito, a throw from Ramirez. Ramirez was the first baseman. He came into the infield and threw it back to the second baseman covering first, but it was behind him. That will score a run. So a miscue there will score Phillips, and a 2-1 ball game. Hobbs down by 1. So runner at first, off an error there, fielding error. Cole Kestner now, cleanup man, flew out to first. They've had the final out of the first inning. Of course, he can put the thing over the wall at any location that he wants. Fastball, swing and a miss for strike 1. Kestner has 4 home runs this season and 19 RBIs. Make it number 20 here if he can put it over the fence and bring in Souter. Catcher moves a little bit to the right. Here's the windup of the throw for Martinez. A little slow one on the curve there. Goes outside and drops for the ball. Count evens up at 1-1. Kestner 4th in the order. Cope Greben coming up next. Martinez takes a quick look over to first, checking the runner. Takes a nod on the pitch call here. Fastball off the end of the bat. It's going to sail towards foul territory on the right side. Takes a bounce near the sidewall and then goes over the wall, over towards the workout cages. Out of play, so the foul. If it bounces over the regular outfield fence, you got a ground rule double, but unfortunately that was in foul territory near the Rose of Sharon dugout. 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Kestner with 2 down. Runner at first is Souter. Martinez takes a deep breath on the mound, turns and fires. Curveball inside, swing and a miss. It gets past the catcher, but he tags out on the final strikeout of the inning. And that will sit down Kestner, unfortunately, and in the third. Hobbs is knocking at the door, and they did get a run to come across to get the lead down to 1. So they did not get a hit in that inning, but did get one to come across on an error, and that score was put in by Phillips. So Hobbs does leave 1 on base, no hits, 1 run scores. It's 2-1 as we head to the top of the 4th, more than halfway through the first game of the doubleheader. Hobbs trailing Rose of Sharon out of El Paso here at Sportsman's Park back in 60. We return to Sportsman's Park. Your Hobbs Eagles are final games of the regular season before district. A doubleheader against Rose of Sharon, 8-10 on the season. And, of course, Rose of Sharon 21-2-1 coming out of El Paso, Texas. Hobbs Eagles will have Roswell on Tuesday on the road for 1 game. They'll return that favor later on for a single game. They used to have the doubleheader at one place and the single at the other, but the last 2 seasons they have gone to the 1-1 format. And a lot of that has to do with the umpire situation, not enough to cover all the games, including JV on the same day. Chase Brister still on the mound for the Eagles, heading into his 4th inning of work. Fastball hits low on the first pitch, and boy, they went ahead and let that throw with the coach still going across towards his third base box, walking up the third base line. The umpire kind of took a quick glance over there and said, whoops, I think we should have waited just a few more seconds. He was taking his time, though. 1-0 count, fastball, hit hard towards short. Dunlap will go to get scooped, sidewinder, throw to first, and gets it there to Kestner. He's had 3 of those nice throws to take out the runners. So that will be out number one quickly for Jesus Dominguez. Ground to short. And that'll bring up Kevin Rodriguez, the third baseman. He singled back in the second and stole a base as well. Did not score, though. He's got his body faced out towards the pitcher there. Kind of a weird stance. Now he turns toward the base at the last minute and takes a curveball inside for ball one. Yeah, he'll face that pitcher with his chest out towards the pitching mound for quite a few seconds, at least on the first one. Looks like he's going to go, nope, he is going to go flatten out against him again. And then he waits right before the pitch and turns toward the base. Here's the pitch, fastball outside for ball two. I don't know if that's just kind of a taunting type thing to get in the head of the pitcher, but Brister's not going to worry about it. Doesn't need to dig out of a 2-out count, though. Down 2-1 here in the top of the fourth. Here's the windup of the throw from Brister. Fastball clips the bottom of the strike zone for the strike. Morales and Hippolito, 8th and 9th in the order. Morales got a double in the second inning. Here's a 2-1 pitch. Fastball clinks off the handle into the backstop for the foul. Gets stuck in the net there. One of the Rose of Sharon players from the dugout going to have to try to scoop that thing out right behind home plate. Even up count at 2-2. Brister not going to waste any time here. Turns and fires a curveball. A wicked one coming towards the brim of the helmet there. Then stays outside. Unfortunately, doesn't get the comeback it needed. Count goes to full, 3-2. Rodriguez kind of shaking his head after that one like, I made a good decision on that. Full count now to Rodriguez. Brister's pitch curve again, and this one's going to drop in for the strike, and starting to drive up or run up the first base line was Rodriguez and looked back at the ump and shook his head no, but it's going to be a yes for the strikeout. That'll be the 5th K issued by Chase Brister here in the first game of the doubleheader. Derek Morales, 8th in the order now for Rose of Sharon. He's the shortstop who hit the double back in the second. They've had 5 hits in this game so far. Takes a fastball down the middle for the strike. They've had 3 singles, a double, and a home run. So they're looking for a triple to get everything covered there, at least in the hitting game. Brister trying to get the 3rd out here. They have not scored. Well, they've scored 1 in the 3rd. Curveball going to be a high fly towards right center. Depends on who's going to make a choice to make the catch. And coming over from the center to the right is Curtis. John Curtis with the catch as he calls off Utahara there at right field. And a nice snag for out number 3, the fly out to right center field. No hits, nobody on the bases, no scores for Rose of Sharon. Eagles got their foot in the door here, down 2-1. Bats are coming up next for your Eagles on the HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and Cool 95.7 Facebook page. Stay with us. Bottom of the 4th inning, your Hobbs Eagle offense at the plate. They trail 2-1 to Rose of Sharon out of El Paso. Got to bring up Cope Greben now. He's a left fielder, flew to short. A little shallow shot there, back in the second for the out, but he's ready to get that bat working now. Martinez still pitching with a curveball coming. This is going to get hit hard, but it'll be foul. It stays on the ground and goes to the corner of the left foul territory. Going over to get it now, Greben from the left field position, and he knew that was definitely going to be out. It was on the ground the whole way. Excuse me, that was Garcia for Rose of Sharon. Greben was the one that hit the ball. 0-1 count. Greben fifth in the order for the Eagles. Curveball outside for ball one. Evens up the count at 1-1. Dunlap, Granillo, Udahara, and Phillips, 6 through 9 in the order for the Eagles. Trying to get a hit on one of those guys at the bottom of the order if possible. Hobbs with only one hit so far, the single from Souter. But they did get a walk from Granillo as well. And we're hit by a pitch on Phillips. Fastball gets low and outside for ball two. 2-1 count now. Good eye for Greben. Martinez taking some time now. The windup and the throw as he bounces it off the plate. Right to his catcher, though. 3-1 count on the ball. Greben has a 44% on-base percentage. Several guys in the 40-plus range there. Here comes a 3-1 pitch from Martinez. Little slow curve outside. That's going to be a walk as Greben will get the freebie. Second walk of the game issued to the Hobbs Eagles. The other one coming from Granillo. And now the Hobbs squad getting Braden Dunlap at the plate. Flew to second back in the second inning. Getting some signals from Coach Boyle there at the third base line in the box. – 2-1 score here in the bottom of the fourth. 7 innings is what we're set for in the game one of the doubleheader. Martinez turns and throws the fastball. Knuckler out across over the head of the second baseman. Hippolito tried to jump, or hop, I should say. Hippolito, hop. But he does get it to drop over the top of him for the single. So Hobbs getting their second hit of the ball game. Runners at first and second after the bat of Dunlap. And now Ryan Granillo going to step up. He's been on base already back in the second with a walk. 1-2 given to the Eagles. Hobbs trying to get people in position to get this lead down 2-1 here in the bottom of the fourth. Got the tying run at second right now. Martinez keeps looking back at second. Turns and fires a fastball low and outside for ball one. Of course, behind the plate, Garcia keeping those runners in check there, deciding if he needs to pop and throw, but nobody covering the bases that time. Time called as Granillo looks over to Coach Boyle. Trying to stay clear of that third base as much as possible. That would be an easy tap out for the out. Curveball goes outside and low for ball two. Staying alive, here's Granillo. If he gets walked, that'll be full bases for the Eagles with no outs. Kind of expect to see a time called here eventually. Coach Gonzalez. This pitcher is starting to let these runners get on board for the Eagles. Good idea for Hobbs, though, to continue to make some contact. Fastball, swing and a miss for Granillo, and he wouldn't have put that one over the outfield fences there. Got to spun around just a bit. Gets himself back in the box now and settled. 2 balls and a strike. Martinez continues to spy back at second to Greben. Greben has to dive down back to the bag as that ball was thrown off a little bit to the right, and saving the wild throwback was Hippolito. Otherwise, that would have gone to the outfield, and Greben would have had a nice chance to get to third. Count to 2-1, no outs here in the bottom of the fourth. Couple looks back at second. Martinez turns and fires a fastball. Late swing off the handle. Going to be a wobbler out towards the Rose of Sharon dugout on the right side. Foul. First baseman heads on over there to help retrieve it. Abram Ramirez, the Good Samaritan Award for the fourth inning. 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Granillo. 7th in the order for the Eagles. Waggling the bat just a little bit here. Fastball off the middle of the bat, going to sail out towards left fly foul territory to the side fence. Bounces over into the bullpen area for the Eagles, out across the top of their dugout zone there, so that will be out of play. Some quick reactions coming from that third baseman, Rodriguez. I thought that thing was going to still be in play, but he just wanted to get the out regardless of where it was. He took off hard. Then I realized, no, that was going to be a quick curve to foul territory, and still went after it. Good effort there by Rodriguez. 2-2 count still. Runners at first and second for the Eagles. They're down 2-1. Curve goes outside, make it a full count now. Good save by Garcia behind the plate, kind of stretching out with the legs there to keep it in play territory for his defense. Big pitch coming here from Martinez. Does not want to get these bases loaded. Few looks back at second, turns and fires. Fastball, knuckler again. A low one, diving catch, then drop by Hippolito at second. Turns and fires to first. I don't think it was there in time. And that will be a single for Granillo. A hard handler there at second. That thing went right to the field turf and looked like he might have got his glove underneath it, but it was such a hard shot. I think it ricocheted out. And that will be a single for Granillo. 2 in a row for the Eagles. Back-to-back hits, Dunlap and Granillo to load the bases. I'm still waiting to see if there'll be a timeout call here. I'm not seeing any movement yet by their coach. So Coach Gonzalez is going to let his pitcher Martinez kind of come out of this slump right here, but Hobbs has got all bases loaded. Taking a lot of time, Martinez. Curveball. And that's going to be a hard shot down the third baseline. They're going to say it went foul right in front of Coach Boyle. Correction at second. They did call an out on that last play on the original play before this. Granillo off the hit. He did get his single, but they're going to call Dunlap out at second. So he did bobble the ball out there. I'm not sure if he must have got a tag at the last second, but it looked like a clear on base to me. But still, we got one down for Hobbs. Runners at first and third. Curveball goes over the head of Udahara. The throw to second anyway for the catcher gets bounced around, and it will not be a pickoff there. Steal converted by Granillo to second. So runners at second and third. One down for the Eagles. They trail 2-1. Again, we thought the bases were going to be loaded, but that second baseman on that previous hit for Hippolito looked like he lost it out of his glove, and maybe they called it a catch, that he had it long enough, but it came out for sure. 0-1 pitch, curveball, going hard to third base on the ground. Rodriguez turns and fires to home. Ball comes off the catcher's glove, and a big collision at home is going right into him was Greben, and will score the run. So Greben gets one on the board for the Eagles and ties it up at 2-2. Also gets a runner to advance to second. Fielder's choice there for Udahara, who does get to second after the extended play. So now 2-2. Here in the bottom of the fourth, we are tied. Hobbs getting both runs, 1 and 3 and 1 and 4 now. And knocking on the door again with one down. Big leadoffs at both bases, second and third. Martinez still on the mound for Rose of Sharon. Curveball outside, a big stretch with the right leg out past the right corner of the bag for the catcher. Not getting the call from the ump, though. Count goes to 1-0. Eagles trying to take the lead for the first time here on the bottom of the fourth. Turning and firing is Martinez. Curveball, middle of the bat coming from Phillips. Sails to right, foul territory in front of the dugout, and making the catch is the first baseman. Almost had a collision with Garcia, the catcher, as pulling it down was Ramirez for out number 2. Fly out in foul territory right side by Phillips. The top of the order now, Jaden Taylor stepping in. He's 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a ground to short, but he's ready for one now. He's got runners at second and third. Still tied at 2-2. Martinez takes a look at both runners on the left side of the field. Turns and fires a fastball on outside for ball one. Big at bat here for Taylor. He does have 9 RBIs this season. Would like to make it double digits with one here. Or a couple if he can get it. Martinez taking his time for the pitch, the windup, and the throw. Curveball, high one, swing and a miss for Taylor. Count goes to 1-1 on the strike. Granillo at third, Udahara at second. The base runners for the Eagles with big leadoffs. Here comes the 1-1 pitch, fastball. Hard to the third base gap out to left field. That will score a run, and maybe 2. They're going to send both runners, and they do score for the Eagles. Coach Boyle getting aggressive on the bases. A 2 RBI single for Taylor. And runs being scored by Granillo and Udahara. So Hobbs picking up 2 runs on top of the one they already had. So 3 have converted so far in the 4th inning, and a 4-2 ball game. Hobbs up by the deuce. Runner at first still after the single by Taylor. John Curtis now. A couple of ground outs so far to first and short. He's one of the lefties. Curving inside. He's going to try to bunt. Comes off the end of the bat and foul, though, behind the home plate. Trying to get another runner to get to that second spot, as Taylor eager to get there, but has to come back after the foul call. Curtis second in the order for Hobbs. 4-2 lead for the Eagles after 3 runs here in the 4th. The 0-1 pitch outside off the end of the bat, going to roll towards second. Hippolito dives on the ground, is not getting there in time as the throw to second is declared safe. And he stays on his knees, does Hippolito. I thought he might be injured, but I think he's not happy about the call or trying to catch his breath either way. So the single by Curtis. Runners at first and second now. Eagles with a bunch of hits coming in this inning. Dunlap, Granillo, Taylor, and Curtis all getting singles. Another lefty stepping in now, Jackson Souter. He started the game with a single. First hit for the Eagles in the first inning. 4-2 game with 2 down. Fastball hits off the plate and off the chest protector of Garcia. Stays in play for the foul. He wanted to make sure that no runners are going to try to advance on that one, and no chance for that one to go wild. Souter 1 for 1 so far with that single. Got on due to an error earlier. Curveball inside, and going to be a ball on that one, a low pitch, down to 2-0 on the count. All the Hobbs runs in the 3rd and 4th inning. 1 in the 3rd, 3 here in the 4th. Leadoffs at first and second for Hobbs. Martinez turns and throws to second, but not going to be there in time. Getting back is Taylor. So 2 balls and no strikes to Jackson Souter. Kestner, the cleanup guy, up next, looking for his first hit of the game. Martinez comes back, curveball high for ball 3. Good eye all 3 times for Souter. He wants to get on base here. Like to load it up for Kestner. Kestner with 19 RBIs this season. Souter has 6 to his name. The 3-0 count now here in the bottom of the 4th. Martinez takes a couple of glances back at second for the runner. Fastball down the middle. Oh, boy, that was close. A little low, though. Came right down the pike, but they give the walk to Souter. So he's been on base all 3 times, actually. One was aided by an error, throwing error. 3rd walk issued by Martinez to the Eagles. And don't see any work in the bullpen yet for Rose of Sharon. They got plenty of players, too. 15 on the roster in this game. So 2 outs for the Eagles. Bases loaded here. Big jam for Martinez. Giving up 3 runs so far here in the 4th and not done yet. Kestner takes the fastball outside and ball 1 on the call. Big sprawl there by Garcia, the catcher. Definitely are trying to pitch that one outside. Of course, he's also Kestner, the leader in home runs for the Eagles with 4. Fastball down the middle. They're going to say outside, actually. A little bit of shift at the last second there. Couldn't see around the catcher, but that'll be ball 2. So good lead here for Kestner. He is the cleanup guy. Greben and Dunlap will like get a chance to help keep the ball in play here in the 4th. We'll see if they can get their opportunity here after the swinging of Kestner. 2-0 pitch. Fastball bounces low and outside for ball 3. A walk would score an RBI as well for Kestner. So he can play with a few pitches here if he likes. Don't think we're going to see a nice, easy, soft fastball coming down the middle here from Martinez. Little curve on it high, and that'll be ball 4. Back-to-back walks issued by Martinez. That's walk number 4. Kestner will get an RBI as he will also score Taylor, who stomps on that home plate. And Hobbs now extends to a 5-2 lead, and that will get the coach out on the field, Coach Gonzalez, for Rose of Sharon. Giving up 4 runs in this 4th inning. Martinez might be on the hook here. We'll wait and see. We'll come back with you on the HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and Hobbs Cool 95.7 Facebook page. We'll see what's going to happen with the pitching change. Timeout is over, and no change on the mound for Rose of Sharon. They'll stick with Martinez. Hobbs has managed a ton of big plays here in this 4th inning. They've converted on 4 hits, scored 4 runs, and now lead 5-2, trailing most of the game, but not as we go through the halfway point. Cope Greben at the plate, takes the fastball down the middle, bounces off the plate and off the chest protector of Garcia, the catcher. Greben is 0 for 1, flew to short and walked. So he's been on 1 of 2 times. Does have bases loaded at this point. So whatever he can do to keep the ball in play would be nice to get another RBI to his name. Line up at the throw for Martinez. Fastball on outside and almost got away from Garcia. Using his pads strategically. Kind of try to place it near the home plate there, even though the pitches might be low, just in case runners get way too far extended on those base paths. Count now to 2-0 to Greben. He is 5th in the order for the Eagles. Dunlap due up next. Fastball barely clips the bottom of the strike zone for strike 1. 2-1 count now to Greben. Five total hits for the Eagles in this one now. Fastball outside for ball 3. Taylor, Curtis, Souter, Dunlap, and Granillo all getting singles up to this point. Of course, Kestner got the RBI walk here in the inning to score a run. Fastball, and it's coming off the handle towards the Hobbs Eagle dugout. Stays on the ground, out of play. Makes the count full now, 3-2. Again, this is the first game of the doubleheader at Sportsman's Park. Got another one about 25 or so minutes after it, the first one. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Little changeup action, comes inside. Looks like it almost hit somebody's knuckles there. The catcher has been hit again. He's been down a couple of times. Didn't quite see where that went, whether he was hit or maybe he just extended his leg a little bit the way he didn't want to. Yep, he's shaking that ankle again. I think they're going to say that was hit by pitch. I guess it did hit the knuckle there of the Hobbs Eagle, so that's another one that gets on base. That was Greben, hit by pitch, and that will make the runners 6-2 after a scored run on a loaded bases situation. That was Curtis to score for Hobbs. 6-2 your score. Fastball comes off the bat and to the middle of the backstop for the foul. That's Braden Dunlap. He's 1 of 2, flew to second and had a single. One of the 5 hits for the Eagles in this game. They've evened up the hit count with Rose of Sharon, 5-5 now. Remember, by the time they played at Carlsbad at the Invitational, both teams had 8 hits apiece in that one. 4-3 win for Rose of Sharon. So Hobbs trying to even up the deal here. If they win this one, then we'll have the rubber match in the second game of the doubleheader. Martinez staying alive. Here's the pitcher. 0-1 count. Fastball outside and low for ball 1. Evens up the count at 1-1. Still loaded bases for the Eagles. Dunlap at the plate. Granillo due up next. He's had a single as well in this inning. 1-1 pitch. High. A little late swing off the end of the bat going foul right behind home plate. Count to 1-2. This is the 11th batter for Hobbs in this 4th inning, so they're taking control of this one offensively. Curveball, little check swing, goes way outside, and almost committing on it was Dunlap. They're going to go ahead and call that a ball. So he kind of dodged one there. Count to 2-2. Big leadoffs all 3 bases. Any bag could be an out here. Fastball gets hit high in the air towards center. It's going to be shallow. And center fielder going to call off everybody. One-hand catch pull down for the Eagles. That's Curtis out deep. Or correction, not Curtis. That's Dominguez out deep for Rose of Sharon for out number 3. So the flyout for Dunlap will finish up the 4th. But the Eagles doing some damage out there as they convert on 4 hits. They score 5 runs. They leave 3 on base, but now lead 6-2 for the first time in this game. The 4th inning, definitely a big positive for the Eagles. We'll come back for the start of the 5th. Rose of Sharon at the plate. Stay with us on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Into the 5th inning now. Your Hobbs Eagles back on defense, but their offensive numbers so far, 5 hits in the contest. They've been walked 4 times, struck out 3, and had 7 left on base. They did have all bases covered there in the last bit of that 4th inning, but a very productive 4th as they got a big 5 runs on the board and those 4 hits to go along with it. So Hobbs up 6-2. Rose of Sharon been having a little bit of a drought in hitting. They did have 5 up until the 4th inning. They went 0 for 3 at the plate, and now the lead has been taken away from them. They have 5 hits total, though, in this ball game. They've also have 5 strikeouts, have not yet walked in the contest, and have left 3 on base. So Hobbs taking the advantage of that 4th inning, but now at the top of the 5th. Yadier Hippolito, the last in the order for Rose of Sharon. Takes a curveball inside and jacks it high over the backstop, out of play towards the JV field on the right. He flew to left center field for an out back in the end of the 2nd inning. Yanoa and Garcia will start the order here after Hippolito. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's a low one, fastball for ball 1. Chase Brister still on the mound for the Eagles. From the start, struck out 5 so far, as we mentioned, giving up 5 hits. Here comes the 1-1 from Brister. Curveball right down the pike for the strike. Count goes to 1-2. Yanoa will start it off here at the top of the order, but he's struck out twice so far. Here's a 1-2 down low and hits the base hard, ricochets, and gets dropped over to the right backstop netting, out of play. Count evens up at 2-2. Don't forget, we'll be on the road Tuesday to start district in Roswell, 4:45 pregame. First pitch at 5 o'clock. 2-2 pitch inside and light swing. This one going to the other dugout on the Hobbs left side. Almost took off the pitching coach's head, but Coach Bowman out there. Count the 2-2. This Rose team did play Roswell earlier this season. Fastball, and it's going to be fouled out high toward, not fouled, but fair ball, high in the air, and it'll be caught out in right field, making the slide over Utahara for the first out on the fly. So out number 1 after Yadier Hippolito hits it over to Utahara in right. Top of the order, as we mentioned, 0 for 2 on 2 Ks. He's got 2 of the 5 Ks issued by Chase Brister in this one for Hobbs. Trying to get something started, at least a base runner for the Rose of Sharon Eagles. High fastball pulled down by Phillips, but for a ball. They have not had a hit since the 3rd inning. That's where they had 3 of their hits. Curveball inside, check swing, and it'll come off the bat of Yanoa. Back over to Hobbs Eagle left foul territory in the dugout area. A lot of ground outs since that 3rd inning. Here's the windup of the throw from Brister. Curveball, check swing. This time no contact, and they will call the strike on it. Count to 1-2 now. Seems like a lot of fizzling going on for Rose of Sharon's offense. Hobbs taking control in that fourth. Fastball comes down low for the ball. And the count can even up at 2-2. Garcia's, Salomon, and Armando up next. Salomon with that home run back in the first. That's been a long time ago, though. Here's the 2-2. Fastball coming down for the low one for ball 3. Full count now to Yanoa. He's trying to escape from a third K in this game. Fastball comes inside, 180 rotation on the hips there, but gets a piece of it off the handle, but it fouls quickly over to the right side of Rose of Sharon's dugout. So he keeps kind of switching back and forth on the fouls here, the directions at least. Another full count pitch coming from Brister, curve it. This will be a chopper down the third base line. They're going to say just barely bounces, hit part of the line, and went foul. Covering it out there was Granillo for the Eagles, but was called back by the umpire. Still a full count situation. Quick release now for Brister. Fastball, hard shot out towards left center, going towards the wall, and it's going to get over the green side of the left wall there, right next to the big monster, and will go over. No chance to make a play on that by Curtis, and it'll be a home run. So Yanoa, who had 2 Ks earlier, now has a homer, and will get a run for the Rose Eagles here in the 5th inning. They did score a run in the 3rd, but they had a drought in the 4th. So now we got a 6-3 ball game here at Sportsman's Park. Game 1 of the doubleheader. Little timeout called as Phillips goes and talks the catcher to his pitcher Brister. Just on the left and the right of the big wall there at the center field, you just have one little green patch is a green segment of wall. The rest is covered up with sponsorships, but just barely went over that green wall on the left of the big monster. First pitch coming to Garcia. You got to be careful with him, too. He had a home run back in the 1st, so the 1 and 2 spots, the ones that have been yanking him over the fences. Takes the first pitch for the strike. Another windup and throw, another fastball, and bouncing off the knee of Phillips into the backstop. Count to even up at 1-1 off the ball. Hobbs doubling up on Rose of Sharon, 6-3 here in the top of the 5th. Curveball misses the top of the strike zone for ball 2. 2-1 count now to Salomon Garcia. Armando Garcia up next. He hit a RBI single back in the 3rd. Very productive 3rd. Fastball outside for ball 3 to Garcia. To Garcia's 2nd and 3rd in the order for Rose of Sharon. Get a top-heavy senior team, 11 seniors and 4 juniors on the squad. Here's the 3-1 pitch, fastball outside, and it will be a walk. Good eye for Garcia. That's the first walk issued by Brister in this ball game, and does get a base runner for the visiting Eagles. Armando Garcia next, the 1 and 2 at the plate. Ground to short and an RBI single. It's Rose of Sharon trying to hang around here at Sportsman's Park with Hobbs. Eagles like to get 2 wins to get their record of 500 before district. Again, 21-2-1 the record for Rose of Sharon. Throw to first, not in time, and still throwing that glove to back was Kestner, just to make sure that that runner was secure on the bag at first after the throw from Brister on the mound. Fastball gets over the head of Phillips. He has to chase it back to the net, and that will be a wild pitch to extend Garcia, Salomon Garcia, to second. Armando Garcia, the catcher, still at the plate here. 1 ball, no strikes. Brister takes a quick peek back at second, turns and fires a fastball. Check swing for Armando Garcia, and they're going to say he went around enough for the strike. Count goes to 1-1 with 1 down. Runner at second for Rose of Sharon, who trails 6-3 here in the top of the 5th. 2 more innings coming up after this, after the Hobbs Eagle at bat. Brister long stare at second, making sure Garcia is going to be not getting too much off the base. Curveball inside will be fouled out up the third base side of the field towards the side wall. Out of play. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Armando Garcia, 3rd in the order for the visiting Eagles from El Paso. Brister will come back, curveball, low one, check swing again, and this time a little too low for the ump's liking, calls it a ball, and a count to 2-2. You could see Garcia that time as he flinched those wrists, both wrists actually. He kind of peeked back at the umpire. Was hoping he didn't call for a strike on that one. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Brister, hard fastball, and getting a piece of it is Garcia, but he ricochets it off his bat to his middle of his back and drops behind the plate for the foul. Of course, Eagles about 10 days ago playing Artesia, splitting the doubleheader with them here at Sportsman's Park. They'll be on the road Tuesday in Roswell against the Coyotes. Brister still waiting to see what's going to happen with Garcia at second. He keeps looking back at him, turns and fires. Curveball, knee high, inside for ball 3. Full count now to Armando Garcia, and a very important pitch coming up here for Chase Brister. Try to get that third out here in the top of the 5th. Again, this Rose of Sharon team batting .366 coming to this game. Fastball hits the plate, bounces up the third base line, and a steal regardless to third. Getting over there, thinking about throwing it was Phillips, the catcher, but damage already been done. Runner gets there in time. So that'll be a walk issue to Garcia. Back-to-back walks. And we'll get runners at first and third as Rose of Sharon trying to claw their way back into this contest here in the top of the 5th. They plated 1 so far, but need about 3 more to tie it up. That brings up Jose Arm. He is 1 of 2, single back in the first, and also got a ground to short in the second or third. Throw to first from Brister, not in time. Kestner trying to step up at first base, making sure that runner doesn't get too greedy, leading off there. Garcia's, both of them, on the bases now, first and third. Here comes the windup for the throw from Brister. Fastball low, swing and a miss. They do get a steal for Armando Garcia to second. So now runners at second and third. Count 0-1 now to Jose Arm, the DH. He's third in the order. Waggling the bat behind that right ear now. Brister comes with a curveball right down the pike for the strike. 0-2 count now to Arm. Arm definitely doesn't want to leave 2 runners on the bases. They've strung or left stranded 3 runners so far in this ball game. Big pitch coming from Brister. 0-2. Curveball off the handle. Going to sail out towards left, and it should be a little shallow shot. Does take a bounce. Gets batted by Greben. He's going to try to throw it home, but it's going to be late. And that will drop for a single for Jose Arm, an RBI single, as that will score Salomon Garcia and be the second run scored for Rose of Sharon here in the top of the 5th. 6-4 now. Hobbs still with a 2-run lead. All thanks back to the 4th inning of their offensive production. Runners at first and second. The cleanup man, Abraham with 0 for 2, strikeout and ground to short. Brister goes to the fastball, bounces, and it's picked up by the catcher Phillips. Runner gets to third on the steal. So aggressive base running now for Rose of Sharon as they try to get back in this ball game. 1-0 count now to Abraham Ramirez. Brister fastball outside, off the webbing of the glove, and Phillips shaking his head. He should have had the catch on that one behind the plate, but that's going to be enough time as it gets to the backstop for the score. Another run comes across, as that will score Armando Garcia. And now 3 runs that come across for Rose of Sharon. 6-5 now, a 1-run game. This thing's going to go down to the wire, it appears. Runner at second. Curveball inside, a high shot out towards right field. Should be a routine catch for Udahara as he slides to the left and makes the catch. Chucks it in. That's a second out to second on the relay. Runner will advance to third regardless, but a fly out to first, or fly out to right field gets the out for Ramirez. So 2 down now for Rose of Sharon, and we'll bring up 6th in the order, Jesus Dominguez, who's 0 for 2. He struck out and ground to short for his second out. Runners at third only. Brister comes to the fastball, late swing, middle of the bat, go to the middle of the backstop as well for the foul. 1-run ball game now, 6-5, Hobbs by 1. trying to shut down the comeback here for Rose of Sharon. Brister comes with the curveball, gets the inside corner for the strike. Nice floater on that one to 0-2 count now, getting ahead of Dominguez. Rodriguez, Morales, and Hippolito, 7 through 9 in the order for the visiting Eagles. Here comes the 0-2 pitch, curving inside and brushing back the knees of Dominguez for the ball. Jose Arm at third, eager to get home for Rose of Sharon. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Fastball low and outside for ball 2 off Brister's pitch. We mentioned earlier in this game that Brister, the pitcher here, in his 6th game of the season. Here's the 2-2. Fastball, check swing, going to go outside and low for a ball. Full count now, 3-2. Little wrist flinch there by Jesus Dominguez. Didn't come around enough on it, though. Here comes a big one now from Brister. Fastball, comes off the handle. Dribbler out to third, scoop and throw for Granillo. And bobbles it as he tried to throw, and that will be an error, and will score another run. He was kind of worried about the runner that was coming from third and who did score eventually, and that was Jose Arm, and kind of flinched a little bit, and that will score the run for Arm. So error gets Jesus Dominguez on base to first, and now 7th in the order, Kevin Rodriguez. We are tied at 6 here in the top of the 5th. So Hobbs on the 4th, and it looks like so far it's going to be the other Eagles now in charge offensively. Fastball low and outside. They're going to be a steal, but a throw. It rolls it on the ground over the mound. Rolls right to second base, and coming to cover it was Dunlap, the shortstop. Runner does advance on the steal regardless for Dominguez. Rodriguez back in the box for Rose of Sharon. 0-1 count. Big leadoff at second for Dominguez. Fastball outside and low for ball 1. Good save there by Phillips behind the plate, and to stretch out and kind of slam the glove back on top of the baseball to make sure it didn't get by him. Getting ahead of the count now, Brister on the mound. 0-2 against Kevin Rodriguez, who is 1 of 2, a single and a strikeout. Runners going. Curveball inside. It'll be a golf swing out to right field. Takes a roll. They're going to take a throw on the relay to first as Kester steps up, and the runner's able to come across. Thought he was going to throw it home out from right field, Udahara, but decides to throw it to first to get a pickoff there, but the run does score. So there'll be a single converted by Rodriguez, RBI single, and will score Dominguez. 4 runs that come across here in this inning, or make it 5, and we are tied, or 7-6 your score now, favor of Rose of Sharon. Throw to first, not in time, as getting back is the runner, Kevin Rodriguez. Derek Morales at the plate now. He's 8th in the order. 1 for 2, a double, and then flew out to center. Another throw to second, a high one. Good snag by Kester, getting on the ladder that time to pull it down. Back in the box goes Morales. Yadier Hippolito will round out the order if he gets a chance to be there. 2 down. Hobbs now trailing 7-6 after 5 runs for Rose of Sharon here. Top of the 5th. Little delay for Briscoe as he continues to look for the count here or make the pitch call from his catcher, Phillips. Fastball a little high for ball 1. 1-2 count now to Morales. Last in the order, Hippolito flew out to left and right, so he's been switching it up on the deep balls, but not able to convert a hit so far. Throw to first, again, a little late. And behind the first bag that time, Kester had to turn his body to get a backhand grab on that one at first. Morales kind of bouncing around at the home plate. Anxious to make some contact here with the 1-2 pitch coming from Brister. Fastball, a little outside for ball 2, even up the count. 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Derek Morales. 8th in the order for Rose of Sharon. They're working on their 22nd win of the season. Hobbs working on their number 9. Curveball inside, and this will go foul territory over the right backstop. No chance for any catcher heroics there for Phillips. Count 2-2. 2 outs. Runner at first for Rose of Sharon. Brister taking some time on the mound. Turns and fires a fastball. Late swing going to be fouled again towards the right side. This one over the Rose of Sharon dugout. A little bit further down the field. Just making contact is Morales. His team has hit into 5 runs so far here in this 5th inning. Of course, including a home run, single, a couple of walks, another single. So they kind of mix it up a little bit. Curveball high, swing and a miss. That will be strike 3. So Morales will finally take a seat. That'll be out number 3. They'll leave one runner on base, and they'll rack up 3 hits in that inning and get the 5 runs to take the 7-6 lead. Rose of Sharon leading your Hobbs Eagles, but Hobbs bats are coming to the plate next on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Stay with us. We've got a close one here at Sportsman's Park, just like it was the first time these two teams played in March in Carlsbad's Invitational. 7-6, though, as Rose of Sharon leads your Hobbs Eagles by 1. At the bottom of the 5th, though, Hobbs at the plate. Ryan Granillo, 7th in the order. He's walked and had a single plus a run score for Hobbs. Takes a fastball. This one going out to left field. Should take a drop. Ooh, a diving attempt at a catch. Ricochets off the glove, though. Trying to come over to get it from the left field was Garcia, and it drops for the single. So Ryan Granillo getting on his 2nd single of the game, and that'll be the 6th hit for the Eagles. It is a 7-6 ball game, 1-run lead for Rose of Sharon, who won the first time they played 4-3. So that was a close one as well. They did manage those 5 runs, though, in the top of the 5th. Hobbs trying to get back after that. Martinez still on the mound with a fastball bunt opportunity right back to Martinez. Turns and fires the second, trying for the double play, but the first baseman off the bag. So 1 out at second on the decision there by the catcher to throw to second, or excuse me, the pitcher to throw to second. That was Alan Udahara, by the way, so he's the one that was bunting out towards the pitching mound. Carson Phillips, last in the order for the Eagles, hit by a pitch back in the 3rd and did score a run and then flew to first. So he's looking for his first hit of the ball game. 1 runner on for the Eagles at first. That's Granillo with that single. Martinez taking some time, checking the call he wants from his catcher. Fastball, missing outside for ball 1. Taylor, Curtis, and Souter at the top of the order for Hobbs. Each of them has at least a single apiece, so 3 hits between the 3. Martinez with the 1-0 pitch. Curveball inside. This is going towards the left field, out towards the fence, and it will bounce off. Tracked down off the bounce by Garcia, and at least a double, and a runner getting to 3rd as well for the Eagles. Great job for the Hobbs Eagles, Carson Phillips with a double. Almost getting an RBI out of it, but they get the runner to 3rd regardless. So Hobbs in good shape now, down just by 1, and runners at 2nd and 3rd. Be the 7th hit of the ball game. Actually make it the 8th after that double. And top of the order now will be Jaden Taylor. Taylor is 1 for 3, has an RBI single, or 2 RBI single plus a run. Also struck out and ground to short. So he's been on base 1 of 3 times. And he's got runners in position to score here. Love to get an RBI to his name. Another one for this game. Fastball off the middle of the bat, going high in the air in foul territory, right side in front of the Rose of Sharon dugout. A nice play coming from first. He's been very active out there for the visiting Eagles. That's Ramirez, and makes the catch out near the coach's box on the first base side. So the fly out for Taylor. Bring in John Curtis now at the plate, the lefty. He is 1 for 3, had a single. That was in the 3rd inning, and a couple of groundouts to the pitcher and shortstop. 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th. Eagles down by 1, but runners at 2nd and 3rd. Here comes Martinez. Fastball hits low, submarine pitch there, and good save underneath by Garcia to keep it in front of him, the catcher. Jackson Souter and Kestner, 3 and 4 in the lineup next. Martinez takes a peek back at the 2nd and 3rd runners. Little delay on that fastball outside for ball 2. Good eye for Curtis to hold on that one. Eagles have had 4 walks given to them in this game as well. Those can be very valuable, especially with load the bases in this situation. Actually, 2 outs on the board. 2-0 pitch. Curveball inside at the end of the bat. Going to go high, but it's going to go way over the top here. Left side of the backstop, out of play. Looks like going towards the parking lot somewhat. We haven't had any go that far back quite yet, but have had some fouls out of play. 2-1 count now. Martinez facing Curtis. Fastball down the inside, off the end of the bat, almost hit the umpire. Rolls out to left center field, RBI single, and that will score the Eagles. Actually, yeah, just one comes across on that one for Curtis. RBI single, his 2nd hit of the ball game back to back, and that will score Ryan Granillo. So we are tied at 7 here in the bottom of the 5th. A seesaw type of game here for both of these Eagles squads here at Sportsman's Park. We do have a doubleheader going on, one more after this one. Jackson Souter now another lefty. He's going to be with a single, an error, and a walk to get on base. So he's been on all 3 times. Takes a fastball low for ball 1. Actually, 2 did come across there. That's 8-7. Martinez taking a deep breath on the mound with a 1-0 count. Little change-up look here. Hits the outside corner barely. Went low, but for the strike. Evens up the count at 1-1 to Jackson. He is the DH in the game. Cole Kestner up next, the cleanup man. Runner at first is Curtis after an RBI single. Curveball inside, the steal on the way. Throw to second from the catcher is not in time. Steal converted by Curtis. So he's got himself on second now. Hobbs up by 1 run. 2 runs have scored here in the 5th after Rose of Sharon plated 5 in their turn at bat. So 8-7 your score. Here's the 1-2 pitch coming from Martinez. Little slow curve outside. Swing and a miss, and that'll be strike 3 for Souter. And will also be out number 3 as well. But the Hobbs Eagles do manage to get 3 hits. They leave 1 on base. 2 runs come across, and they take an 8-7 lead as we head to the final 2 innings. Top of the 6th coming up next on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Back live to Sportsman's Park. Ty Friend here with you. The Hobbs Eagles leading over Rose of Sharon out of El Paso, 8-7 here in the top of the sixth. 2 more innings remaining, at least in regulation. As Rose of Sharon back up at the plate, they have converted on 8 hits so far, 3 walks, left on base 4. Curveball inside to Yapolito, out towards left field. Will take a roll, left center, as scooping it up was Curtis, but that was a single for Hippolito. In fact, his first hit of the ball game after 2 flyouts earlier on. Chase Brister still on the mound for the Eagles. In fact, he had 6 strikeouts. Or actually, we had a change maybe here. Let me double check. Hendrick Sullivan has checked in during the break between the inning there. And they get a fastball down low. The throw to second from behind the plate is converted by Phillips for the tag out at second. So Hippolito's going to go down. Nice throw there for Phillips. So Hendrick Sullivan now on the mound for the Eagles. Snuck him in there between the break. Of course, we saw him during the basketball season as well. One of the guards for the Eagles hoops team. 0-1 pitch, fastball. Just barely misses high for ball 1. 1-1 count, top of the order, Yanoa. He's 1 for 3, 2 strikeouts, and then hit a homer. Curveball inside. This one going out shallow towards left center again. Another work for Curtis, and he'll just have to relay it in after a single. So that one dropped short and quick for Yanoa. His second hit of the ball game. That's 9 hits now for Rose of Sharon. 8-7 ball game here in the top of the sixth. Hobbs up by 1. Salomon Garcia checks in now. He's had a home run back in the first. Got on due to an error and walked, so he's been on all 3 times. Fastball clips the outside corner for the strike. That one dropped quickly as it came in the front of the plate that time. Sullivan takes a quick couple of peeks over at first to check the runner. Fastball down low, another steal attempt, throw to second. This one a little late off to the right of the bag. And they'll get the runner advance on the steal. That's Yanoa, but boy, getting very aggressive behind the plate. Phillips, rocket arm there to second a couple of times in a row. Picked off the last runner prior to that. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Sullivan. Curveball inside, a knuckler. It's going to go shallow to left, but a catch made. Pulled down by Greben. He throws it in and gets the out on the tag at second. So 2 outs there thanks to Greben with a good arm and catch there. As a flying out was Salomon Garcia, and that's all she wrote for Rose of Sharon. So they end up with just 2 hits. Nobody left on base, and no runs come across. Your Hobbs Eagles, quick work defensively, 8-7 lead. Would like to add on to it when they come up to bat here next on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Your Hobbs Eagles coming up to bat here in the bottom of the 6th inning. We are slated for 7 of this doubleheader. We did have a switch with the Hobbs Eagle pitching moments ago. Hendrick Sullivan came on into the game for Hobbs, but made quick work defensively as they shut down 1, 2, and 3 on Rose of Sharon. Some base problems. Running the bases kind of an issue there. Double checking to see if they might have made a change on the pitching for Rose of Sharon here. Let me see. Nope, Juan Martinez still out there. He's been in some big crunch times, too. Had bases loaded several times. They had 1 timeout to talk to him, but he's stayed out there since the start of this ball game. Martinez, a senior. So we got a close one still, 8-7. Hobbs would love to tack onto the lead here, up by 1. Hobbs getting their big run production back in the 4th inning where they nailed 5 across the home plate, but 5 returned by Rose of Sharon. But still a 1-point lead as Hobbs able to put 2 more in the last inning. Cole Kestner, great guy to start, the cleanup man. Trying to get his first hit of the ball game. Did get on base with a walk and an RBI on the bases loaded in the last inning. Fastball comes outside for ball 1. Flew out to first, back in the first, and struck out in the 3rd. So Kestner has been on 1 out of 3 times so far. Takes a curveball inside, gets underneath that, but jacks it high in the air and foul territory towards the Hobbs Eagle dugout. Bounces right near the batting circle. The catcher trying to run out there, Garcia, and he's been kind of hit a couple of times by balls in this game and gone down to the turf, but he's still giving an effort out there as he gets close to the zone to make the catch, but does hit the turf first. Count 1-1 now as Martinez faces Kestner. Kestner 4th in the order. Greben, Dunlap, and Granillo due up next. Here comes a 1-1 pitch from Martinez. Fastball. Barely missing outside for ball 2. Game 2 of the doubleheader, about 20 or so minutes after the conclusion of this one. Then Tuesday we'll be on the road in Roswell to take on Roswell High, the Coyotes. First game of district, 4:45 pregame. First pitch at 5. Here comes the 2-1 from Martinez. Fastball. This time they're going to clip it on the outside of the plate for the strike. Pretty close to where it was just before. Count to 2-2. Martinez says yes to the pitch call from his catcher. Turns and fires. Fastball hits low off the knees of Garcia for the ball. Full count now to Kestner. Kestner came in at 365. Takes a fastball high inside for the ball. Gets a walk. That's his 2nd of the game. Back-to-back for Kestner on walks. 5th of the game given up by Martinez to the Hobbs Eagle batters. So a base runner for Hobbs. Good way to go with a 1-run lead, and love to have some insurance runs. This is going back and forth. Cope Greben now up. He's looking for his first hit of the game. Flew to short, got a walk, and was hit by a pitch, so he's been on twice out of 3 at-bats. Tina's going to come with a fastball. A little low for the ball. Greben 5th in the order for the Eagles. Greben has an on-base percentage of 46%. Fastball. Clips the outside corner for the strike. Count to 1-1. Eagles with 8 hits in the ball game. Multiple hitters, Curtis with 2 singles and 2 singles for Granillo. Throw to first, and they're going to get him. The infield umpire throwing the fist down for the throw out there at first. Unfortunately, getting tagged out is Kestner. Throw coming from the mound there for Martinez for out number 1. So no base runners now for the Eagles. Still at the plate is Greben. He's facing a 1-1 count. Of course, he was hit by a pitch on the last at-bat and was walked before that. Curveball coming down. Looked like it might come into the strike zone, but a little bit too inside for the ump's liking for the ball. Count the 2-1. Bottom of the 6th inning, Hobbs by 1. Fastball high for ball 3. So getting ahead of the count now is Greben with a good eye here. Just a 1-run lead. Hobbs down 1-0 early. Down 2-1 at the end of 3, but then scored 5 runs to take the lead. Fastball high for ball 4. Another walk. 2 in a row given up by Martinez. That's 9 walks the Eagles have been able to generate against the pitching of Martinez. Braden Dunlap now checks in. 6th in the order. He's 1 of 3 at a single. Flew to second and flew to center. So Hobbs getting the runner at first. That's Greben. Martinez going to throw a curveball a little high over the handle of Dunlap for the swing and a miss for ball 1 or strike 1. Hobbs at 8-10 this season, and Rose of Sharon 21-2-1. Private school out of El Paso. No district that they play in, but they do like to play a lot of teams out of state. Arizona, New Mexico being two of them. And a lot of tournament action. Curveball inside, gets a good yank on it. Towards left field, going towards the fence. That's a two-run homer for Mr. Dunlap. Home run, 2 RBIs, 2 for himself and his base runners. So 2 runs come across. Could have been 3, but unfortunately we had to throw out at the bases before that, but still, big-time hit for Dunlap. The youngster getting it done, the shortstop for the Eagles, as himself and Greben come across. And extends the lead to 10-7 here at Sportsman's Park. Exciting times here for the Eagles. Trying to get back on this team that beat them at the Carlsbad Invitational. But, boy, we got a changing of the pitchers now, as we thought that was going to happen a little bit earlier, but it's happening now. So we're going to get some warm-ups going on now. But, again, big-time home run there for Braden Dunlap. 2 RBIs scoring it, a 3-run lead now. Of course, Dunlap playing some basketball this year and getting a chance to swing the bats now during the baseball season. We will take a break. Looks like they're warming up a new pitcher as we speak, and I think that's going to be Brian Perez, senior, 6'1", 150 is the guy on the mound right now. We'll come back in 60 seconds here on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Your Hobbs squad up 10-7 over Rose of Sharon, El Paso. So Brian Perez, the new pitcher for Rose of Sharon, comes in with a 1-0 record, a 4.71 ERA, his 4th appearance of the season. His team trailing Hobbs 10-7 here. Bottom of the 6th. Eagles with 1 out. After a 2 RBI home run for Braden Dunlap, extend the lead to 3, 10-7. Ryan Granillo comes on. He's had a great day so far. 2 for 2 with 2 singles, 2 runs, and a walk. He's been on all 3 times. Definitely doing some production on the offensive side here. Fastball low for ball 2. 2-0 count now to Granillo. 8th or 6th or 7th in the order for the Hobbs Eagles. Udahara and Phillips due up next. Hobbs trying to stretch on with their lead here, with 2 coming across here in the bottom of the 6th. No runners on the bases right now for Hobbs. Curveball inside and hits him in the thick of the back. Ouch. Granillo not a happy camper after that one, but another walk being issued. This one hit him in the back, though. A little bit, not exactly a walk, but they've had 5 walks. I believe that's the second hit by a pitch for the Eagles in this one. Yep, that's the second one. Greben was hit as well. And that brings up 9th in the order, Alan Udahara. He's struck out. Fielder's choice. Did score a run after that and ground out to the pitcher. Fastball low and outside for ball 1. Udahara 8th in the order. And then we have Phillips in the 9th slot. He had a double in his last at bat. Eagles with 9 hits so far in this ball game. And 10 runs scored. Here's the windup of the throw. Straight down the pike for the strike. And that is Perez, the substitute on the mound here for Martinez, the starter. Fastball, this one low. Boy, good wrist action there from behind the plate that time to save that from going wild by Garcia. Kind of just flicked his wrist up, swiped at the ball there to keep it in his glove. Hard shot there from Perez on the pitch. 2-1 count now to Udahara. Fastball hits the plate. and bounces off for the ball. Runner stays at first for the Eagles. That's Granillo. Hobbs have had 2 walks, a hit by pitch, and a 2 RBI home run in this inning. So all 4 at-bats the runners or players have got on the bases. 3 balls and 1 strike to Udahara. Perez winds up and throws. Fastball, a little high for ball 4. Good eye for Udahara. It's another walk on the board. That's number 6. Bottom of the order now, Carson Phillips with runners at first and second. He was hit by a pitch. Actually, that makes 3 in the game. Flew to pitcher and had a double. So he's been on 2 or 3 times. Taylor, Curtis, and Souter to the top of the order. Just 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th. Hobbs has scored 2 runs and lead now by 3. Fastball, it's going to be a bunt back to the pitcher to Perez. He turns and fires at first, a high one, but he drags his baseman off the base. Already would have got there, I think, a single for Phillips. That's going to load the bases for the Eagles. And they have 2 more outs to work with. A 3-run lead for Hobbs. Bases loaded for Jaden Taylor. He is 1 for 4. He had a 2 RBI single, a strikeout, ground to short, and a fly to first. Coach Boyle going to talk some strategy with him here, telling him where not to hit this ball because it's easy to stamp on the bases anywhere you are on any one of the 3 bags out there. Taylor has 9 RBIs this season, actually a couple more after this game, has 11 total. Fastball high for ball 1. Good eye there for Taylor. Taylor top of the order. Curtis and Souter doing next. Those guys have combined for 3 hits combined. 1 ball and no strikes to Taylor. Fastball outside, sliding over to keep it from going wild was Garcia. Count goes to 2-0 on the ball. Coach Boyle stepping out to the third baseline, pointing to his runners to make sure they're paying attention just in case the situation where this ball might be. Don't be caught off base getting tagged out here. Here's the 2-0 pitch from Perez. Fastball down low, rolls across the plate. Count goes to 3-0. Again, Taylor could pick up another RBI by getting a walk here with the bases loaded and no strikes to his name yet. 1 down for the Eagles, up 10-7. Hobbs had all of its scoring since the 3rd inning. 1, 5, 2, and 2 here into the 6th. The big one in the 4th with the 5 runs scored. 3 balls and a strike. Perez comes with a fastball off into the bat. Going to loft out towards first. Hopefully it'll drop. No, a catch made by Yanoa. And he's just going to hold on to it, relay to his second baseman. Keep the runners on their bases. So the fly out for Taylor to right. Thought that thing was going to take a drop there, but good wheels by Yanoa to make the catch. 2 down now for Hobbs. And bring in the lefty, the second in the order, John Curtis. Good day for him, too. 2 for 4. Couple of singles, an RBI run, and a stolen base. Curveball inside at the end of the bat. This one going to right field. It will take a drop and hit the wall off the warning track. That'll be at least 1 run scored, a double, 2 runs scored off the long throw from right. So Hobbs is going to convert 2 more runs, make it 3 now as it goes to 13-7. So a 3 RBI double for Curtis. That'll be his 4th RBI of the ball game. And the 10th hit, make it the 11th hit for the Eagles. 13-7 your score. Souter coming up next for the Eagles at the plate. 2 outs, though, for Hobbs. But they've had 5 runs scored just like they did in the 4th. Fastball outside for ball 1. Runner at second for the Eagles. Souter has had a single back in the 1st. Got on doing an error, a walk, and then a strikeout. But he's been on 3 out of 4 times. Fastball outside for ball 2. Continuing good eye for Souter. Trying to extend on a 13-7 lead, up by 6. Biggest lead of the game for the Eagles in this one. Another lefty for Hobbs, of course. Here's the windup in the throw from Perez. Fastball off the end of the bat. It's going to go foul. Left side over the Hobbs Eagle dugout. Out of play. Yet Hobbs has had 2 innings of 5 runs, the 4th and the 6th right now. They can still add to it as we speak. 2-1 count. Fastball hits low and outside for ball 3. Eagles have had 3 hits by Curtis, 2 apiece for Dunlap and Granillo, and 1 apiece for Taylor, Souter, and Phillips. Perez take a little bit more time on the mound now. The windup in the throw. Curve it inside. Looked like it might have hit the knee. Maybe a piece of the bat instead, but running hard to first anyway and getting there is Souter. So I heard some type of a contact there. I couldn't tell. It looked like it might have hit his knee, but he sprinted to first anyway, so it must have hit his bat instead. Because if he would have been hit by the pitch, he wouldn't have needed to sprint that. But he's got it on to first now. Runners at first and third. Another timeout going to be called by Rose of Sharon. They left Martinez in there for quite a bit of this ball game. Made a sub, and it looks like Perez is done already. The second pitcher on the staff, he just kind of slammed the ball to his backup here and wasn't a happy camper. We'll take another break. Eagles up 13-7 with 2 outs on the board, but they want to add to that lead. We'll be back in 60 seconds. Kevin Rodriguez checks in as the third pitcher for Rose of Sharon. He is a senior, 5'5", 128 in poundage. So that's their third pitcher, as we mentioned. Curveball inside and getting a whack at it for the Eagles into second base as Souter, but it's going to be scooped up and pitched to second for the third and final out off Hippolito's glove and arm. So that will be the final out for the Eagles in the 6th on the ground out from Souter to second. But Hobbs does manage to get a total of 3 hits in that inning. They plate 5 to come across and leave 1 on base. But your Eagles now with their biggest lead of the game going to the top of the 7th, 13-7. The last hurrah for Rose of Sharon at the plate. Can the Eagles get that W they've been looking for? We're coming back strong here in 60 seconds. Getting ready for the top of the 7th here at Sportsman's Park. Last time for Rose of Sharon to try to get back in this game. They got to score at least 6 runs. It tied up at 13 to keep going. Hobbs can keep it from going there. They will be the victor in this first game of the doubleheader, which would even the series. They played once again in Carlsbad for that Carlsbad Invitational Tournament and lost, unfortunately, in the first round 4-3 to this Rose of Sharon team. Of course, they've got 22 wins this season, so any team that can knock them off is doing something pretty decent. 4-3 was the score of that first game back in March. But they got to make up some big scoring here, as Rose of Sharon does have a total of 10 hits. Hobbs now at 11. Hendrick Selvin throws the first pitch, a fastball. He's in relief of Brister, who played most of this ball game. Quick reload. And coming back, Selvin, fastball, jacked up outside to the right field, and a catch made by Udahara. That was off the bat of Armando Garcia for the fly to right for out number 1. So 1 down. Jose Arm up next, one of their most productive hitters at this point. 2 for 4, or make it 2 for 3. Couple of singles, an RBI on top of that. Run, a steal, and also ground out to short. Curveball inside, gets a piece of it, and it's going to go foul right, out of play. So Arm is 2 for 3. Solomon Garcia has gone with a home run in this game. He's had a big one, and Yanoa is 2 for 4 with a home run and a single. Curveball inside, late swing, going to foul out across the first baseline and go out of play as scooping it up after the fact, Kestner. Count to 0-2 now. A couple of their players tend to hit in the tight situations. We saw that with Yanoa and Garcia earlier. Got down to full counts and were able to convert on home runs. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Fastball goes outside for ball 1. 1-2 count now to Jose Arm. He is the third in the order. They've had some changes in the pitching staff. We'll see if they've got some changes in the batting order as well. Here's the 1-2 count. Fastball off the end of the bat, going to roll between first and second, backhanded by Kestner, and the second, or make the pitcher comes back. That's Sullivan to get there on the base, to get the throw from Kestner, a backhand, able to stamp on the base before the runner and gets the out. Nice teamwork there between pitcher and first baseman. So that will be it for Arm. 2 outs now for Rose of Sharon. That brings up the Abraham Ramirez. He's the cleanup guy, but he's 0 for 3 in this game. Struck out, ground to shortstop, and flew to right. So he's looking for his first hit of the game. Fastball high for Sullivan for ball 1. Of course, Chase Brister was the starter in this game, and Sullivan came in. So 2 pitchers for Hobbs and 3 for Rose of Sharon. Fastball outside for ball 2. Eagles up 13-7 here in the top of the 7th. The final inning of regulation, at least. Got to get 6 runs as Rose of Sharon. Fastball outside for ball 3. So good eye there on the first 3 pitches by Ramirez. Dominguez, Rodriguez, and Morales due up next. Dominguez hasn't got a hit yet. Rodriguez has 2 singles and a double by Morales. Here's the 3-0. Fastball barely misses the outside corner, and that will be a walk. It's only the 3rd walk issued by Hobbs pitching in this game. Yes, that'll send Ramirez to the first bag. First time he's been on base in this contest, but has not had a hit. Jesus Dominguez checks in now. He is 6th in the order. 0 for 3, strikeout, ground to short, and got on due to an error, but did steal a base and eventually scored a run for Rose of Sharon. But his team facing 2 outs here and down by 6. Runner at first. Sullivan comes to wind up with the throw. Fastball at the middle of the bat, going to sail towards right field. Should be top enough for Udahara to slide over right to get it, and he does. Out number 3 on the fly out from Dominguez. So your Hobbs Eagles get a W in the book. First game of the doubleheader here at Sportsman's Park, 13-7. After that inning there, that's all she wrote. 3 up and 3 down for Rose of Sharon. 13-7 the final. We'll come back in 2.5 minutes to give you the numbers of the first game, and we'll prepare for game number 2 here at Sportsman's Park. Again, the Eagles win 13-7 over Rose of Sharon. Welcome back to Sportsman's Park. Final here in the first game of the doubleheader. Hobbs winning 13-7 over Rose of Sharon. Eagles improved to 9-10 and drops Rose of Sharon to 21-3-1. Let's look first at the numbers of Rose of Sharon. They finished up with 10 hits in the ball game, and a couple of guys getting double hits. That includes Genoa. He was 2 for 4 with a home run and a single, also stole a base. Jose Arm went 2 for 4, an RBI single, also had another single, a run, and a stolen base. And Kevin Rodriguez went 2 for 3 with 2 singles, an RBI, and a stolen base. Several guys getting 1 hit apiece. Salomon Garcia went 1 for 3. Also had a walk, scored 2 runs, stolen base as well. His 1 hit, though, was a home run. Armando Garcia went 1 for 3, he had an RBI single. He walked, he had a stolen base, and a run scored. And also Derek Morales went 1 for 3 off a double. Yadir Hippolito went 1 for 3 off a single. Once again, 10 hits. The visiting Rose of Sharon Eagles had 3 walks, were struck out 6 times by Hobbs Eagle pitching, and they had 4 guys left on base. Their big inning was 5 runs in the 5th. And for your Hobbs Eagles, they finished with 11 hits, 1 more than Rose of Sharon. Their top hitter was John Curtis. He was 3 for 5. He had a 3 RBI double, an RBI single with a steal, and a single with the run scored. So he was 3 of 5 in the ball game. Great game for John Curtis. Other multiple hitters, Braden Dunlap, he was 2 for 4. He had a 2 RBI homer and a single. Ryan Granillo perfect, 2 for 2, including a single, couple of singles, and 2 runs scored on both of those. Also was hit by a pitch and walked. He was on base all 4 times in the game. Carson Phillips went 2 for 3, a double and a single, plus a run scored. And other hitters in the game, Jaden Taylor, the leadoff man, went 1 for 5, a 2 RBI single, and scored a run. It was Jackson Souter with the 1 for 4 day. He had a single, got on due to an error and due to a walk, so he was on 3 of 5 times in the ball game. That's it for the hitters. Hobbs getting 6 different guys with the bats connecting in this game. Again, 11 hits for the Eagles. They were walked 6 times. A couple of those walks by Cole Kessner. A couple also by Cope Greben in the contest. A single walk by Granillo. And that's it for the Eagles. Actually, Souter got a walk as well. 6 total again for the Eagles. Hobbs were struck out only 4 times in this game and had 9 left on base. Hobbs with 2 errors on defense, 1 for Rose of Sharon. Again, the win, 13-7 for the Eagles. They racked up 5 runs in the 4th inning and also got 5 in the 6th. So definitely a big game for the Eagles in terms of those 2 innings of action. So Hobbs Eagles now 9-10 on the season. They will face Rose of Sharon one more time, 15 to 20 minutes away here on HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and the Colt 95.7 Facebook page. We will take a break and come back with that second game. Don't miss out. Welcome, everyone. We're back live at Sportsman's Park. Game 2 of the doubleheader is your Hobbs Eagles victorious in Game 1 over Rose of Sharon from El Paso. They won that one 13-7. Game 2 coming up here shortly. Hobbs out in the field defensively. Real quickly running the offense down from the first game. Eagles managing 11 hits in the victory. Again, they won 13-7. In terms of production, we had John Curtis went 3 for 5 with 4 RBIs and a run scored, a double and 2 singles. 2 hits apiece for Braden Dunlap, 2 RBI homer and a single. Ryan Garnillo had a 2 for 2 night, 2 runs and a walk. And, of course, it was Carson Phillips 2 for 3, double, single, walk, and run scored. We're underway here for the second game, and at the plate, David Yanao, the center fielder, as he steps up first for the visiting Eagles. Curveball inside. This one's going wide right out of play, but there might be a chance for a catch in foul territory, and there is. Nice over-the-shoulder catch for the Eagles, and that was pulled down for them by Mr. Souter. And they quickly run down the base pass here. Souter first, Taylor second, Montez third, Fuentes in the shortstop. Curtis, Phillips, and Greben left through right field, and Hernandez behind the plate for your Hobbs Eagles. Curveball inside on the second at-bat for Sanchez. It's curveball outside foul, left of the backstop for the first foul strike. Barack Sanchez, the guy at the plate, right fielder, did not play in Game 1. Curveball inside, goes low for the ball. Top hitters in the first game for Rose of Sharon. Yanoa was 2 for 4 with a homer and a single. 2 for 4 for Jose Arm. He had an RBI single, another single on top of that. Another homer by Solomon Garcia. Curveball inside, low again for another ball. Count goes to 2-1. Rose of Sharon ended up with 10 hits, 1 shy of the Eagles. Got 3 walks and 6 strikeouts, but left 4 on base. Curveball inside, almost takes off the chin of Sanchez. He had to backpedal about 50 steps there as the momentum just kind of pushed him back hard. That was a ball. 3-1 count now. On the mound for your Hobbs Eagles, Luke Parrish. And a curve inside goes high, and it's going to drop a couple of times in center field for the single for Barack Sanchez. First hit of the ball game for the visiting Eagles from El Paso. Luke Parrish comes into this game with a 3-2 record, ERA of 5.25, and this is his 6th game of the season on the mound for the Eagles. Jesus Dominguez, third in the order for Rose of Sharon, third baseman. Dominguez went 0 for 4 in the first game. Did get a steal and a run scored, but struck out, ground out, and flew out. Parrish throws a hard curveball, goes low and outside for ball 1. Abram Ramirez will be the cleanup man next. Again, Eagles 9-10 on the season with that victory. Rose of Sharon dropped to 21-3-1. Not many losses this season. Fastball at the end of the bat, got to go through the first-second gap, rolls into right field. Picked up and scooped by Greben. He's going to fire it into second and keep the runners where they're at, first and third. So another single, Jesus Dominguez, back-to-back hits for the Rose of Sharon. So 2 hits into their column. Still 1 down. Again, runners at first and third now for the visiting Eagles. Both teams with the Eagle mascot. Series is tied 1-1 now. Hobbs losing 4-3 in Carlsbad at their Invitational back in March. And, of course, Hobbs won the first game of this doubleheader, 13-7. So 1 win, 1 loss apiece. Abram Ramirez, the left fielder now. Curveball inside. Golf swing towards short. Fuentes is going to cover. He'll tag second, throw first, but over the head of his teammate Souter at first. Runner's going to go on to second. He slides. They get the throw to second and the out on the tag. Beautiful job to cover the bases there. And that was Taylor to take care of business for the Eagles at second. So extending the run a little bit too much was Ramirez as he hits into a double play to short. So nice job for the Hobbs Eagles stepping up there. Fuentes along with Suter and Taylor, the 1-2-3 combination, and that quickly shuts down the 2 base runners and the hitting for Rose of Sharon. Two hits, 1 left on base, no runs come across. We go to the bottom of the first. Your Hobbs Eagles going to get a chance to get on the scoreboard first here at Sportsman's Park. Back here at Sportsman's Park, quick defense for the Eagles, shutting down the Rose of Sharon Eagles with a fly, couple of singles, then a fly to short to finish up the inning, a double play. Nice job starting that off as the Eagles got a tag. Fintrez at the shortstop went tag second, threw to first to Souter. He returned to Taylor at second, and that's it. All the outs they needed to close it out in the first. Eagles will be at the plate and pitching for Rose of Sharon. It'll be Alex Perez. He comes in with a 2-1 record, a 4.20 ERA. This is his fourth appearance on the season for Rose of Sharon. First up for the Eagles at the plate will be Jaden Taylor. In that first game of this afternoon, he was 1 for 5. He had a 2 RBI single, also scored a run. Flew out for his last couple at bats, but again, the 2 RBI single really got the Eagles jump-started in that third inning of that game. Hobbs able to get one of the runs back from the 2-0 deficit they had with Rose of Sharon at that point. Hobbs getting 5 runs apiece in both the 4th and the 6th inning to get the 6-run win in that ball game. So warm-up pitches coming right now for Alex Perez. Quickly looking around the bases for the visiting Eagles. Ivan at first, Rios second, Dominguez at third, Morales at the shortstop, Kevin Rodriguez at the catcher, and out left to right, Romero, Janao, and Sanchez. So here comes Jaden Taylor up to the plate. Of course, Eagles came into the afternoon batting .313 on the season, and their opponent, Rose of Sharon, was at .366. Both teams combining for 21 hits in that first game, so a lot of swinging of the bat going on. Home runs going 2, mostly all for Rose of Sharon, though. The with 1 and Garcia with 1. And, of course, Braden Dunlap, the freshman, got the 2 RBI homer for the Hobbs Eagles. And great batting, too, for Curtis, 3 for 5 in that contest. First one at the plate again, Taylor. First pitch coming for Perez, high and outside for ball 1. Curtis, Fuentes, and Montez, 2 through 4 in the order for the Eagles. Trying to get their record of 500 after going 9-10 after the win earlier. Curveball inside, swing and a miss, a little late there for Taylor. Takes the strike on the swing. Evens up the count at 1-1. Taking a little bit of time now is Perez. Fastball outside and low for ball 2. 2-1 count now to Taylor. Taylor came into the day batting .367. Also picked up double-digit RBI, or 2 RBIs in the first game to go to 11 on the season. Curveball outside, and they get it clip in the corner for the strike. A couple Hobbs fans not liking that one. Count goes to 2-2. The windup of the throw from Perez. Fastball, a little high for ball 3. We got a full count now on Jaden Taylor. Taylor looks back at the ump, asking him a question there, and making sure he's ready to go. Nobody on the bases yet for the Eagles here in the bottom of the first. 1-0 lead. Fastball hit high in the air. It's going to go behind the plate. The catcher tried to get back there, and boy, he jumps in the air and lands on his butt, but he catches it over the shoulder first. Great job there. A good effort by Kevin Rodriguez as he able to pull that one down. Didn't think he had a chance at that. It looked like it was going to go over the netting here behind home, but fortunately, that'll be the first out for the Eagles. Stepping in now, John Curtis, the left fielder. Curtis, as I said, went 3 for 5 in the first game. A 3 RBI double, RBI single, and a stolen base. Another single, a run scored, and ended up with 4 RBIs in that first game. Fastball comes down low for ball 1. Good eye for Curtis. Curtis also getting those 4 RBIs, gets him to 13 on the season. Curveball inside off the end of the bat. It's going to go foul left, but the third baseman going to chug to it towards the left side fence. He couldn't get there in time. It does drop. But, boy, he had the wheels going on that one. And heading out there to try to make a catch was Dominguez in completely ultra gear there to try to get that in front of near the Hobbs Eagle dugout section. Count goes to 1-1 with 1 out for John Curtis, second in the order for the Eagles. Here comes the pitch. showing bunt. This is going to sail over the top of our dugout here behind home plate. Right on top of where we're at here. Going to take a little roll on the netting and just stop right there. Lefty Curtis back into the box now. Going to have to protect the plate with that 1-2 count. Perez settles in. Turns and fires a curveball off the knuckler off the bat handle. Gets past the second baseman. He tried to backhand it. Kind of a hard shot. I think you might give him a single on that one. Pretty hard mustard behind that ball. And tried to backhand it by putting his glove down to the field turf there. And he had his back turned about 180, but just couldn't get the wrist action that he needed on that one. So I'm going to go ahead and give him a single on that. I'm going to call it an error, so I'll get quiet here. Scorekeeper beat me to the punch of the scoreboard. So error. Got to wait next time before I run my big mouth. So 1 out here for the Eagles. Man at first. Fastball down the middle, and holding on it was Fuentes. Jason Fuentes at the plate, the shortstop. He did not play in the first game, but getting a chance here to show his stuff on the offense. He's batting .400 this season, 22 hits, 13 RBIs, and 3 doubles, 1 triple. Fastball low and outside, good eye for ball 2. He is currently 4th on the team in those RBIs and has scored 13 runs, putting him in 4th in that position as well. 2-1 count now to Fuentes, the shortstop. Perez with the windup of the throw. Curveball, guess going to go hard towards left field. Got some air on it and just barely left of the foul post. Got a little bit of a curve there at the last second, but got some great contact on it. Good rip on the ball. Trying to chase over there just in case was Ramirez for Rose of El Paso, as they thought that one might drop in. Fuentes back up here with a 2-2 count, 1 down. Runner at first again is Curtis. Peeking back, Perez to first base, turns and fires, fastball, submarine down low though for the ball. Count goes to 2-2. Second game of the doubleheader here at Sportsman's Park. The winner will be the series victor as well. 2-1 will be the final margin of these 3 games they've had so far. Here's the 2-2 pitch coming from Perez. Fastball, yanked towards left, right to the third baseman. Dominguez turns and fires at first, but drags the baseman off the bag. A little late on the throw. That will be a single for Fuentes. And Tristan Montez, the cleanup man in this one, the third baseman. Montez did not play in game 1, but comes in with a .362 batting average. He is currently 3rd on the team with RBIs with 14, 5 doubles, a triple, and a homer. Hobbs has had 10 homers this season, and number 10 was just converted in that first game with Braden Dunlap, the freshman, yanking it over the left field fence. Time called. I think we got an errant ball or something in here, or maybe some equipment being run in from the center fielder for Rose of Sharon, Oh, and they're going to switch. Well, I haven't seen that very often during live play. So it looks like is going to go to third, and Dominguez is going to head out to center field. I'm not sure what that's all about. So first base, center field switch. I don't think it's just based on one hitter, maybe. I don't know. Curveball inside off the end of the bat there for Montez. It sails to the middle backstop, out of play. Another lefty for the Eagles. Again, we didn't see him in the first game, though, but he definitely has the good stick with that .400 average at this point. This is his 19th game. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Sorry, my scoreboard just went off the board there. I'm going to get my point updated now that it took it off. Curveball inside, good eye for the ball for Montez. Bottom of the first, 1-0, favor of Rose of Sharon. Back in the box comes Montez to face Perez. Looks back at second to check one of the Eagles runners. Turns and fires. Fastball outside off the end of the bat. Going to go over the grandstands on the left side. Hits a couple of roofs and rolls in towards the softball fields behind us. Umpire keeps having to get more baseballs here as we're losing them left after right. We'll be on the road Tuesday in Roswell for the first game of district. 1 game apiece, 1 at home, and then we'll come back Roswell later in the season for the home game here in Sportsman's Park. They'll play 1 at home, 1 at away for all 3 of the opponents, Carlsbad, Roswell, and Clovis. Format a couple years ago was a doubleheader at one place and a single at the other, but due to umpires and time and all that stuff, they decided to go to 1 game at each location. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Tristan Montez. Trying to hold on here with runners at first and second. 1 out. Eagles down 1-0, bottom of the first. Wind up curveball inside, off the handle, going to hit right into the Rose of Sharon dugout. Bounces off the gate in front and rolls out towards the first baseline out in right field. Sanchez has to track it down to get it back into the umpire. Still getting contact with Montez to stay alive in the box. Pitch coming for Perez. Curveball at the end of the bat, high in the air behind the home plate. Catcher took off his helmet. It was acting like he was going to try to catch it with the basket there, but had too much air underneath it, so it sails out. Right above us again. A couple of times that's happened here. Winds about 10-15 miles per hour here at Sportsman's Park. I think the rain's going to hold off. I saw the original forecast about 4 o'clock or so where it gets into about the 25% possibility, but it doesn't seem like it's going to have much of an impact in this one. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Curveball inside and knocking back the knees of Montez as he just held on that one to get the count even at 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Tristan Montez. Cole Kester coming in next, the DH in this one. Of course, he was the first baseman in game 1. Perez looks at second, turns and fires a curve off the end of the bat towards right field. It's a hard shot. Diving or jumping catch in the air over the shoulder by Sanchez. Boy, I thought that was going to the warning track. Able to relay it in, too, to keep the runner at first. Boy, excellent defensive maneuver over there in that far right field by Sanchez. He was going over the shoulder from right to left, moving, and somehow just yacked it out of the ground, out of the air, and got the fly out on Montez. And that throw came in hard, too, to first. Just stopping the advancement of the runner for the Eagles. That would have been Fuentes advancing to second. But first and second still covered by the Eagles, but 2 outs faced now. Cole Kester, the DH, still going to be at the 5th spot in this one. Normally the cleanup hitter. Here comes Perez. Curveball, swing and a miss over the top by Kestner. Kestner went 0 for 2 in the first game, but did get on due to a couple of walks. One of those walks turned into be a RBI with the bases loaded. Both walks in his last 2 at-bats. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Fastball, low and outside for ball 1. Nice save behind the plate that time for Kevin Rodriguez, sliding over there and kind of stretching his arm as far as he could to make sure it stayed in his glove. That thing could have been wild pretty easily. Count now 1-1 with 2 down. Perez will come back, fastball outside for ball 2. 2-1 count. Eagles trying to make it 2 in a row against Rose of Sharon to get the series to 2-1 and the final tally. Fastball off the middle of the bat. It's coming over the backstop as well. Another ball chasing opportunity. Count goes to 2-2. Of course, Hobbs Eagles split with Artesia about 10 days ago. Both teams have had about 10, 12 days off since their last games, as Rose of Sharon had a couple of games against the Arizona Prep School in their last contest, doubleheader. Curveball inside, golf swing, and to go out towards right, foul territory, towards the side fence. Trying to chase it down over there from first base was Ivan, but he could not come underneath it. Again, these first and third basemen, both for this Rose of Sharon team, definitely are not going to give up easily, even on the errant deflections off the bat. Count adjustment here to 3-2 now, full count to Cole Kestner. He's usually their heavy hitter. Came in at 365 into Saturday. Led the team with 19 RBIs and 4 homers, the top 2 categories for him. Also has 4 doubles and a triple. Full count pitch coming. Fastball outside, and that will be a walk. Runner's advanced anyway, but walk given to Kestner. So Eagles now got the bases loaded. Jackson Souter going to try to play the role of the cleanup man, even though he's not in that slot, but he definitely would like to get some runners to come around. Kester went 0 for 2 in the first game, did get on with let me get the right numbers here. Souter was 1 for 4 with a single, and then got on 2 more times with an error and a walk. Another lefty for the Eagles. Fastball floats outside and low for ball 1. Runners on all 3 bases, as I mentioned. Eagles had some opportunities in the first game with the 5 runs scored in the 4th and 6th due to some loaded bases. Curveball outside and high for ball 2. Jumping up quickly was Rodriguez to save that one from going wild. Not a good time for that to happen with the bases loaded. Eagles trying to get back in this game, down 1-0. Curveball at the end of the bat, and it's going to head towards the third baseline, high in the air in foul territory. Curves back into left field. It comes and hits the ground between 3 defenders, and that will score a run. They were trying to adjust in the air. There's not a lot of wind to affect it. I'm not sure, maybe a communication issue there, but an RBI single for Jackson Souter as he will score John Curtis. And Eagles on the scoreboard to tie up the ball game. 1-1 at the bottom of the first. Still got the bases loaded. Correction, runners at first and third. Actually, 2 runs scored. I was wondering why there was an open spot there at 2. So both runners came through. And a curveball inside. It's going to get hard into center field. The second baseman tried to track it down, running in the back pedal. Then he turned to his shoulder and and dropped the ball. So that was Riaz out there, I believe, as he'll head back to his position. He was trying to take it away from the center fielder that we just switched up on here a few minutes ago, and unfortunately drops the ball. They're going to go with an error on that one. That was Cope Greben, the guy at the plate. And so now 3-1 your score here in the bottom of the first. Some mistakes now starting to hurt the visiting Eagles squad from El Paso. Hobbs up 3-1. Eagles scoring from Curtis, Fuentes, and Kestner. Fastball, a little piece of it. Tip shot there for Hernandez at the plate. The catcher takes a strike on the first one. Hernandez did not go at bat in the first game. Curveball inside. It's fouled off on the right side towards the JV field, out of play, so he did not have an at-bat in game 1. For the season, he's batting .391, 18 hits, second on the team in RBIs with 16, 6 doubles, and a homer. Eagles with 10 homers this season. Wind up in the throw for Perez, swing and a miss on the fastball, and that will be strike 3 and out 3 for the Eagles here in the first inning. So Hobbs did manage to put through 2 hits. They scored 3 runs, left 2 on base. As we go to the top of the second, your Eagles up 3-1 over Rose of Sharon. We're back in 60 seconds on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Starting the second inning here at Sportsman's Park, your Hobbs Eagles lead 3-1 over Rose of Sharon, the private school out of El Paso. Rose of Sharon at the plate here in the second. Aiden Sanchez, the DH, takes the first pitch low for the ball. Here comes the next one quickly from Parrish. Curveball high for ball 2. Of course, Luke Parrish, the starter in this one. Game 2 of the doubleheader. Eagles getting 2 hits, or correction, 2 hits in the first inning. Curveball inside will be knocked out towards the foul territory up the side fence on the Hobbs Eagle dugout side. Eagles getting the single from Fuentes, RBI single from Souter. And 3 runs scored, Curtis, Fuentes, and Montez for Hobbs. For Rose of Sharon, David Yanao with a single and Barack Sanchez a single in the first inning, but double play into their chances of scoring. Actually, 1 run came in, David Yanao, but left some guys on base after that. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Parrish with the curveball, and they're going to get him on a watch. That will be sitting down on the K, Aiden Sanchez. First K of the game issued by Parrish. So out number 1 for Rose of Sharon, and that'll get Derek Morales at the plate, the shortstop. Derek Morales was 1 for 3, started the game with a double in the first inning, but flew out and then struck out after that twice. So on the bases 1 for 3. Swing and a miss on the first pitch coming from Parrish for the strike. Fastball, gets a piece of it again. This time going to foul out to the left side right over to the JV field, out of play. More baseballs coming for the umpire now, as we're seeing a lot of fouls in this one. 0-2 count now to Morales. He is 6th in the order. Rodriguez, Ivan, and Reyes, 7 through 9, to round out the order for the visiting Eagles. Parrish takes some time, turns a curveball, little check swing. It'll be sailing that towards the right foul again, towards the batting cages for the Eagles, or for the visitor Eagles, I should say. Staying alive with the contact was Morales, 0 for 2 count. No runners on the bases for Rose of Sharon. Curveball off the end of the bat. It's going to the right foul again. Well, that one hit hard on a roof there on the JV side. Umpire, after about every couple of pitches, has got to go get some more baseballs. See if they can hatch those quick enough from the Hobbs Eagle dugout. He's going to have to go get some all himself. Big supply now being put in his face mask. Getting a little workout here, besides the up and down behind the plate. 0-2 count now to Morales, the shortstop. Hobbs up by 2 runs here in the top of the second. Fastball low for ball 2, or 1-2 count. Parrish takes some time to get the pitch call he wants from behind the plate from Jaden Hernandez. Fastball outside. Hernandez had to lean a little bit over to put the grab on that one. Count evens up, or make it 2-2 with 1 out. Morales trying to be a base runner for his squad, down by 2 runs. Curveball, late swing going to the second, third gap. Out roll to the left field. Scooping it up is Curtis and getting it back in, but a single for Morales. 3rd hit of the game for Rose of Sharon. All 3 singles from Yanao, Sanchez, and now Morales. Now 7th in the order, Kevin Rodriguez, the catcher. Rodriguez went 2 for 3 in game 1. RBI single, another single too, and a stolen base. Did not score in the game. He's the one that likes to kind of flatten out and look at the pitcher before the pitch, and then turns sideways like normal. But I don't know what strategy that is, besides maybe a little psychological action there. Takes the first pitch outside for ball 1. Ivan and Reyes to round out the order for the visiting Eagles. Curveball clips the outside corner as the watch by Rodriguez for the strike. Count now 1-1. Haven't had any sun come out today. The clouds just keeping it pretty cool here. About this early or small 70s here. Curveball is going to be off the end of the bat to the batting cages there for the Sharon squad from El Paso. 1-2 count. Parrish with the fastball. Check swing out to right center. Going to roll a couple of times, and it'll be brought down by Phillips. He'll check it into second, and runner advancing to third. So runners at first and third after a single from Rodriguez. Back-to-back hits now, Morales and Rodriguez. And a total of 4 now for this Sharon team. Looks like they're going to get some equipment change here. Maybe a courtesy runner is checked in for Rose of Sharon. That's Solomon Hernandez. We saw him in the first game. I think he was one of the ones that got he did get the home run to start the game in the first inning. Eagles come back to win 13-7. So he's just a courtesy runner in this one. Parrish takes a quick look at first to check the runner, turns and fires. Fastball, late swing, and a miss. A throw to second, and Hernandez threw it low and outside. It hits the field turf and rolls out to center field, which will score a run. So that'll be Morales to score. Now 3-2. And a runner advancing to third. So a little bit of an error on the throw from catcher behind the plate. Ivan remains at the plate with a 1-0 count. 3-2 score here. Here on the top of the second. Fastball down low for ball 2. 1-run lead now for the Hobbs Eagles. We had a nip and tuck game in the first one until the latter innings when Hobbs started to really convert on the runs. 5 in the fourth and 5 in the sixth. 2 balls and no strikes. Parrish going with the curveball inside. Golf swing. This is going to drop in center field on a couple of bounces. RBI single. As coming home for another run is Rodriguez. Ivan gets the RBI single. And now we got a tie ball game with 2 runs scored for Rose of Sharon here in the second. 3-3 your score. Now last in the order, Yadir Riaz, the second baseman. Riaz did not play in the first game in the doubleheader. Is batting .375 for the year. Curveball inside. He's going to get some good wind on this one. High in the air, but it's foul territory first base because the Eagles make the catch and coming across to get it. Great job for Souter to get there and take care of business. Ball was kind of swaying around in the air for a few seconds and able to make the catch. So that will be out number 2 on the fly. He was in foul territory, though, but a good adjustment by Souter to make it. 2 down. Top of the order now, David Yanao, who got the single to start the game and a run, the first run of the contest. Runner still at first. Curveball, this one going high out towards center field. Not much of adjustment needed by Phillips, and makes the run up to the ball, makes the catch. So a fly out to finish up the inning for Yanao to top of the order to center field. But 3 hits converted by the Rose of Sharon Eagles. They get 2 runs to score. They leave 1 on base. We go to the top or bottom of the second. We're tied at 3. Your Eagles here at Sportsman's Park. Come back with us in 60 seconds. back to the bottom of the second here at Sportsman's Park. Your Hobbs Eagles tied up with Rose of Sharon 30-3. Eagles will be bottom of the order. It's going to be Mr. Phillips up there with a curveball inside. Gets a good slap at it, but it's going to go foul outside the third baseline. Trying to backhand it out of play. No chance to make a catch. It was not airborne at all. Was Dominguez. So Carson Phillips up, the center fielder. In game one of this contest, he went 2 for 3, double and a single. Did score a run as well, had a walk also in his stat book. Taylor, Curtis, and Fuentes to start the order. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Perez. Curveball low and outside for ball one. Evens up the count at 1-1. Hobbs looking for their 10th win of the season to even up their record at 10-10 with a win here. Wind up in the throw, fastball off the middle of the bat. You're going to go foul to the right side and going to clear the side fence. Good little sprint over there by Ivan to try to make the catch. And, boy, a lot of fouls going both directions in this game so far. A lot of eager Beavers out there trying to get something going with connections on the ball. 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Phillips. Eagles with the 2 hits from Fuentes and Souter, both singles. Curveball inside, gets underneath that, but it's going to sail high in the air. Second base is going to shift right and make a one-hand catch on the back pedal. Halfway between second and first, and making the play is Reyes for the out. So the fly out for Phillips. Top of the order now, Jaden Taylor. Flew to catcher right behind the plate for the first out of the first inning. Taylor went 367 coming into this series Saturday here. The top 5 in terms of hitters, too, had 18 before the first game. Had one of the first game of this one, 19. Gets it through the gap between third and second, closer to that third base, diving on the ground, trying to get his body to flatten it out, Dominguez, but it got through anyway. So Taylor gets his first single of the game. That is the third hit for the Eagles, all 3 of them singles. And now John Curtis, the left fielder, comes in at the second slot. Got on due to an error. Did score a run eventually in the first inning. Eagles, of course, had 3 runs put across, but are tied now 3-3. Lead off at first by Taylor. Perez goes to the curveball, low and inside for the ball. Curtis came into the Saturday with a .214 batting average. Had a big production against Artesia 10 days ago. 4 for 6 from the plate. Double and home run, 2 runs and 6 RBIs. Curveball, and he gets a blooper out towards first, but it goes foul. Trying to get underneath it with the basket catch there, but just couldn't get there quick enough was Ivan. He had to run up that first baseline, and the wind just kind of dug the ball down hard. Count evens up at 1-1. Seeing a bunch of umbrellas opening up. They must be wind shields because I don't see any drops on them at this point, but no sun to speak of. Here's the pitch, curve inside. The steal is on. It gets out to right field on the ground in the gap. There's already a steal on the way. The runner's going to advance to third, and a single converted by Curtis as he'll send Taylor to third. Back-to-back singles for the Eagles as the bats are coming alive here in the bottom of the second as Hobbs wants to get ahead of this Rose of Sharon team tied at 3. And that's going to bring up Fuentes. Jason Fuentes, the shortstop. He singled and scored a run, the second run of the game for the Eagles in that first inning. Runners at first and third. Hobbs again 11 hits in game 1, 10 for Rose of Sharon, so 21 total. Perez goes to the fastball, hard hit towards shortstop. Morales is flicking it to second. The throw to first looks like it might be in there in time, and we got a double play. Morales flicked it to Reyes at second. He fired to first to Ivan, and a 1-2 combination and make it 3 combination for the second and third out. We'll put that one down, unfortunately, for the Eagles. So ground out to short, gets into the double play for Fuentes. Hobbs did manage to get 2 hits in the bottom of the second. Unfortunately, no runs come across. 1 runner left on base. We go to the top of the third, almost halfway done in this second game of the doubleheader. We're tied at 3. Hobbs and Rose of Sharon on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Back live at Sportsman's Park. Ty Friend here with you. Saturday afternoon, Hobbs Eagle Baseball Game 2 of the doubleheader with Rose of Sharon from El Paso. Again, tied up at 3. At the plate now for Rose. Second in the order, Barack Sanchez. Got a single back in the first inning. Takes the first pitch, a strike for the first strike of the series here. Sanchez second in the order. They've had 5 hits so far. Curveball, check swinging to go foul over the top of the Hobbs Eagle dugout, left side of the field. So 5 hits, 1 K so far for Rose of Sharon. 5 singles, all from the David Unau, Barack Sanchez, Morales, Rodriguez, and Ivan. Curveball inside, almost hit the middle of the back of Sanchez. He just barely washer machined away from that one. Had kind of a grin after that because he dodged a bullet there and was just happy. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Quick throw from Parrish on the next pitch, high on the fastball for ball 2. Again, Luke Parrish, 3-2 record on the season, 5.25 ERA, his 6th game of the season in appearance. Quick reload, 2-2 count, curveball inside, off the middle of the bat, going to sail over the shortstop. He's got a back pedal for it, one-handed catch. Fuentes doing a great job, acrobatic. He just put his hand back and he had it. Good thing he started that back pedal quickly. He knew that ball was going to have a little bit of air underneath it and was out midway into the outfield to make the catch. Fly out for Sanchez. And that's out number 1 for the visiting Eagles, both teams with the same mascot. Jesus Dominguez, third in the order, the center fielder getting his, or the third baseman, he flew out to center field on the first one. Curve inside, quick swing, and this is going to go near the first baseline out in right field. Thankfully, it gets a curve on it. Greben started to go out there, could see that it was not going to be in play, so thankfully that did not even out a little bit out there. Back in the box goes Dominguez. Their hits have been in clusters, 1 and 2 in the order, and then down at 6, 7, and 8, all singles back-to-back. Curveball inside, comes off the handle to the backstop behind home plate for the foul. Again, Eagles with the 2 hits, Fuentes and Soder. Actually, excuse me, not 2 hits. We're talking 4 now with the 2 ones they got in the last inning. Another curve going to go outside, foul towards the Rose of Sharon dugout over the side fence. Yep, there's a reload for the umpire. Going to exhaust him by the time we're done. Get all these extra balls from the sidelines. Count goes to 0-2. Having to protect the plate is Dominguez as Parrish continues to work on him. Nobody on the bases for Rose of Sharon with 1 out, and they have a 3-3 tie with your Eagles. Here's the windup of the throw. Fastball outside for ball 1. Mentioned in the first game, these teams with some good senior leadership, 11 seniors for Rose of Sharon and 9 for Hobbs. 4 juniors for Rose of Sharon. Eagles have 6 underclassmen. Here's the curveball outside for ball 2. Or no, they got that on the outside corner. That's a strike. 1-2 count. It's on the internet. Yeah, HobbsAmerica.com. Here's the 1-2. Fastball outside and sliding to save that from going wild. Nice job, but the knees sliding left to right. Jaden Hernandez. Thankfully, he had some pads on those knees. Otherwise, you have a field turf burned badly. 1-2 count now to Dominguez. Curveball inside. That's going to be barely missing the inside corner. Hobbs fans thought that was going to be a K, but it ended up being a BB instead, double walk. First walk of the game for Rose of Sharon to put Dominguez on first. That's the break of the tie there if he gets around to home. But next we got Abram Ramirez, who is the cleanup man. He flew out to short. A couple of catches so far for Fuentes in this game out there. Parrish takes a look at first. Back to home plate. Fastball goes down low. Submarine pitch for the ball. Shin high that time. Still tied at 3. 4-3, 5-3 hit count so far. Fastball, high one, swing and a miss for Ramirez. He wants to have that one back. Boy, his coach is about halfway back in left field halfway between third and the outfield there. He's got a way back position there. Here's the 1-1 pitch coming from Parrish. Curveball. Takes a quick dive towards the top of the plate, and it's going to come too low near the shins once again for ball 2. 2-1 count now to Ramirez. Sanchez, Morales, and Rodriguez going to be 5 through 7 in the order. They get a chance to make it to the plate. Fastball comes out the middle of the bat and to the right backstop in the foul territory. Still making contact is Ramirez. Again, this is a private school out of El Paso Rose of Sharon. Do not have a district per se. Play lots of tournaments. They've had the Roswell Southwest Classic tournament. They won that against Goddard in the finale. Played in the Carlsbad tournament. That's where they had the Hobbs Eagles in the first round. Play a lot of Las Cruces schools. Play the Hobbs Eagle district opponents, Roswell and Clovis, and Carlsbad. 2-2 count, steal on the way. Curveball goes foul. Takes a roll outside the third baseline to the Hobbs Eagle dugout, but the steal call on the way there, Jesus Dominguez had the wheels going, but called back by the umpire. 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Ramirez. Parrish taking a little bit of time here to get the pitch call he wants. Turns and fires a fastball a little bit high for ball 3. We got a full count here. This Rose of Sharon team ranked 22nd in the Division I Max Preps poll this week. There's about 400 teams in that poll. I'm not sure what all the teams they put in. There's a lot of private schools, but there are some public too. Fastball goes high. The steal is on, and they got the throw in time, and that's going to be a tag out. Great throw coming from behind the plate by Phillips. Or correction, make that Hernandez as he connects to second base to Taylor for the tag. So a couple of steal opportunities taken away by the Hobbs Eagle defense, and that will shut down any chance to break the tie for this Sharon squad from El Paso. So they end up with no hits. They leave 1 on base, no runs come across. We go to the bottom of the third. Your Hobbs Eagles tied with Rose of Sharon from El Paso, 3-3. Come back with us in 60 seconds on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Bottom of the third here at Sportsman's Park. Kind of a overcast day. Looks like the rain's going to hold off, hopefully for the duration of this doubleheader. Game 2. Hobbs winning the first one 13-7 to go to 9-10 on the season. A win here in the Game 2 would make it 500 before district starts next week in Roswell Tuesday. Tristan Montez now in the lefties for the Eagles, a cleanup man in this one. He flew out to right field in the first game, or in his first at bat in this game, I should say. Fastball outside from Perez, ball 1. Montez, again, did not play in Game 1, so get the chance to get his batting numbers better than they were before. Here's the curveball, and it's going to float outside for ball 2. 2-0 count now to Montez. Kestner, Souter, and Greben due up next for the Eagles in that 5, 6, and 7 slot. Here's the windup of the throw from Perez. Curveball inside. Good yank on the ball, but it's going to sail it out to foul territory, as it'll bounce over the side fence deep in the corner, too, near the outfield. So nice long shot there. Just need to straighten it out for Montez. Love to get the lead here in the bottom of the third, getting halfway through this ball game. Fastball gets another piece of it. It's going to sail high towards third base. It'll be in foul territory, then curves back into the field of play. And a nice little basket catch there from the third baseman, having to drift left and then back to the right infield was Dominguez. Good athletic move for him on that one. Little shift into the feet. basketball drill. They're playing some defense. So the fly out to third by Montez. I thought it was going to stay in foul territory, but the winds are starting to mess with these balls a little bit. Cole Kester now, who walked back in the first inning, takes a fastball outside, gets by the catcher, Rodriguez, and with anybody on base, that would have advanced a runner, but nobody on yet for the Eagles. Kestner again the walk, and the run scored, the DH back in the first. Getting a little bit cloudier and darker out here. Maybe rain is starting to threat. Fastball going to go foul. That's going to hit the right field fence in the back outfield there, but way out of play. They can start seeing some gray clouds move into the area, and I got a feeling the winds are going to start picking up pretty bad here in a minute. Only dirt we've got is on the mound, though, of course. The field turf everywhere else. Time called by the ump, and we're back to action here. Kestner back in the box with a 1-1 count, one down. The windup of the throw from Perez. Fastball off the end of the bat. It's going to go foul over the backstop. Don't have a foul ball count yet, but, boy, it's been quite a few here up through this third inning. Winds might be having to do something a bit about that. Perez, a stocky guy out there on the mound. Looks like I bet he plays some football too. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball. Middle of the bat again. This is going over the backstop as Kester continues to make contact, is trying to straighten that bat up as best he can. One of the power hitters for the Eagles, again leading the team with 4 HRs this year. Had a couple against Artesia in that big blowout win in game 1 of the doubleheader about 10 days ago. Here's the wind starting to pick up. 1-2 pitch, high fastball, ball 2. No precip yet, but definitely going to be a wind-affected game here as we continue through this third inning and the duration. 2 balls and 2 strikes as Perez stares down behind to his catcher, Rodriguez. Turns and fires a fastball, low and outside for ball 3. So Kester taking advantage of some good eyes here. Like to at least get on base, even if it makes a walk. He did have a walk to score a run in game 1 on an RBI bases loaded situation. Hobbs can only break a tie. They get a runner on base here, which is what they're working on. Fastball, high and inside for ball 4. So Kestner picks up his second walk. And he's the guy that's got both of them, actually, for the Eagles. 5th in the order now, Jackson Souter. One of the 4 hits the Eagles have converted in this game, an RBI single back in the first inning. Of course, he's batting lefty. Perez looks back at first to check out Kestner. Turns and fires. Fastball, swing and a miss. Hard swing there for Souter. Wanted to put that one over the center field fence. Oh, 1 count now to Souter. Greben, Hernandez, and Phillips round out the order for the Eagles. 1 out. Runner at first. Perez back up on the rubber, ready to go. Turns and fires. Fastball outside and low. Ball 1. Count to 1-1. Eagles will have a couple of district games next week. They'll play each team twice, so 6 games on the schedule coming up. Here's 1-1. Fastball outside. Ball 2. Good eye for Souter. Mentioned in the first game, too, that the district format is this 1 game at home, 1 away for each of those games, each of those teams. So Carlsbad, Clovis, and Roswell each getting 2 hookups with the Eagles. 2-1 pitch, curveball inside, little check swing, way low on that one for Souter. And they're not going to get him on a movement of the wrist too much on that. Count goes to 3-1 on the ball. So way ahead of the count is Souter, can play with the pitch if he needs to. Force out at second here for the Eagles. Time called right before the pitch. I think we had an errant ball from the JV field. Kind of looking around as hopefully they were going to say there was lightning or something, but infield ump called the stoppage there as it sailed into the right field. So it gave a little bit more of a second of breather time for Souter to make a decision what he's going to do here. Fastball outside, it keeps going in the same spot. That's a walk. So back-to-back walks given up by Perez. That's the 3rd picked up by the Eagles in this game. Finally, somebody other than Kester getting one. And now it's going to be Cope Greben stepping up. He got on due to an error back in the first inning. Cope had a couple of walks in game one, so he could maybe get these bases loaded if he does pick up a double B here, but I think he'd probably rather have a hit. Perez stares back at second. Curveball coming, and boy, it looked like it dropped low, submarine a little bit towards the front of the plate, but just enough to clip the down corner of it and gets the strike. Most of the hits coming in the top of the order. Taylor, Curtis, and Fuentes with singles. Here's the 0-1. Change-up action. Getting a piece of it late was Greben. Send that to the JV field in the right foul territory. We've got a couple of their balls over here, but I think a lot more have been hitting their side. Based on the wind. The wind has switched. It was going left, and now it's going to the right, over to the JV side. Don't ask me for the compass directions there. Curveball hits the deck. It's going to be picked up and thrown by the catcher to third. The runner was going for the Eagles and barely safe. And Coach Boyle's like, oh, you got close on that one. So Hobbs going to get that man to third. That's Cole Kessner. Ball dropped on the plate. Not sure if that was on purpose. The catcher just kind of gamesmanship on the runners there, but he did make a nice throw and is barely missing the tag out at third. Runners at first and third. Fastball ricochets off the bat and the elbow of Cope Greben for the foul. So he's going to stay alive at the plate. 1-2 count with one out. Knocking at the door is Cole Kessner to try to break this 3-3 tie in the bottom of the third. All four hits have been singles for the Eagles. Single here would be an RBI for Greben. Fastball gets contact with that one there. That one goes to the JV field. A little bit more behind us instead of the right this time. Maybe the softball field. Game 2 of the doubleheader here at Sportsman's Park. Rose of Sharon, the visiting team from El Paso. 1-2 pitch coming from Perez. Wind up with the throw, a little change up high for the ball. Keeping a good eye on it was Greben. Hernandez and Phillips next. Neither one have got a hit yet. Hernandez struck out and Phillips with a fly to second. Perez comes back with a fastball. This one going towards left field, high in the air. Left fielder kind of a very nonchalant jog. He's got to move to the right to make the catch and does so. Ramirez, he'll throw it in on the relay past the shortstop. It rolls all the way to home, but well in front of the plate. The score comes through. And we've got an RBI single put through by Greben as he will score Cole Kessner. Eagles now 4-3. They lead by 1 over Rose of Sharon. Still with 2 outs, though. A runner at first after the RBI single from Greben. His first hit of the game. Now Jaden Hernandez steps up, struck out for the last out of the first inning. Takes the first fastball low for ball 1. Eagles had 8 hitters at the plate in the first inning, so that was a lot of guys getting some action there with a couple of hits converted. Right now they've got their 5th at the plate, Hernandez. Fastball, late swing off the handle, right to the middle of the backstop behind the homer, or behind the home plate for Hernandez. So the foul ball evens up the count at 1-1. Trying to get that ball retrieved, get it back to the umpire now as back in the box goes Hernandez. Brad's going to turn and fire. Fastball, middle of the bat this time, going to go foul right. JV Field's going to get another souvenir. That's going to get the runner having to run back, and that's Souter back to first. 4-3 score, 1-run lead for the Eagles, 3 in the first, 1 in the third. Curveball inside, gets underneath it, got some air towards right center, towards the fence, and it is over just barely. Boy, that thing looked like it might hit the top, but it went over the right center field fence near the scoreboard, and that'll send 2 runs into the home plate. 2 RBI homer by Jaden Hernandez. We had 1 in the first game. Of course, the freshman Dunlap, and now it's Hernandez's turn to strike it through for a senior. That will put 2 more runs on the board in a 6-3 ball game now. 3 runs in the first, 3 runs in the third. Hats off to Hernandez on that one. That's his 2nd homer of the season for the senior. 6-3 your score. And now the meeting of the minds come to the pitching mound as Hobbs doubling up on Rose of Sharon 6-3. Now, we've had this meeting in the first game. We thought they were going to pull their starter after a while, but he stayed in for quite a bit of it, and it took him a long time. Then they had two more pitchers come in late in that game. But right now it's a 6-3 ball game. Doesn't look like there's been a handing off of the ball to anybody here. And now the umpire going to go out and say, got to be a quick one, coach. Looks like they're just going to have a pat on the back of their pitcher, the starter, Alex Perez. Again, he had a 2-1 record coming in, his fourth game of the season on the mound. Carson Phillips going to round out the order for the Eagles. Flew out to second back in the second inning. Still at 2 in the out count here. That was the first non-single for Hobbs, that 2 RBI homer for Hernandez. All the other singles from Taylor, Curtis, Fuentes, Souter, and Greben. Everybody getting a piece of the pie so far. Fastball comes inside for the ball. Is no movement in the bullpen, but in high school baseball, a lot of guys just move to the pitcher position from the field, so doesn't necessarily mean anything at this point, whether he's being watched even closely than we thought. Fastball comes outside for ball 2. Taylor, Curtis, and Fuentes coming up in the top of the order. All three of them have a single apiece. Souter taking, or correction, Perez taking a quick breather. Throws a fastball high. Barely clips the top of the strike zone there for the K. Strike call there. 2 balls and 1 strike. Perez turns, throws a curveball. Late swing by Phillips. Hits him as well. Might have got a part of the hip, though. He's a little bit trying to flex that leg, actually. Might have hit him lower than the hip. Count goes to 2-2 now for Phillips. 2 outs here in the bottom of the third. Fastball gets contact. It's going to sail to the JV field on the right side over the side fence. Still keeping a contact there is Phillips. Phillips came in at 282 this season. He does have a triple a few games back. Here's a 2-2 curveball inside. Late swing, a blooper, going to roll right out to the pitcher. Easy time for Perez, and sails the throw over to first to connect with Ivan for the third out. So a ground out for Phillips to end the bottom of the third. But the Hobbs Eagles do manage to get 2 hits. They get across 3 runs to take a 6-3 lead, leave nobody on base. We'll be back in 60 seconds as your Hobbs Eagles are doubling Rose of Sharon on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Ready for the 4th inning here at Sportsman's Park in Hobbs. Ty Friend here with you. The Hobbs Eagles up 6-3 over Rose of Sharon thanks to 3 runs in the 3rd inning. And the Eagles getting some bats working too with a Cope Greben RBI single, a 2 RBI homer from Jaden Hernandez, and a couple of walks thrown in from Kestner and Souter. Eagles currently with 6 hits. They've been walked 3 times, struck out once, have 1 error on defense. And on the other side of the coin, 5 hits for Rose of Sharon. They've been walked once, struck out once, have had a couple of errors on defense. Onto the plate now, Abram Ramirez. He is the cleanup man for Rose of Sharon. He flew to short. A couple of outs made by Fuentes earlier in this game. Swing and a miss on the big fastball coming in from Luke Parrish, who's working on his 4th win of the season. Up 6-3, gets a strike on the first one. Quick reload, turns and fires a curveball. And it comes right inside to clip the corner. And boy, a little bit of a sarcastic look from Ramirez back to the ump on the call there. Thought that was too low, but an 0-2 count. He's got to protect the plate. Parrish not going to waste any time. Another curveball. Little check swing. And they're going to go to the first base umpire to see if he went around on the bat, and they're going to say yes, he did. They're going to get that as a K, as he will strike out. Quick call from the plate umpire. He didn't waste any time to point down to the first base guy, and they got the call, and that is a K for Ramirez. That'll be number 2 on the strikeouts for Luke Parrish. You could see him kind of quickening his pitches, not wasting any time there. And that'll be out number 1. Aiden Sanchez now, who struck out back in the second. Curveball to him after middle of the bat, going to right field. Is it going to be enough time to get underneath it? It hits off the top of the glove. It was going over the shoulder towards the warning track, and jumping up for it was Greben. He had to run from right to left, from right field all the way over to center right, but he tried to jump in the air. They're going down as a single. I don't see an E going up on the scoreboard, so I'll just hold on to my single here. They're smiling at me over there at the scorebook. So it will be a single for Sanchez. And that'll bring up Morales, Derek Morales, who had a single back in the second inning. Lead off at first for Ramirez. Getting Rodriguez, or correction, this is Rodriguez up, Fastball gets past the catcher for the Eagles. Hernandez got to chase it down. Must have just turned his eyes just a bit. So that was Morales who got the single. That makes him 2 for 2. Got off my order here just a bit. So Morales now at second after the wild pitch or the deflection. And this is Kevin Rodriguez. Fastball outside and low. Count now 2-0 to Kevin Rodriguez, who did have a single back in the first as well, just like Morales did. He's working on his second hit. 6 hits in the game for Rose of Sharon. Fastball outside for ball 3. Big lead on the count now for Rodriguez. He's 7th in the order. Ivan and Riaz, 8th and 9th for the visiting Eagles from El Paso. Big lead off at second. Fastball, and that will be a little low for ball 4. Walk for Rodriguez. That puts 2 on the bases now for Rose of Sharon. The tying run at home now, stepping up, will be Ivan. He is the first baseman. Had an RBI single back in the second. Takes a look over to his coach in the third base coaching box, Coach Gonzalez, to get the signal there. Force out at third for the Eagles, but there's only 1 out on the board. Parrish will come with a fastball, barely a little bit high for ball 1. Again, game 2 of the doubleheader here at Sportsman's Park. Eagles winning game 1, 13-7. We're down early in that one, but had 2 big innings, 4th and 6th for 5 runs each. Fastball goes down low, gets away a little bit from Jaden Hernandez, able to scoop it up and kind of taunting that second base runner there to see if he was going to try to move to third, but he got back quickly. 2 balls and no strikes to Ivan. Parrish takes a look at second, checks runner, turns and fires. Fastball almost threw it outside of Hernandez's grasp. He slid from left to right. The catcher makes a beautiful save there from behind the plate, and he has some words for his pitcher to not let this one get away. That thing barely got in the webbing of the glove of Hernandez there behind the plate. 3-0 count, though. Don't want to get 2 walks in a row to load the bases. Fastball right down the pike. That's got to be a strike, and it is. Ivan watching at that time. Count goes to 3-1. Still looks over to his coach there on the coach's box, Coach Gonzalez. Curveball at shoulder high. That's going to be a walk. So Ivan picks up a walk, his second on base here in this game. And that's going to be the 3rd walk issued by the Eagles. And looks like a time is called. Coach Bowman, the pitching coach for the Eagles, going to head on out there, have a discussion. Maybe it'll be as quick as the one we saw for Rose of Sharon and just a motivational team morale meeting, but we'll wait and see. And we'll take a quick 60-second break. Your Hobbs Eagles lead 6-3, but Rose of Sharon coming back with a lot of bases loaded up. Timeout is done here at Sportsman's Park. Hobbs Eagle coaching staff deciding to keep their pitcher starter, Luke Parrish out there. A couple of walks back-to-back to Rodriguez and Ivan, but they're not worried about him. He'll stay on the mound and bring up Yadier Reyes. He is the second baseman, flew to first on his out back in the second inning. Parrish not going to waste time, throw the curveball right down the pike, and the strike. Good way to come back after a timeout. Reyes last in the order for Rose of Sharon. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Fastball low and outside, ball one. Jumping around like he got a hot potato there. Hernandez still watching the runners. He knows they're all loaded at the bases here. Knows any mistakes could cause a run to come in and get back in this one. Hobbs up 6-3. Here's the windup for the throw from Parrish off the end of the bat. Going to go out to right field on the roll. That will be a single and an RBI, maybe 2 RBIs. Getting it in is Grieben in right field, but 2 runs have scored as he throws a long one down to home and just a little bit late. But Grieben doing a good job of covering that one up. But Yadier Reyes, a 2 RBI single converted. So right now the last forward batters, 2 singles and 2 walks. And that will score Morales and Rodriguez and make this a little bit tighter a game, 6-5 now here in the top of the 4th. We are slated for 7, game 2 of this doubleheader. So again, we got a close one like we did in the first one, although Hobbs pulled away towards the end. Steele is on the way from first, and he's going to make it very slow. No, he's going to slow down before he gets to second. What's he doing out there? Having to get chased down is going to be Reyes back to first, and he's going to make it in time. He started sprinting and then thought he had no problem and then kind of slowed up towards second. The ball hadn't even got there yet. And then just kind of stopped and jogged back a little bit. And, boy, almost like he was taunting the Hobbs Eagle infield. So he got back in time as chasing him back there for a second was Parrish. Top of the order, David Yanao at the plate. 1 for 2 with a single. A run scored, flew to center. Parrish fakes a throw to first and stays on the mound. Runners at first and third. 1 run from third would tie this ball game up. RBI single from Yanao would do that. Fastball down the middle, another steal opportunity to second. A hard throw from behind the plate over the second base to the center. Runners get advanced as third as well, but a run will score on the errant throw from behind by Hernandez. So Yanao's going to stay at the plate, but another run comes across, and we are tied at 6-all off a throwing error. Second error for the Eagles in this game. 3 runs have come across for Rose Sharon. Fastball, getting a piece of it barely, and the ball hits the field turf pretty quickly, and it looks like it also might got a part of the catcher for the Eagles. You now got a piece of that one, and there's going to be a time called. That ball came off the bat and went low quickly on the catcher, and now the umpire's going out to talk to Parrish, the pitcher, for some reason. Not sure what that's about. Coach Boyle's going to check his catcher. Didn't quite see where the ball went. I have my guesses, but I'm not going to speculate right now and get some comfort there at home. Might have hit him in the left thigh, it looks like he's pointing at right now. That is Jaden Hernandez there. The umpire had the words for Parrish. I'm not sure what that was about. Parrish didn't call for him, and the umpire went right out there. Also getting a chance to talk to his coach, Hernandez, on the third coach's box is David Yanao. I thought it looked like he called the timeout first, and they had the trainer out there for Hobbs as well. So back in the box goes Yanao. 6-6 ball game. 1-1 count. 1 ball and a strike to Yanao. Runners at only third now for the visiting Eagles from El Paso. Parrish will come with the curveball high towards the brim of the helmet. And jumping on the left side of the plate, just in case there's a run coming through, is Hernandez, making sure that runner was going to stay at third. Ball call there, 3-1 count with 1 out. The run would break the tie. Time called, Coach Boyle calling it from the dugout. I think he's asking for the count here. Waiting to see if they make a change on this, as he is moving his counter there behind the plate. Waiting to see the fingers go up. I hope he does a signal. If that's what they did, was make the count different. Nope, he's not going to signal anything here. 3-1 count. Parrish will throw the curveball. Swing and a miss. That was a high pitch. Jumping over the top of it, David Yanao. That will be a strike and a full count now to the leadoff hitter. Sanchez and Dominguez, 2 and 3 in the order, coming up next. Sanchez does have a single. Barrett's going to take a little more time and says no to a couple of pitch calls from behind the plate. Turns and fires. Curveball. Another high one. And that'll be strike 3 on the swing by Yanao. A lot of mustard on that pitch. K number 3 for Parrish on the mound for the Eagles. And that'll bring in second in the order, Barack Sanchez. He's 1 for 2 with a single and a fly to short. He's a lefty. And try to break the tie with the 2 outs on the board. Parrish going to go quickly to him. Curveball off the handle and hits the ground quickly for Sanchez for foul. Yeah, Parrish really been speeding up his pitches, not wasting time between each of them. No clock on him right now, but he's acting like he doesn't want to give those batters any time to think. 6-6 ball game. Here in the top of the 4th. 3 runs that come across for Rose. Curveball inside off the end of the bat. Going to get through the first-second gap out to right center. And to scoop it up is Phillips. Will be a single for Sanchez, his second of the ball game, and will be the 7th hit for Rose of Sharon. Third in the order now, Jesus Dominguez flew to center and walked. He's been on 1 of 2 times. Back to the right side of the plate. 7-6 ball game, by the way. That did score a run. That was Ivan that scored. Fastball goes low. Another steal attempt at second. Sliding in head first. They get the throw. Connect from Hernandez to second to Taylor for the 3rd and final out. That's happened a couple of times. And the guy that was stealing, he has like some type of cast on his left hand. I think he slammed that into the field turf, and he is hurt. Yeah, he's swinging that arm. I don't know if he went fist first into the turf, but big blue type of wrap or something around his arm. Looks more like a cast there, but that'll be out number 3 regardless. Great throw coming from Hernandez right to the middle of the second bag for that out. So Rose of Sharon, though, does get some production in that inning. They get 3 hits. They also scored 4 runs. They would have left somebody on base, but they got him out at second, and a couple of walks thrown in there too. But a lead now for Rose of Sharon, 7-6 your score. They lead by 1 over the Hobbs Eagles after 4 runs come through. We'll come back in 60 seconds on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Bottom of the 4th inning here at Sportsman's Park, 7-6. Rose of Sharon has regained the lead here. Hobbs Eagles, though, at the plate, bottom of the 4th, getting a chance to hit now. As Perez continues to be the pitcher for Rose of Sharon, throws a fastball low and outside for ball 1. As he takes on the top of the order, Jaden Taylor, who's 1 of 2, a single, and flew to behind home plate for an out earlier in the 1st inning. Trying to get his team back in this one, down by just 1. Perez going to go fastball. Clips the outside of the plate for strike 1 to even up the count at 1-1. Curtis, Fuentes, and Montez 2 through 4 in the order. Both Curtis and Fuentes have a single so far on 2 at-bats. A 1-1 pitch, little changeup look here. And it's going to be sailed to the right backstop for the foul. Count goes to 1-2 on Taylor. Eagles with 6 hits so far, including a 2 RBI homer by Jaden Hernandez, RBI single for Greben, RBI single for Jackson Souter. Here's the windup in the throw. Fastball off the handle, going to go foul on the roll. Out towards Coach Boyle, but coming to get it in front of him was Dominguez, the 3rd baseman. So still making some contact is Taylor, top of the order. 3rd time around for the Eagles. Still down by the 1 run, 7-6. Perez will come back fastball, low and outside for ball 2. Evens up the count at 2-2. Again, Eagles on the road Tuesday for the first district game of the season against Roswell. 1 game, 4:45 pregame. Tip first pitch at 5 o'clock. That's from their field at Roswell High. They built that a while back. Check swing off the end of the bat. Sails between the first and second gap there, and it's going to take a dive into the green. Second baseman tried to get over there, Riaz, but it got kind of slowed up in the field turf out there in the green area, and they're going to get that as a single, as that'll be converted by Taylor, his second in a row, 2 hits in a row for hit number 7 for the Eagles. That brings up John Curtis. 1 for 2, got on due to an error to start the game with a run after that, and a single. Eagles have in their top 3 in the order have 4 hits combined, 2 for Taylor, 1 for Curtis, 1 for Fuentes. Curveball outside, and now the Eagles going to try some steals the second, and getting there in time is Jaden Taylor. So we saw a bunch of steal chances there for Rose of Sharon. They got picked off several times by the Eagles from Eagles catcher Jaden Hernandez, but Hobbs now converting on one. They want to get this game tied up and get somebody in scoring position, which is Taylor at this point at second. Perez looks back at him, throws a curveball inside. This is yanked out, shallow right, and a catch with the one hand near the warning track. The relay throw into second, but that will advance a runner. Single for Curtis. So both Taylor and Curtis have had back-to-back singles for the Eagles. And third of the order, Jason Fuentes, who's 1 of 2 as well. He got the single in the first inning, scored a run, and a ground to short. Eagles have the tying run at third now. And the go-ahead here, Fuentes could get around to home plate. Perez will come but the curve, a little high of the strike zone for ball 1. 7-6 your score here in the bottom of the 4th, slated for 7, game 2 of the doubleheader. Perez takes a little bit more time. Fastball down the middle for the strike. Holding on that one was Fuentes. 21 total hits in that first game. Right now, Eagles 7 and 8 for Rose of Sharon. Fastball, check swing. Did it get Peter part of the bat? I think it might have, and it comes off the glove of the catcher, too. See if they got that as a strike call here, or foul. 1 ball and 1 strike with 1 out. Perez turns and fires. Curve. Ooh, where did that come? A little bit high, I guess, for ball 3. 3-1 count now to Fuentes. Good eye on that one, and he's going to have a chance to play with 1 pitch if he wants to, as Perez out there sweeping the rubber on top of the pitching mound. Definitely has got some threat here with the runner at third. Fastball clips the outside corner, and getting ready to take off was Fuentes. He thought he had a walk there, but now he's got to deal with a full count. 1 down for the Eagles, who trail by 1 run here in the bottom of the 4th. Perez comes back with a fastball, slapped down with the bouncer to second. Riaz will be able to field it, throw it to first high, and going up on the ladder to bring it down. The first baseman, Ivan, but that will score a run, and that'll be an sack RBI for Fuentes. So an RBI for Fuentes. He will score Taylor, and we got ourselves a tie ball game. 2 touchdowns apiece here, or 1 touchdown apiece. 7-7 your score. 1 down. Lefty coming in, Tristan Montez. 4th in the order, the cleanup in this one. 0 for 2 with a couple of flies. Curveball, swing and a miss. It hits his bat, actually, and then goes off his shoulder, so he did make contact. Flew to right and flew to third. Definitely wants to try to keep this on the ground here. Montez does not have anybody on the bases right now, but he could score himself if he'd like to get over the fence. Montez with 1 homer this season. Curve inside, gets a piece. It'll fly out. Hits the right side fence near the Rose of Sharon dugout. Bounces back into the right field, too. A lot of velocity on that one. Once again, Rose of Sharon 21-3 and 1 tie. They had their 3rd loss of the season against the Eagles earlier. Hobbs improved to 9-10. So going to 500 if they can get the win here as they prepare for district next week. Back in the box goes Montez with an 0-2 count to stare down here. Got to protect the plate. Fastball kind of low. Golf swing right back to the pitcher on the bounce. Perez turns and fires the first, a low one, but digging that glove into the field turf to get it is Ivan. So that'll be the 3rd out. Ground out from Montez to the pitcher. Hobbs Eagles, though, do manage to get 2 singles. They get 1 run to score and now have tied the ball game at 7-7. We'll come back to the top of the 5th, getting down to the wire here at Sportsman's Park. Stay with us on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Game tied 7-7 here at Sportsman's Park. Hobbs and Rose of Sharon from El Paso. The scoring in this game, it was 3-1 after end of 1. Hobbs up by 2. Rose of Sharon added 2 runs in the second. We were tied at 3. 3 more for Hobbs in the third. Made it 6-3. 4 runs put on by Rose in the fourth, 4-1 in the fourth, and now we are tied at 7. For the Hobbs Eagles at the plate, Cole Kestner, 5th in the order. He's walked twice and scored 2 runs after that as the DH. Wait a second, correction here. Number 10, what do we got? Change up in the order. It's Brister. Chase Brister is checked in for Kestner. So getting his first chance. He was a pitcher in the first game, of course. Takes the first pitch low and outside for ball 1. Or correction, what am I saying? We're getting the wrong team here. Jesus Dominguez, my bad. I wonder why that was completely off the charts. Jesus Dominguez, both wearing black jerseys, getting me all confused. Fastball, little low for ball 2. Jesus Dominguez flew to center and walked in his first 2 at-bats. Again, top of the 5th, 7-7 score. Here comes the next pitch. Curveball goes a little low for a ball. 3-0 count now to Dominguez. Curve comes inside to clip the corner for the strike. Holding on at that time was Jesus Dominguez. Count now to 3-1. Curveball inside. That'll be a walk for Dominguez. Oh, there was a sub for the Eagles, too. That's Alan Udahara that's now pitching for Hobbs. So that's the second pitcher for the Eagles in this one, as we start the 5th inning. So he'll get a couple here. Slated for 7. So some changes made in the roster. Abram Ramirez now up. He flew out to short and had a strikeout earlier. Udahara throws a little curve low for the ball. 1-0 count. 4th in the order is Ramirez. He's the cleanup guy. Does have a runner at first. The walk from Jesus Dominguez. Quick return on the pitch, low on the fastball for ball 2. 2-0 count to Ramirez. Sanchez and Morales up next. Morales with a good bat so far, 2 for 2 with a couple of singles and some runs scored. We have to keep a watch on him. Udahara throwing it to first. And back in time, the runner Dominguez. The Eagles definitely don't want these runners to advance with a tie ball game right now. Back in the box goes Ramirez. Udahara with the curveball coming off the handle and stays on the third baseline. They're going to say it's fair. Takes a roll out to left field out in foul territory, but that's going to be a double. Runner advancing to third as well as Dominguez. So a double for Abram Ramirez, and runners now at second and third with no outs. A little bit of threat coming on here with a 7-7 tie. Aiden Sanchez will come in now. He is 5th in the order. Struck out and flew out. 0 for 2 at the plate. And looks like they may have changed their roster here too. They brought in somebody different now. He did play in the first game. Solomon Hernandez. And he had a pretty Big bat in the first game, hit that home run in the first inning. Didn't get anything after that, error and walk to get him on, and he flew out for his fourth at bat, but did manage to get an RBI for himself and 3 runs scored in that game and a steal. But he is checking in now at the plate. Umpire is going to kind of talk to the coach here. I'm not sure, maybe that didn't get signaled in properly or not, but first time I've seen him step up. Now we got both umpires going to talk to the coach. Yeah, I think there might have been an issue with substitution. Doesn't look like just the cordial, normal tell the umpire and he signals to the press box. And it looks like I think the umpire is going to go talk to the Hobbs staff too about this, because umpire is not going behind the plate if that was just a routine sub. Coach Boyle, I think, is questioning. He's got the roster in his hand and receipt of the roster, and I think he's going to question why this guy's on there. Taking a look at the one I got to receive the same thing. Solomon is listed, but it says 48 that he wrote down here, and he is 49. So maybe the missed digit might be what the issue is. Now, technically, you have to have the right stuff in the roster book there. They're going to call the other umpire over and have a talk about this. I do think it's the second digit because the coach's starting lineup card, he is a sub, but he's listed as 48, and his roster or his uniform says 49. Only thing I could think of right now. I mean, it is a rule that you need to have the right stuff in the book, even in other sports, but especially basketball, but still. That's one of those rules that you probably don't really need to worry about, something that should probably not be in the book anyway. It was just a clerical error by a coach, nobody trying to substitute somebody that's not supposed to be on the roster at all. But they have to talk this one out. The umpire now going to go back and say something to Coach Boyle about it. He did pull out that roster earlier, so he knows something's up. And I think we might have to play ball here. Oh, yeah, Coach Boyle's got some words back out. And the plate umpire, I think got a feeling he's arguing that it was just a slight mistake on the second number. Coach Boyle is still pointing at the roster. He's got up on the wall now in the dugout. And the question is whether we're going to enforce something to do with the number or not. I'm just speculating, but that's the only thing I could think of. Of course, we don't have a mic up on the ump. I think we're just going to play here. I don't think he's going to make a call about the legal roster. Once again, that's all speculation, but the scorecard does say 48. Okay, get everybody back in the box here, ready to go. So 49 is the guy, and that's going to be who we already talked about, Salomon Hernandez, who did have the home run in that first game. So that's kind of a bone of contention there, as he was a big hitter for him, at least that one. Curveball comes low for Udahara, hits the plate, but nice save there behind by Jaden Hernandez to save it from going wild. 1-0 count now. Takes a look back at the runners at second and third. The windup in the throw. Curveball comes down the pike. Ooh, they're going to say a little low for ball. Hobbs fans got their hands up in the air like, boy, that seemed like a easy strike call there. But 2-0 count now to Hernandez. Curveball inside, hits low. Good save with the glove underneath by Hernandez to save that from being ricocheted. Could almost hit the batter there. Probably on a hop, though. That wouldn't have been called a hit by pitch, but don't want to have any opportunity for a wild pitch here with the runners at second and third. And a 7-7 game here in the top of the fifth, as we will have 7 innings of regulation. Udahara comes back. Curveball bounces off the right side of the plate. That's going to send a walk for Hernandez. That'll put the bases loaded now. No movement in the bullpen for the Eagles, and a time called. And looks like the catcher for the Eagles wants to go talk to Udahara. Jaden Hernandez heads out there. Next up for Hope, it will be, Rose of Sharon. I got to keep running that through my mind. Derek Morales. He's got 2 singles, 2 for 2 at the plate with 2 runs, so he's definitely a threat here in this 5th inning. No runs have come across yet, but the bases are loaded now for the visiting Eagles from El Paso. Morales, 6 in the order for this Rose of Sharon team. Big pitching coming here for Udahara in relief of Parrish. Curveball inside, golf swing, bounces over to third, turned and firing from third base, but throwing it behind the catcher. That was Montez, and Hernandez going to have to try to track it down. And unfortunately, that bad throw, the error, is going to cause some runs to come across. Couple of runs, 2 on the throwing error. So 2 runs come across, making it 9-7 in favor of Rose of Sharon. Top of the 5th. And a time called. This time Coach Boyle's going to come out to talk to his infield and his pitcher Udahara. We'll take a quick break, 60 seconds. Your Eagles trail by 2 here in the top of the 5th. Eagles making a pitching change here in the 5th, giving up 2 runs so far in this inning, 9-7. As the Rose of Sharon El Paso squad up by 9-7. They put Hendrick Sullivan back up on the mound. He was a little bit of time in that first game, but he's returned here in this game in relief. Third pitcher for the Eagles, Parrish, started. They put Udahara in there for a little bit, and now it's Sullivan's turn to try to get this one back. Again, down by 2 runs. So the Eagles trying to get themselves back in this game. Hobbs had a 3-1 lead in the first. It was tied at 3 at the end of second. Eagles up 6-3 in the third after getting 3 runs at the bottom of the third. Rose returned with 4 in the fourth, 4-1 score at that point, and actually 7-7. It was tied at the end of 4. They outscored Hobbs 4-1 in the fourth, and now the 5th 2 runs that come across for this team from El Paso. Kevin Rodriguez out there now at the plate. He's got runners at first and third. One for one with a single and a walk. He had a couple of runs scored too. Fastball hits the outside corner. Check swing as well for Rodriguez to get the strike. So Hendrick Sullivan, who also played the basketball team at guard there for the Eagles. Playoff bound as well. 0-1 pitch coming from Sullivan. Curveball. Sails down low, saved by the catcher, Jaden Hernandez, scooped it up in front of the plate. Definitely wanted to see if the runners might try to move a little bit. They stayed right where they were at. Again, 9-7 score, 2-run lead for the visitors from El Paso. Some leadoffs coming now. Curveball, ooh, just barely misses the right hip there from Rodriguez. Brushed him back just a bit. He kind of turned to the side there. Avoids the contact. Count goes to 2-1. Open base at second. Corners are covered. Sullivan looks over to first. Turns and throws to first. A low one. Digging out of the field turf there. Souter, luckily, because if that would have got by him, there would have been a run scored from third to extend the lead to 3. 2-1 count. course, we got a couple more innings after this. Hobbs will have another at-bat here in the 5th, too. So 3 more opportunities. Fastball high and inside for the ball. Good jumping up on the ladder there for Hernandez to keep it in his possession, not sailing over him for a wild pitch. Big lead in the count now for Rodriguez, 3-1. No outs there for Rose of Sharon, so they definitely want to add on to the lead. Kind of what we saw from the Eagles in that first game. Fastball barely misses the top of the strike zone. That was a close one. That will load the bases on the walk. So Rodriguez has had 2 walks in a row. He's been on base all 3 times, had a single to start it in the first. Bases loaded now. It's just after we had a pitching change for the Eagles, their 3rd pitcher on the mound. And now Ivan steps up. He is 1 of 1. He had an RBI single and then also walked and scored a run after that. Time called. The plate umpire has said something to the Hobbs Eagle dugout. Oh, he has just ejected somebody. He has just ejected Coach Boyle. Whoa, boy, this is a little heated conversation going on here. Coach Boyle has just been ejected. Oh, wow, we got a lot of commentary coming back and forth between coaches now. Boy, they're coming to each other towards the field. Angry Coach Boyle, and the umpire is going screaming match with him. The other ump is having to step in between them. This is ugly. Physicality going on out there a little bit. Swinging of hands and pointing at each other's faces. We'll take a quick break. We don't need to see all this. Take a timeout. It is 9-7. Your Hobbs Eagles trail here against, well, it looks like going to get everybody calm down here. Oh, wow, this is not going to stop. And we're not going to stop the camera, so we might as well stay on the audio too. 9-7 score as Coach Boyle is going to have to leave the field. Coach Bowman will step out, the pitching coach. He's going to be in the 3rd base coaching box. Eventually, he's not going out there now. Looked like that was the Rose coach that stepped out. It looks similar from behind there. Coach Bowman now stepped out of the dugout. He's trying to get attention of his infield players defensively. No outs for the Hobbs Eagle defense. They definitely got to shut this down. They trail by 2. Ivan's at the plate still. He's been waiting a few minutes. The windup of the throw from Sullivan. A fastball comes out the middle of the bat, ricochets to the behind the home plate to the net, and that'll be a foul. Again, bases loaded for the visiting Eagles from El Paso. Rose of Sharon, again, private school. They don't have a district, but they do play a lot of teams in New Mexico, Arizona, Texas, of course. They're in El Paso. I think the last I saw, they were like 22nd, I believe, in the Division I poll, which Max Preps. They have a bunch of private schools and some public schools in that poll. Again, came in with 2 losses, so that tells you they're a real good team. But lost to the Eagles in the first game of this doubleheader, 13-7. Time is called. The plate umpire is writing something down on his notebook, and looks like the other ump having a little discussion with the Hobbs Eagle pitcher, Hendrick Sullivan, just to take some time. All this heated stuff happened after the questionable number in the lineup for Rose of Sharon. I believe it was a digit issue. And again, we don't have any confirmation of that, but 48 was listed on the starting roster card, and it was 49 on his jersey, so that must have been what the issue was. Fastball goes low and outside for the ball. Count's going to go to 1-1 now with no outs. Still bases loaded for Rose of Sharon. Eagles with their 3rd pitcher on the mound in this one. The windup and the throw from Sullivan. Fastball low and outside again for ball 2. Jaden Hernandez continues to scramble to keep those low balls from getting behind him and doing a good job of keeping him near the plate. Kind of freezing the runners on the bases. Still a 2-run lead for Rose of Sharon. Fastball. This was going to get high in the air towards right field. Might stay in play, and it will. As shifting over right to make the catch is Greenman. He's going to fire down the first base line towards home. A high one. Jumping in the air is Hernandez. And he'll come down with it to make sure that didn't get by him. Nobody coming across the 3rd base towards home. But 1 run did score before that, so a sac fly for Ivan. That'll score a run and brings across Jesus Dominguez. Make it 10-7 now. 3 runs have scored. Actually, that was Aiden Sanchez that came across. 1 down with the sac fly. 10-7 game. Curveball off the end of the bat going to left field. It'll stay on the ground for the roll. That'll be an RBI. No, just a single. Runner gets stopped at third, but an RBI or a single nonetheless for Reyes. So he's now 2 of 3 with 2 singles. He already had 2 RBIs in his previous single. That almost got by for another one there. Top of the order now. David Yanao, who is 1 of 3, a single with a run, flew to center and struck out. So 11-7 your score. Time was called as you're now getting adjusted here. Runners at first and third, so 2 runners came across. That's what I should have said before. Fastball, they're going to throw to second, and it bounces off the bag. Eagles try to scoop it out. That's going to be an errant throw, and that will go out into right center. It'll be tracked down, but a runner comes across. Another one, throw from right center to home is thrown out. Second runner does not get in there in time for the tag out, but one run comes in for Rose of Sharon. The guy that got tagged out was Yadira Reyes. But they do get the one, and it goes to 12-7. Nice throw coming in from the outfield there as it got by on the errant throw from behind the plate. 12-7 the score. That'll be Kevin Rodriguez that got across. Still up at the plate now. Curveball inside. And he'll hold on that one for the ball. Nobody on the bases now. 5-run lead for Rose of Sharon. He's now working on his second hit of the ball game, or his second K, depending. High fly or foul. Let me get this right. High fastball that goes up top. Coming down with it for the Eagles is Hernandez. But it is ball 3 now. As you now starting to get away from Sullivan. Fastball this time. You knew that was coming there down the pike. She now just waited on it. Got a couple of pitches to burn here. Takes the strike. 3-1 count. Here comes the windup of the throw from Sullivan. Fastball again. Clips the outside corner this time. And now we got a full count at 3-2. This would be the final out here in the top of the 5th inning. And Sullivan now with another fastball. Check swing, and they're going to get him on the K. So you now strikes out 2 times in a row. That is the 4th K of the game issued by the Hobbs Eagle pitching. But a lot of opportunities for scoring in that inning. 5 come across. They get 3 hits. Nobody left on the bases, and those 5 runs. 12-7. Rose of Sharon leading by 5 as we head to the bottom of the 5th. Hobbs Eagle offense coming up to the plate next. Back at Sportsman's Park here in Hobbs, your Hobbs Eagles trailing Rose of Sharon from El Paso 12-7, a 5-run lead. 5 runs came across for Rose of Sharon in that 5th inning, top of the 5th. Currently, they've got a total of 11 hits, 6 walks, 4 Ks, and 2 errors on defense. Hobbs Eagles up at the plate now. They've got 9 hits, 3 walks, a strikeout, and 2 errors on defense. Back in live action here. The Eagles at the plate, down by 5 here in the bottom of the 5th. Slated for 7. They bring Cole Kestner back in. Or correction, that's a Souter, isn't it? I believe it is. He takes the first pitch outside for the ball. Hobbs' biggest innings, 3 runs in the first, 3 in the third. Curveball inside, whacked out to left field. That was Kestner. Takes a roll. The left fielder gets down on the knee. Ramirez to track it down. So Cole Kestner was subbed out for one play, one at bat by Chase Brissner, but now he gets a big single and gets on base with his first hit of this game. Third time on base, though, with 2 walks. And now the runner at first is going to be Kestner, and a timeout called here just by getting one on base in the bottom of the 5th. I guess they don't want to have any chances to get runners in scoring position, although just at first. And see if the ball is going to move to somebody's glove here. Discussion on the mound. Coach Bowman going to talk to a few of his hitters here. He's having to sub for Coach Boyle that was ejected earlier. They're going to move the ball to somebody else here. It looks like another pitcher going to check in for, or maybe somebody that's moving from the infield or outfield, either way, for this team from El Paso. It looks like it will be a switch up. We'll try to find out who it is and get some warm-ups here. Eagles trail 12-7, but if they're at the plate with the runner at first, come back with us in 60 seconds. New pitcher on for the Rose of Sharon from El Paso. They lead 12-7. And the new pitcher for them will be Reyes. And he's had some time in these 2 games we've played so far. Yadira Reyes is 5-0 this season, has not lost a game. His 6th appearance on the mound and has a very good ERA of 1.81. So he's going to be the guy that's going to take them hopefully to the win, at least for them. The winner of this game will have a 2-1 advantage in the series, too. It's 1-1 right now. Hobbs lost 4-3 in the game in Carlsbad at their Invitational in March, first game of that tournament. Hobbs winning game 1 of this doubleheader today, 13-7. So this is the rubber match, if you want to call it that. I guess there's a rubber on the pitcher's mound as well. Long delay here. We've got the umpires got some paperwork they're looking at. Had an extended warm-up session for Reyes. Probably not the guy the Eagles want to see at this point of the game, down by 5, a 5-0 record. And they got another guy, Dominguez, who's been playing today in different positions. He's 4-0, and so is Martinez, who's 4-0, who saw some action in the first game, although a loss, his first of the season, dropped him to 4-1. Umpires have been discussing something, and now they're going to go talk to the head coach of Rose of Sharon. Of course, they had a discussion with Coach Boyle earlier about the roster issue, and that caused a big eruption. Wasn't at the beginning. I know he was arguing a little bit about it, or proving the point that, hey, you know, wrong roster numbers mean that we have to have a umpire decision on that. But then later, about maybe half an inning, a few outs later, there was a big argument between the plate umpire and Coach Boyle, and it kind of just boiled over, actually, and it continued and continued. Both came up to each other and were getting pretty heavy duty about it. So, again, I'm just speculating on that about the roster, but that's pretty much all we can think that would be about. So I think we're done with the warm-ups as we had a long delay there. Hobbs trying to get back in this one, down by 5. They were leading early in this game, first inning 3-1. Got tied up in the second. with a couple of runs to make it 3-3. Then led 6-3 after the third. That's when Rose of Sharon got back with a 4-1 differential in the fourth to go up in that one. At that point, they had 7. Hobbs got a run to tie it at 7 at the end of 4, and then the 5 runs in the top of the 5th for Rose of Sharon to get the 12-7 lead. Back to live action. The fastball comes down low, as that is Jackson Souter. He's 1 for 1, RBI single and a walk so far. The Eagles again with the 9 hits at this point. The steal opportunity, running to second. The throw maybe being timed very close. And it looks like the baseman kind of slid a little bit behind the bag, and the official just waited and stared at it and made a decision safe, as getting there in time is Cole Kestner on the steal. So Coach Boyle, Coach Bowman, even the big guys get a chance to run the bases a little bit and some strategic positions here. They don't bring base runners in for that. They let the big boys take care of it. So Kestner now at second. He took a dive at second there, and boy, it was a close one. Good throw from behind the plate there from Rodriguez on that steal attempt, and converted by Kestner. Souter still at the plate, the lefty, facing a 1-0 count. Riaz will turn and fire a fastball, low one, and trying to golf swing at it is Souter, and couldn't get a connect with a strike and a 1-1 count. Runner at second for the Eagles, down 12-7 here in the bottom of the 5th. Got 2 more innings after this as we go past the 5 o'clock hour here at Sportsman's Park. Riaz keeps looking back at second, turns and fires a curveball low and inside for the ball, 2-1 count. Wrapping up the doubleheader here on Saturday, we will have the first game of district Tuesday in Roswell High, the Coyotes hosting. 4:45 pregame, first pitch at 5. Just a one-gamer. 2-1 count. Riaz going to go low and inside. That'll be a walk. So Souter picking up 2 walks in a row. He's been on base all 3 times. The 4th walk issued by Rose of Sharon, and that brings into the order 7th, Cope Greben. He's 1 of 2. Got on due to an error in the first and an RBI single on his second at bat. Runners at first and second. Eagles trying to get themselves back in this one, down by 5. Still got a couple more at bats though to work with. Riaz with a fastball right down the pike, little low for ball 1. Resting live to Hobbs Eagle Baseball on HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and the Cool 95.7 Facebook page. Pitch low on the fastball for ball 2, 2-0 count. Riaz taking his time on the mound to wind up in the throw. Fastball low again. Oh, they got the strike. Low part of the zone there. Like the same spot it was before. 2-1 count now. Greben 7th, Hernandez 8th, and Phillips 9th in the order. Those 2 guys will be up. 2 RBI homer for Hernandez earlier. Of course, could definitely really help the cause out. Curveball inside. That's going out to left field. A big bounce, a hop in the air. Ramirez comes down with it. That'll be an RBI single. And a throw coming into the shortstop on the relay, and he does a big tumble somersault. I don't know if that was a trip or he was trying to do a little magic there to get the Eagles guessing where the ball was, but he's kind of smiling after that. Landed on his right butt cheek, it looked like. RBI single, though, for Greben. 2nd in a row for him. So 2 RBI singles, and Eagles get a score to knock the lead down to 12-8. Fastball goes low and outside. Correction, the run did not score on that play, so it's bases loaded now for the Eagles. Riaz goes with a fastball outside to ball 2. Good eye for Jaden Hernandez. Correct. Remember that he had the 2 RBI home run in his second at bat, so he definitely has the stick that the Eagles could use at this point. Down by 5. Bases loaded. Anything will get somebody around here. Fastball down low. It comes over the top of it for the swing and a miss for the strike. 2-1 count now to Hernandez. Hernandez with his 2nd homer of the season in this game. And has 7 RBIs. Correction, make that 17 RBIs. Takes the fastball low for ball 3. 3-1 count now to Jaden. Here's the windup of the throw from Rios. Fastball comes off the handle to the middle of the backstop. Fouled out of play. Staying alive with a full count now, Jaden Hernandez, 8th in the order. Phillips up next, 0 for 2, and then the top of the order again, where Taylor, Curtis, and Fuentes have combined for 5 hits. Rios taking a little bit more time, turns and fires a fastball low and inside for ball 4. A walk for Hernandez, gets him on base. That will score a run, an RBI, because the bases were loaded. As Cole Kester, the guy that scores on that one. Now, bottom of the order, Connor Phillips. Of course, he is 0 for 2, flew to second and ground to the pitcher, but he needs to make some contact here. 12-8 your score. Hobbs down by 4 here in the bottom of the 5th. Fastball, low of the strike zone for ball 1. Bases still loaded for the Eagles. Definitely can do some damage in this inning with no outs on the scoreboard. Rios comes back with a fastball, swing and a miss for Phillips. Count evens up at 1-1. Carson back in the box. 1 ball and 1 strike. Rios looks down at the ball, turns and fires a fastball. Check swing off the middle of the bat. Going out towards right field. Might drop short. The right fielder falls on the ground. His glove comes off. Diving for it. That was Sanchez. And that will score a run. Boy, he was sprawled out, diving Superman style there. That's got to be a single, as they'll get that one RBI single for Carson Phillips. So Hobbs have had 3 RBI singles in a row, and they will score Souter there for his first run of the ball game. Actually, his second run of the ball game. Oh, now they're going to change it to an error. Okay, so go ahead and give him an error on that one, but it does score. Fastball comes top of the order to Jaden Taylor, whacks it out to center, takes a bounce, rolls to the big wall at center, and that's going to score a couple of runs. They're going to make 3 runners come home. 3 runs scored for the Eagles. 3 RBI double for Jaden Taylor at the top of the order. So a lot of guys coming through on that one. Cope Greben, Jaden Hernandez, and Carson Phillips. And that puts at second Jaden Taylor, and we got a tie ball game. 12-12, your score, and a timeout on the field here. Looks like another discussion. Coach Hernandez out there talking to his infield and the pitcher. Of course, they've already gone through Perez and Rios on the mound right now. This is going to be pitcher number 3. Hobbs is on their 3rd as well. This is a very contested ball game, as you can tell, 12-12. We'll take a quick 60-second. Nope, we'll keep it here. It looks like they're not going to switch pitchers. Well, they're actually signaling in a right fielder, so maybe there is a change here. Yep, now they're going to change it. They didn't look like they switched the baseball there, but Coach Hernandez is going to talk to the plate umpire. We'll wait to see what's going on here. Going to be some switches made, and we'll take a timeout. 60 seconds, we're back live. We're tied at 12 here at Sportsman's Park. Hobbs and Rose of Sharon here. Final game of the doubleheader. Well, it appears there were some position changes out in the outfield, but looks like the pitcher will remain Rios on the mound. And we're just kind of waiting to see who's out where. Coach was kind of nonchalant about the substitution. It looked like he met for a long time at the mound, and I didn't see a ball being changed up to anybody else, thrown in somebody else's glove. But then he comes out the field just walking, doesn't say anything to the umpire. Then the umpire says, hey, we got to have a decision. What's going on? And he starts pointing to outfielders and moving them around. But looks like Riaz, number 4, will stay on the mound. And we'll try to track down what other changes have been made out in the outfield. So Riaz pitches the first fastball outside for ball 1 as he faces John Curtis, who is 2 for 3 at the plate with a couple of singles in his last 2 at-bats. Also scored a run back in the first inning. The 1-0 pitch, curveball inside. Ooh, they call the strike, and boy, that backed up Curtis that time. He kind of moved his elbow away, and they get the strike call on it. Fans are catcalling behind the plate right now. 1 ball and 1 strike to Curtis. Again, 2 singles in a row. Fastball outside and low for ball. Ooh, another strike call. It looked like a little low that time, but it's 1-2 count now. As Curtis definitely got to protect the plate. Time called, and the third baseman calls the timeout as he runs up to the mound. Brings in the catcher as well to have a discussion. We just had a timeout momentarily, and back to another one. This is a infield call timeout. 12-12 your score here in the bottom of the 5th. Both teams have scored 5 in this 5th inning. So the timeout was called by, looks like that was one of the changes. Garcia is now the third baseman. So that helped me a little bit get some changes on the scorecard here. Garcia's at third. Back to a 1-2 count now as Riaz winds and throws. Curveball inside, a swing and a miss for the strike 3. Or strike, yeah, it is strike 3. So unfortunately that will sit down Curtis, his first K of the ball game. Only the second strikeout for the Eagles in this contest too. That's definitely a tribute to some good hitting. And now that'll bring up third in the order, Jason Fuentes. He is 1 of 2 right now. Has a single, a run, ground to short, and an RBI, sac RBI. Fastball outside for ball 1. Fuentes third in the order. Still a 12-12 ball game, 1 down. The Eagles have a runner at second. And that is Taylor, who hit that 3 RBI double momentarily. Here's the pitch coming from the fastball. Hit high in the air. It's going to shag towards right. Second baseman backpedaling to the right. Leaping over the shoulder to make the catch and turns and fires to second. Nice job there. Getting back deep was Riaz. That'll be a fly out for Fuentes to bring up out number 2. Cleanup man, Tristan Montez now 0 for 3. He's due one. Flew to right, flew to third, and ground to pitcher. Only guy he hasn't hit it to infield is second, but we're not hoping that's not going to happen here. Eagles would like to break the tie. He's a lefty. 12-12 ball game here in the bottom of the 5th. Still got the runner at second as Taylor being patient out there. Riaz will come back and throw the curveball off the end of the bat towards the Hobbs Eagle dugout. Chasing it down is Cole Kestner. He's coming up next. He was kind of outside the circle, too, on the warm-up. Almost got hit by the ball there. 0-1 count now to Montez. Riaz looks back at second, makes sure that runner is comfortable here, turns and fires a curveball high. And somehow getting up there to bring it down, the catcher for Rose of Sharon, Rodriguez. 1 ball and 1 strike down to Montez, with 2 outs on the board and a 12-all tie. Riaz with the fastball, low of the strike zone for ball 2, 2-1 count. Definitely a good warm-up for the Eagles' district schedule next Tuesday in Roswell. The 1 game against the Coyotes at 4:45 of the pregame. We'll have the first pitch at 5, free for you. Video and audio, HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and the Colt 95.7 Facebook page. Riaz with the 2-1 pitch. Curveball inside and high for ball 3. So 1 pitch away from the walk for Montez. That would put 2 runners on base and bring up a heavy hitter, Cole Kestner. Definitely love to see him get a chance to knock some people home. 3-1 count now to Montez. Waiting for the pitch from Riaz, taking some time here. Fastball off the end of the bat going high in the air. It looks like it might stay on the infield. Pitcher is going to charge the third baseline, make a one-hand catch over the shoulder for out number 3. So the Hobbs Eagles managed one hit, or correction, not one hit. They got 4 hits. They score 5 runs, leave 1 on base, and we got a tie ball game, 12 all. Head to the 6th inning. We got 2 innings left here in regulation. Rose of Sharon up at the plate to try to break the tie. We're back with you in 60 seconds. Time for the 6th inning here at Sportsman's Park. Game 2 of the doubleheader. Hobbs Eagles hosting Rose of Sharon from El Paso. Both teams scoring 5 runs in the 5th to get this tied at 12. Eagles with 12 hits so far. 3 for Taylor. He's 3 for 4 with a 3 RBI double, his best. 2 for 4 is John Curtis with a couple of singles. Cope Greben has 2 hits with an RBI single, another RBI single too, so 2 of those. Jaden Hernandez hit the home run of this game with 2 RBI-er. And an RBI single for Carson Phillips. So lots of guys getting involved in this game, even Jason Fuentes with a single too. But right now it's Rose of Sharon trying to get back to get a lead here, 12-12. Barack Sanchez at the plate, second in the order. Fastball comes low for ball 1. It actually looks like they've had a sub as well, as number 15 is up at the plate. That's Garcia. They had the guy that they moved to third base, so getting his first chance at the plate. They put Cole Kester at the mound now, the pitcher for the Eagles. Their 4th, fastball high for ball 2. So had Parrish, they had Udahara, Sullivan, and now Kestner. So that pitching mound getting a lot of new people moving in. Here's the 2-0 pitch from Kestner. Fastball, little high for ball 3. Brock Sanchez 2 for 3 with a couple of singles and flew to short. Trying to be the first base runner for this visiting Eagles team. Both teams with the Eagles mascot. Fastball low and outside for ball 4. Get a walk to Sanchez. 7th walk given up by the Hobbs Eagle pitchers in this game. But they've had 4 of them during that duration. Jesus Dominguez now 3rd in the order. Had 2 walks, a run, and flew to center. Has not had a hit in this game. $11 hits so far for Rose of Sharon. 1 shy of the Eagles. Curveball inside for the ball. Again, 12-12 ball game. A runner at first for Rose of Sharon. Kestner will come back. The fastball clips the top of the strike zone for strike 1. He evens up the count at 1-1. Eagles with the win here would go 10-10 on the season to 500. Good thing to have before the district. Curveball, late swing off the end of the bat. Got to go foul right and goes over the Rose of Sharon dugout into the batting cages on their side right. Staying alive is Dominguez with a 1-2 count. Kester takes a peek back at first, turns and fires a fastball well outside. A good save by Hernandez for the Eagles. Could have gone wild, and that would not have been good to advance a runner. Two balls and 2 strikes. Kestner facing Dominguez. Steps off the mound for the time. to get in the head of Dominguez there, and he's changing the pitch call from his catcher. Throws to first. Back in time easily was Sanchez, although he did slide head first into that first bag. Still the 2-2 count. Trying to advance Sanchez to second is Dominguez. Kester with the fastball, low and outside for ball 3. A full count now. Again, both teams using a lot of pitchers in this game. Hobbs into their 4th, although just 2 actually for Rose of Sharon. Thought they were going to bring one in on the last timeout, but they did not. They kept Riaz in the ball game. Little changeup pitch, check swing, and that's going to go foul towards the JV field right again. Out of play for Dominguez. So keeps the full count going. Full count staying alive here for Kestner. Fastball down the middle. This is heading out towards center field, the big wall. A little back pedal, then having to charge up on it was Phillips for the Eagles to get the catch. And that'll be out number 1 on the fly for Dominguez. That's going to bring in Abram Ramirez. He's got 1 hit so far, a double. Got a run after that. Struck out and flew to short. 1 down here in the top of the 6th with a tie game at 12. Runner at first still for Rose of Sharon. Kestner staring him down now, getting the call he needs. Toes up on the rubber. Turns and fires. Fastball, low and outside for ball 1. Eagles have a few days to get ready for their first district game on Tuesday. It's basically just Monday for run-through practice. Curveball hitting off the left hip, and that's going to be a hit by pitch. Thought he was hurt, but I think he's just undoing his straps there to get some of his equipment off. But that will be a hit by pitch on Ramirez, and that'll send him to first. Get runners at first and second now for Rose of Sharon. 1 out, 12-12 ball game, and bring up Aiden Sanchez. Sanchez, yes, to get a hit. He did get a walk in his last at bat and got a run after that. Flew out and also struck out. Actually, that's a sub. That's going to be Solomon Hernandez. So Hernandez is the one that walked, and that was the big controversy about the roster number. So he walked. He was in substitution of Sanchez. Time called. Sanchez exits the box and quickly comes back in. Just trying to get in the head there of Kestner on the mound. Curveball off the handle. Has some air underneath it, but goes towards the Rose of Sharon dugout. Hobbs not able to get there in time, although good chase for the Eagles. Sprinting from the first base Souter and also Hobbs Eagle catcher Jaden Hernandez. Almost had head-to-head collision there near the warm-up circle in front of the Rose of Sharon dugout. Oh, 1 count now to Sanchez. He is 5th in the order for the visiting Eagles. Kester takes a peek back at second, turns and fires a fastball outside for ball 1. Evens up the count at 1-1. Big hitter coming up next, Derek Morales, who's perfect, 3 for 3 with 3 singles and 2 runs scored. 3 runs scored, actually. So he's definitely a guy they're going to have to watch out for next. 1-1 pitch from Kestner. It does get a piece of it, does Sanchez. Sails them into the backstop for the foul ball. And count now goes to 1-2. This second game slated for 7 innings. We're still here in the top of the 6th. 5:15 here on HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and the Cool 95.7 Facebook page. Kester comes with a fastball that bounces off the plate, and nicely played by Jaden Hernandez, and lets it bounce in front of the plate and gets him in the infield to watch the runners. Count goes to 2-2. Hernandez waggling the bat behind that right ear as he gets ready for the pitch. Fastball, he just watches it go through the plate. He knows that's a strikeout. Kind of dropped his head after no movement of the bat that time. So he strikes out. That's the 5th of the game for the Eagles pitching, and now that'll bring into the contest Derek Morales. As we mentioned, he's 3 for 3, 3 singles and 3 runs. So been pretty consistent so far. He is 6 in the order for Rose of Sharon. 2 outs for the Eagle defense. Fastball going to be whacked out towards left on the ground. That'll be a single. I think the runners are going to stay, though. They're not going to try to advance to home, and that will be the single for Morales. So he still continues to be perfect in this one. 12 hits now for Rose of Sharon, the double digits. Still a 12-12 ball game, and bases loaded now for the visiting squad from El Paso. Eagles have any base to get the last out of this top of the 6th. So putting a lot of pressure on Kevin Rodriguez. He is 1 for 1 as a single and a run, and then 2 walks and 2 more runs added to that for 3. Curveball up near helmet high, well outside for ball 1. Well, inside for ball 1. So he's been on base all 3 times. A walk would get the run scored too. Curveball going to be hit right to the third baseman. A good spin to make the catch too. That's Montez at third, and that's out number 3 for Rose of Sharon. Wow, he got around on the hips that time and spun to make the catch. So in terms of the hits, though, just 1 hit for Rose of Sharon in that top of the 6th. They leave 3 on base. Score nothing, and the score is 12-12. Eagles could break the tie here in the bottom of the 6th. We'll see what happens after the break. Go to the top or bottom of the 6th inning here. Sorry about the scoreboard not showing the right inning there. Bottom of the 6th, it's 12-12. Both teams knotted up here, and the Eagles getting a chance to take the lead in the bottom of the 6th. As you look at some of the hitting numbers for the Eagles so far, we got Taylor with 3 hits, 2 apiece for Curtis, also Greben, and those are the multiple hits for our starters so far. Also getting single hits, Jason Fuentes with a single, Kestner with a single, Jackson Souter with a single, and an RBI single for Carson Phillips. And let's not forget about Jaden Hernandez and that 2 RBI homer. He also had an RBI walk as well. So a lot of guys stepping up. 12 hits so far for the Eagles, 5 walks, 2 strikeouts, and a 12-12 ball game. Cole Kestner will be the man at the plate. Again, trying to break this tie if possible. Curveball comes high for ball 1. Kestner with 2 walks to start it off, had a single as well, has scored 3 times in this ball game. So he's been on base all 3. Curveball outside, this is heading out towards left field, but it's going to go foul. Boy, got a lot of ump underneath that one. So out towards left field. Good contact with the ball with that for the big bat for Kestner. Count goes to 1-1 off the foul. So that's going to kind of make Rios think a little bit better on the next pitch. Curve inside again. This is going to be yanked out towards left center. Will take a bounce off the wall, and that'll just be a single, though, for him. So Kestner with 2 hits in this ball game gets a runner on for the Eagles. The go-ahead run. They relay it in, and Kestner will stay at first. Jackson Souter now comes in, the lefty. He's had an RBI single back in the first inning and has a couple of walks since then, plus a run scored. So he's been on base all 3 times, just like, or actually 4 for Kestner now, but 3 for Souter. Curve inside, goes foul right, hits off the side fence. Going to roll back towards the first base line while out in the outfield area. Again, the go-ahead run at first with Kestner. Rios will come back with a curveball inside, and he rotates out of it for a ball. Count now to 1-1. Listening live to Hobbs Eagle Baseball, second game of the doubleheader, HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and the Cool 95.7 Facebook page. A 1-1 pitch. Fastball clips the outside corner for strike 2. Souter waiting on that one. No outs on the board for the Eagles and 1 runner on. Reyes with a fastball, and it's going to go high in the air towards right center. And just waiting for one hand over the top of the shoulder to make the catch, the center fielder, Yano. And that'll be out number 1 on the flyout for Souter. Cope Greben now 7th in the order. He's had 2 RBI singles in his last 2 at-bats. He is 2 for 3 at the plate. And trying to get his teammate Kester around the bases to break this 12-12 tie here in the bottom of the 6th, slated for 7. Reyes takes the call from his catcher. Curve comes down and clips the outside corner for strike 1. In Rose of Sharon, 21-3 with 1 tie. Hobbs Eagles at 9-10 after winning the first game of the doubleheader. Could be 500 after this one if the W does come up. Fastball goes outside, and the throw down to first from behind the plate from Rodriguez. A little late on that one. But Hobbs getting back, Kestner back to first base. Don't want to get picked off on the bases in this tight of a ball game, and he was there quickly. 1 ball and 1 strike. Reyes taking some more time on the mound, turns and fires, it'll change up high. Steal attempt for Kester. Ball gets thrown to second and kind of bobbled there. Still trying to make the tag at second was Reyes, but lost the ball before he even made the tag. Kind of just batting it to himself. Actually, they moved to second. That's a hint of number 49. We said got switched out. That was Hernandez at second. So the runner does advance. Kester to second. Fastball goes low for the ball. Count goes to 2-2. Two balls and 2 strikes for Cope Greben. Trying to make it 3 hits in a row for him. Takes the fastball low and ball 3. We got a full count now for Greben. Hernandez and Phillips, 8th and 9th in the order for the Eagles. Both those guys got a hit apiece. 2 RBI home run for Hernandez and RBI single for Phillips. So they made some contact in this game so far. Reyes looks back at second, checks Kestner. Fastball going outside and low. And that will be ball 4. It's kind of waited there. I couldn't see the signal from the umpire. So Greben will get on now with the runner at first and second. That'll be the 6th walk picked up by the Eagles. And brings in Jaden Hernandez. They better be careful where they're pitching to him. He is 1 of 2 with a 2 RBI homer, an RBI walk, so he definitely has got some guys around the bases, his teammates. Also struck out in the first at bat, so still looking forward to seeing another HR here. Runner at first and second. Wind up in the throw from Reyes. Check swing as it comes down the pike. A little low for ball 1. 1 out for the Eagles. 12-12 ball game, bottom of the 6th. Little movement there from the second baseman as he get ready to see if they can pick him off. He decides to go back. Curveball inside, gets hit hard towards Coach Bowman on that third base coach's box in foul territory. Almost took his legs out that time. Hernandez shaking it off here. Definitely like to straighten that out down the third baseline. You can see Garcia now has adjusted himself as he saw that one almost stayed fair. 1-1 count to Hernandez. 8th in the order for the Eagles. Phillips due up next to round out for the 3rd time. Curveball clips the inside corner for the strike. Count to 1-2 with 1 down. Hernandez going to have to protect the plate on this one. keep it away from third base if possible. Curve inside and get some air underneath this one towards left center. And now trying to come over, and it's going to be a home run. Left center field, it goes over the wall, and that will be a 3 RBI homer, which will break the tie to make it 15-12. Just what the doctor ordered. 3 RBI homer. That will score Kestner. That will score Grieben, and now Hernandez will come across as well. Hobbs will go to 15-12 in the score here in the bottom of the 6th. So Hernandez with 2 home runs in this ball game and 5 RBIs, actually 6 if you count the one on the walk. Boy, he's definitely helping his teammates make it to home. 3-run lead for the Eagles. And now it's going to be Carson Phillips stepping up. He is 1 for 3 with an RBI single, a run, flew to second, and ground to the pitcher. So Hobbs now with the better cushion with 3 runs up on Rose of Sharon here in the bottom of the 6th with 1 inning left after this. Riaz will go with the curveball and almost hits the back of Phillips. He stared down back at Riaz after that one. Wasn't a happy camper. That ball was coming towards him. Kind of ducked down underneath that. Otherwise, he'd been hit right in the number there. Time called, and coach going to go out there to talk to the pitcher and the infield. Does not want to have any wild pitches, although there's no runners on yet for the Eagles after that home run. So discussion being had on the mound. Coach Bowman talking to his batter, Carson Phillips. Of course, he had to sub in. Coach Boyle was ejected from this game earlier. Plate umpire now going out to the mound to break up the huddle. Looks like no change on the pitching core here. Riaz will remain out there. 15-12, your Eagles with 3 runs here in the bottom of the 6th. 1 out still, so they've got a little room to work with. Phillips at the bottom of the order. Taylor, Curtis, and Fuentes, top of the order for the Eagles. That'll be their 5th time at the plate, so lots of guys getting chances to swing the bat in this one. Riaz gets himself settled on the rubber, turns and fires a fastball, middle of the bat and to the middle of the backstop as well on the foul ball there for Phillips getting the contact. Riaz back up, and the fastball down low for ball 2. 2-1 count now to Phillips. This is game 3 of the series. They had 1 in Carlsbad and 2 here today at Sportsman's Park between these two teams. 2-1 pitch fastball. This one's heading out towards left field wall, and it will go over to, it appears, towards the trees, and is over the fence for another homer. I think that's going to be chasing a pitcher pretty quickly. RBI, 1 RBI homer for Carson Phillips himself, and back-to-back homers converted by the Eagles. That'll make it 16-12. Eagles fans pretty excited here as they continue to put it over the fence at a very important time late in this ball game. 4-0 here in the 6th inning for the Eagles in terms of score. The coach had just been out there, but Riaz will stay on the mound momentarily. That'll be just 1 run score. That'll be Phillips, the man that hit it. Top of the order now to Jaden Taylor. He's had a real productive night. Second game here, 3 for 4. A 3 RBI double and a couple of singles added on top. His 5th time at the plate. Try to expand on the 16-12 game here. Here comes Riaz. Fastball high and inside for ball 1. Keeps losing his hat there at the mound. Wind's been pretty consistent, about 10-15 miles per hour. No real big gusts. We had a little storm front for a minute, but it cleared out. Curveball inside. That'll be knocked over the backstop in foul territory behind center plate. 1 ball and 1 strike. Curveball goes high for ball 2, 2-1 count. We should mention, too, that was Phillips' first homer of the season. Eagles getting a 3 total in this game. 2 for Hernandez and 1 for Phillips. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Riaz slowing up the curve a little bit here inside for ball 3. So getting well up on the count is Taylor. He's been on base 3 of 4 times in this ball game. Whether it be a walk or a hit, could be number 4. 3 balls and a strike. Fastball inside off the handle, going to go high in the air behind the home plate again, out of play, and actually bounces before it exits right in front of the netting. Full count now to Taylor. Waggling that bat behind his helmet here. Riaz will pitch, fastball down the middle, and they're going to go with the walk. Barely outside. Coach Hernandez, the head coach from Rose of Sharon, is definitely going to be coming out on that one. He's questioning the plate umpire call on that. Coach Hernandez is going to continue towards home plate and have a discussion with the umpire. Coach Boyle was already out here and was ejected, and Hernandez getting right in the face of the plate umpire. So discussion about the walk call there. So Taylor will get on base for the 4th time in this game, and the other umpire going to come over to kind of buffer this discussion. I thought he was going out to the mound to make a change, but he's stopping and having a discussion about the call there first. I think they are still going to make a change, and we see him always waving at people. We don't ever know if the pitcher is going to change up or not. He keeps changing outfielders and interchanging infielders too now. So it's going to be a major mess to decide who's where. So first, a lot of discussion about the call, which put Taylor on first with the walk. That's the 7th issued in the game, by the way. Don't see Riaz really making a change in the mound. He's just kind of waiting out there. And so I'll have to I guess going to have to get the binoculars out to see all the big changes are going to happen here. At the plate for the Eagles will be John Curtis. He's second in the order. He is 2 for 4 with a couple of singles. He had an error to start the game to get on, but did score a run after that and a strikeout in his 4th at bat. And coming out on the field now, Jose Arm. We saw him in the first game. He's heading out to the outfield. I'm going to wait to see if looks like he's heading towards center, maybe left though. So Arm will head out there. But wait, you think you're going to see a pitching change, and they just make all these different position changes for some reason. We're still trying to get everybody written down here. Again, Arm heads out to outfield. He's joining a big meeting out there, so I'm not sure which position he's going to go to. Other guys coming from the dugout. I don't know where we're going to go. We'll take a timeout and see if we can sort this out. Take at least a 30-second break, maybe just that, maybe 60 if it takes longer, and wait to see who our pitcher is going to be for the duration of this game. It's 16-12. Eagles have scored 4 runs here in the bottom of the 6th. Stay with us on HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and the Cool 95.7 Facebook page. Welcome back to Sportsman's Park Marathon game going on here, 5:30 now. We started at noon, so 5.5 hours of doubleheader baseball. Eagles winning first game 13-7. They lead here 16-12 in game number 2 of the doubleheader. They did have another pitching change. And they moving a guy that was already in the infield for Rose of Sharon. And that was Dominguez. Jesus Dominguez, who was a third baseman. He's going to be now the pitcher. He has a 4-0 record coming in. One of two that are undefeated for Rose of Sharon. 2.72 ERA. This will be his 5th appearance on the mound for Rose of Sharon. So that's their third pitcher. Hobbs has been up to number 4. It's still 16-12 here in the bottom of the 6th. Hobbs have outscored them 4-0 and still have just one out on the board. Curveball inside for Curtis. Wait a second, their time called. He did make contact. Oh, they weren't ready for the pitch. That hit well out to right field. I think the catch was made out there, but it doesn't matter. They called a timeout. You could hear the bat on ball, and then a quick stop action here from the plate umpires. They were not ready. So now we're going to get back to the real pitch. As Dominguez on the mound, again, he's the sub. Now the umpire stepping in front of the plate. I think the pitcher might have said something to the umpire. He wasn't happy and steps out and has a word for him and comes back behind the plate. 16-12, your Eagles up by 4 here in the bottom of the 6th. We do have one more inning left. Fastball down low, and it'll be a golf swing. It'll go out towards the foul territory on the right side and rolls up the side fence. The umpire rips off his face mask. I think he's going to get some foul balls here instead, or balls that he needs to reload. Looked like he was mad and heading towards the Hobbs Eagle dugout. I said, oh no. But he's just getting some baseballs to put in his mask and bring onto the field. Lefty backup John Curtis. Again, he has 2 singles so far. Trying to extend the 4-run lead. Eagles have a runner at first. That's a Taylor who walked earlier before the pitching change. Curveball inside off the end of the bat. Going to go left foul over the Hobbs Eagle dugout out of play. So staying alive with 2 contacts, John Curtis, but 0-2 on the count. 4-run lead for the Eagles. Game 2 of the doubleheader. Hobbs with the win in the first one. Dominguez taking his time to wind up with a throw. Curveball high for ball 1. They started with Perez. Riaz was the second pitcher, and now Dominguez here in the 6th. Dominguez goes fastball off the end of the bat towards right field. Hopefully this is going to drop. Left, maybe enough air time. Center fielder gets over between center and right to make the catch on the run. That's Yanao. And that'll be out number 2 for the Eagles off the fly for Curtis. Good contact on the ball that time, but unfortunately didn't drop quick enough. Jason Fuentes now third in the order for Hobbs. He does have a single in the game, his first at bat with a run scored. Has grounded to short since then, a sac RBI, and flew to second. Curveball comes inside and just barely misses the corner for ball 1. Rose of Sharon will have one more chance to tie this ball game up in the top of the 7th, but right now Eagles trying to add on to the 4-1 lead. Fastball down the middle, still an attempt to second. The ball gets some air underneath it to right field, and a one-hand catch made for out number 3. And that will mean the Eagles have one more defensive stand here to hopefully put this game in the books, 16-12. But right now, let's look at the numbers in this inning. Eagles getting a couple of big home runs. A 3 RBI homer from Jaden Hernandez and a 1 RBI homer from Phillips for himself. Eagles get 4 runs that come across. They leave 1 on base and now lead 16-12. Possibly the final inning here as the Eagles come on with the defense. They need at least 4 for Rose of Sharon to tie it up to keep this game moving. We'll continue live here on HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and Cool 95.7's Facebook page in 1 minute. Getting close to 6 hours of doubleheader baseball on a Saturday. The last couple of games for the Hobbs Eagles before district starts on Tuesday in Roswell. A win here would make it 10-10 on the season as the Eagles have a 4-run lead. 16-12 again. 4 runs in that bottom of the 6th. And now Rose of Sharon has one last chance at trying to at least get the 4 they need to keep this game moving. And stepping up at the plate is Ivan. Ivan takes the first pitch, a fastball for the strike. He had a sac RBI in his last at bat, had a walk and a RBI single as well. So he is 1 for 1. Fastball comes down low for ball 1. He is 8th in the order for Rose of Sharon. Curveball for Kestner, kind of brushing back. Ivan kind of turning his back away from the pitch on the curve. 2-1 count now on the ball. They've got 12 hits so far, does the visiting Eagles squad. Another curve. Golf swing out towards center. Got a little bit of time for a reaction and a catch made by Phillips. Didn't have to move much at all on that one. Just kind of went dead up in the air. So a fly out for Ivan to center field. And out number 1 for Rose of Sharon. Down to 2 more outs and this game will be over. As Riaz will step up. He was the second pitcher we saw for Rose of Sharon. 2 for 3 at the plate. 2 RBI single, another single, and flew out to first. Custer not going to wait much time to give a pitch, too. Fastball comes down the middle, a little outside for ball 1. And now Sanchez and Dominguez, top of the order, 1, 2, and 3 for Rose of Sharon. Kestner quickly again. Curveball inside and spinning around is Riaz for ball 2. A little bit too inside for the ump's liking on that one, or for Riaz for that matter. 2-0 count. Kestner with the windup and the throw. Curveball, and this is going to hit his left elbow. So Riaz hit by a pitch. He'll get a freebie to first. So 1 runner now for Rose of Sharon. And top of the order, actually, no, 1 other guy getting in there. I think that's Hernandez checks. No, that is Yanao. Yanao is on the field. He's 1 of 4. Had a single to start the game in the first inning with the run, but since then flew to center and 2 strikeouts. Hobbs with 4 Ks in this game on the pitching staff. Crunch time here for Rose of Sharon. Kestner fastball, little check, and that's going to be a strike. Right down the middle for Yanao, as now is going to have to protect the plate. 0-1 count here. Kestner comes back with a fastball. Clips the outside corner, so working an inside-outside now. 0-2 count against Yanao. And he's going to have to probably be swinging on anything here. Probably some junk coming from Kestner. Goes to the fastball. And that's strike 3. A little delay call there by the umpire. And didn't look like Yanao thought that he had much of a chance to survive that. Strike 3. 3 Ks in a row for Yanao. And the 5th issued by the Hobbs Eagles. So 2 outs with 1 more to go here. And a 4-run lead for the Eagles, 16-12. The home Eagles, I should say, against the visiting Sharon Eagles from El Paso. Up now is Garcia from Rose of Sharon. Umpire pointing down the first baseline for some reason. Wasn't sure what that's all about. Doesn't have another umpire over there. I think this is the first at bat for Garcia. Curveball to him is going to go high towards right center. Got 2 outfielders making a choice on this one. And coming to make the catch is Phillips, the center fielder, for out number 3. That is the ball game, as the Hobbs Eagles pick up the win to finish up their non-district schedule, 16-12 over Rose of Sharon. Eagles get their record up to 12, or make that 10-10 overall. And that will drop Rose of Sharon 21-4 with 1 tie. The 2 losses here in the doubleheader. Hobbs winning them both here at Sportsman's Park. We'll take a 2.5-minute break. Get you all the numbers for game number 2 as your Hobbs Eagles victorious once again, 16-12 over Rose of Sharon. We're back live here at Sportsman's Park. Your Hobbs Eagles victorious in both games of the doubleheader over Rose of Sharon. They win 13-7 in game one, and the second game, 16-12. Yes, 28 runs in that contest, and a combined total of 27 hits between the two teams. Let's look first at the visitor in game two, and that was the Rose of Sharon Eagles from El Paso. One guy was perfect, and that was Morales, 4 for 4 from the plate. He had 4 singles and 3 runs scored, so definitely a big day for him in game two. It was also Sanchez, 2 of 3. He had a couple of singles and a walk. And also Yadira Riaz went 2 for 3 at the plate, 2 RBI single and another single on top of that. Other guys getting single hits, David Yanao had a single and a run scored. It was Ramirez went 1 for 3 on a double and a run scored. Kevin Rodriguez went 1 of 2, also 2 walks and 2 runs scored. And Ivan went 1 of 2. He had a RBI single in this game, plus a walk and a run scored. So they had a bunch of guys getting hits in this one, a total of 12, but still not enough as the Eagles win by 4. 8 walks gotten by this Rose of Sharon team. Gotten is not a word. They received 8 walks and were struck out 6 times by Hobbs Eagle pitchers. Remember, the Eagles did have 4 pitchers in the game: Parrish, Udahara, Sullivan, and finishing up with Kestner. On the other side of the coin for the Hobbs Eagles, they get a total of 15 hits in this ball game, and a bunch of guys with multiple hits. Jaden Taylor led the squad with 3 for 4 at the plate. He had a 3 RBI double, a couple of singles, and a walk. So he was on base a total of 4 of the 5 times he was at the plate in this ball game. 2 for 5 was John Curtis with a couple of singles. He also scored a run after an error. 2 for 2 was Cole Kestner. He had a couple of singles, 3 runs scored, and 2 walks. So definitely on base every time he stepped up to the plate. Cope Greben went 2 for 3 with a couple of single RBIs, and also had a walk with a run scored on top of that. Jaden Hernandez with a big bat. He was 2 for 3 at the plate. Both of those hits were home runs, and both were 2 RBI. Actually, one is a 2 RBI homer. The second was a 3 RBI homer. He also got an RBI due to a walk, so he finished up with a total of 6 RBIs, and again, 2 for 3 at the plate with those 2 home runs for Hernandez. Excellent day for him. Carson Phillips went 2 for 4 at the plate. He had an RBI home run for himself with a run scored and an RBI single as well. Again, the Eagles with 15 homers. They were walked 7 times in the contest and only struck out twice. That's the most impressive thing for the Eagles, really swinging the bats well and making contact. So your Hobbs Eagles winning 16-12 in game 2 to go to 10-10 on the season. Also, we had several pitchers we mentioned: Parrish, Udahara, Sullivan, and Kestner in this ball game. 3 pitchers for Rose of Sharon: Perez, Reyes, and Dominguez. Next game for the Hobbs Eagles will be Tuesday on the road to start district. They'll take on Roswell High, and that game will be a Tuesday night start, 4:45 pregame, the first pitch at 5 o'clock. Well, getting just shy of 6 hours for doubleheader baseball here at Sportsman's Park. Good way to finish up the non-district schedule with the 2 wins for the Eagles. And so that means they'll get under district again Tuesday. Make sure you're with us live on the internet, HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and the Cool 95.7 Facebook page. Thanks also to Evie and Tiffany Stuber for backing up technologically with our broadcast tonight. And we will see you next Tuesday on the road. Have a great rest of a weekend out there.